A gifted pianist who perceives sound as color loses his synesthetic vision after a stage accident. Struggling to play without his inner light, he confronts fame, memory, and identity, learning that even without color, music can still be a language of survival.
There are small rituals that precede every performance: the check of the bench's height, the exact manner of smoothing a score, so that the hairline crease falls where the eye expects it. The way I count under my breath, once, twice, long and then short, the internal metronome that precedes the first touch. That night the ritual was as precise as the cut of a surgeon's glove. Vienna had the particular hush of broad, well-practiced custom. The hall, older than either of us, held us in the patient way of a house that has learned what visiting bodies will do. The program was as I had chosen it for reasons no manager could catalogue: an opening sonata that maps a morning, a central nocturne that lingers like a tide, and a chop and etude that, in my mind, always bent the air into apricot. The lights let the stage be seen as an instrument. They were a thin architecture, bright, meticulous, and in different design to make faces readable from the stalls. Under them the piano became a locus, black lacquer catching the white spill of a beam, the curve of the lid a dark arch against the stage. To an audience, we are monument and motion. To me we were an atlas. I could say, without rhetorical flourish, that sound had always been a kind of cartography. Specific pitches had colors and textures that I could walk along. And each piece I prepared established routes I could travel without getting lost. C-sharp blood indigo, Aloha sat in a deep, marine blue at the base of my inner field, and Chopin, with the audacity of his ornamentation, arsed apricot across the middle register in a way that, to me, justified certain rubatos. It was private as the way a man remembers his father's hand, and it was necessary. There was a precision to this interior life that concert-goers seldom appreciate. They see hands and hear notes. They do not see what I saw: harmonies rendered as ribbons of color, rhythmic accents as tiny sparks along the edge of my vision, cadences that closed like the lowering of a curtain of blue. This kind of perception is not theatrical. It is not show. It is the map I consulted to play with a confidence that had nothing to do with vanity. Audiences assumed I trusted in memory and technique. I did. But I had another compass, one that felt less like an aid and more like an organic appendage. When the first movement began, I recall the small, animal settling of my shoulders as the sound opened in my head. The audience's breath was a soft fabric. From the seventh bar, I had the color field, an undercurrent of indigo beneath the right-hand filigree, something like a greenish yellow in the accompanimental bass. It was ordinary, the way dawn is ordinary when it arrives for the 400th time. The conductor, whose gestures were spare but entirely intelligible, nodded once and then let the current carry us. It was during the second piece, in a passage where the orchestra receded and the piano was left to articulate a delicate figure, that an element of stagecraft failed in a manner so absurdly precise that the authority of the world briefly faltered. A light that I had not perceived as being precarious, no hint of danger, no loose cable to the eye came free of its fixture. It fell with a metallic staccato that seemed, in its particularity, more obscene than any generalized crash. The sound itself was deceptively exact, a short, bright report, not thunderous, but sharp enough to cleave the air and make 1,000 necks turn. I should qualify my memory. Events in a hall are folded and stitched by perception. One person's chronology is another's jumble. To my left the cello section inhaled and did not exhale. To my right the violin's bows paused as if fingers had been pulled back from a flame. The conductor's baton stopped. A ripple of noise shuffling, an exclamation, a child's cry moved through the stalls like weather. The house light, which until then had been faithful to tradition and to the work of presenting us as objects of study, seemed to flare with the suddenness of a camera's bulb. In that motion there was a kind of arithmetic, a cause and then an effect. The stage manager was moving even as the lamp hit the floor. Hands learned to pass a crisis into choreography. What I remember most precisely is not the accidental clang nor the choreography that followed, but the instant after, which in my memory stretches to ridiculous length. The notes that followed my fingers remained, clinically, the right notes. The A sounded like an A, the E like an E. They were correct in the fashion of a clock. But the private light that used to accompany them, the indigo that pooled on the C-sharp, the translucent salmon that outlined a held B, was simply not there. It was like opening a manual only to find half its pages blank. There had been no warning. One moment the field of color was available to me, the next moment it read as an absence so sharp it might have been edged with pain. I suppose the simplest report one might give would be that the accident broke something in me. That, however, is both too blunt and too confessional. The truth is more particular. The sensory network I had considered as reliable as the muscles of my hands ceased to bind certain inputs together. Sound remained. It had not been extinguished. The venue's acoustic remained intact. Applause and muffled cries affirmed that the ears of others were functionally unimpaired. But my ear no longer reached across to the color. The map had been taken away while the territory remained. People around me acted as people do when confronted by something that might be a hazard. The conductor raised his arms with the rusty instinct of someone attempting to reassert order. A brief phrase was struck to fill the void of decision. Someone, perhaps the stage manager, perhaps the house lights, called for calm. Footsteps were quick and then hesitant. A nurse in the audience, who would later be described in a newspaper as quick and composed, moved through the front rows. The camera is inevitable in this city, whose appetite for narrative is as reliable as its weather, began to light at the edges of the stage with small, cold flashes. Those flashes did not reflect my loss. They reflected a different economy, the public's demand for immediacy, for an image that might be captioned and filed. In the moments that followed, I felt like an object under examination. Hands reached for me, gentle, professional hands, and I was guided off the bench with the trained efficiency to which a stage served as a kind of whispered etiquette. There were murmured questions about whether I could continue. There were the small, practical questions artists know how to answer, a return at once possible, a demand for composure. But my answer to such practicality was private and refused to be translated. The absence of the color field meant that nothing in the old way of playing would have the same logic. A nurse, her badge said Wien Krankenpflege, placed a reassuring cloth at my neck. Someone offered a sip of water. I remember the taste of mineral, the way it registered like a marker that would later be read by an editor who had not been in the room. Hydration. Marta's voice came 10 minutes later, via the phone in the wing, crisp, businesslike, asking for facts and deadlines. She used words like contingency plan and press statement. My responses were short. I said I was fine because there was a grammar for public-facing replies. I did not say that a private organ of perception had been switched off. It would be a mistake to treat the instant of loss as if it were merely neurological. There are social realities that follow. Papers file copy, lawyers assemble, critics speculate, and these external currents enforced a kind of narrative about what had occurred. In the days that followed, the newspapers would not only recount the event, but invent an economy of cause and blame. I knew this in the way any professional knows the textures of an industry. They would want explanation. They would want drama, suspension, or redemption. None of these categories, though, are adequate when the thing that has been withdrawn is as intimate and as useless to commerce as a color in your mind. When I finally left the hall later, much of the hall's business was handled while I sat in the wings. I felt the weight of eyes in a way I had not experienced for years. There is an expectation surrounding a musician that we will transform threat into beauty, that the moment of risk will be converted into performance. This expectation is not malevolent, it is historical, but the structure of that expectation did not notice my private absence. There was for them the necessity of narrative. For me, the necessity was different and smaller, to understand whether the map could be recovered. I went home to a small flat where the panes are old, and the light falls in narrow stripes across a piano my mother had once approved in a way that mattered to me. The room smelled faintly of lemon soap, and the tea I had left in a cup by the sink now went flat under a film. I made an effort to be rational. I catalogued the steps I would take, the calls I would return, the medical appointments I would make. The city outside seemed indifferent, as if nothing of consequence had occurred beyond the small traffic of its cafes and trams. The apartment's walls hold memories the way paper holds ink, faint, layered. I tried, that night, to play. That sentence will read to many as an inevitable measure of pride. It was not so much pride as necessity. Musicians are trained to respond to the instrument. My fingers found patterns, the pedaling was correct, the phrasing logical as notation. The sounds were true. But the private color map that used to let me anticipate the emotional weight of a phrase, the indigo that told me when to soften, the little apricot flare that permitted me to yield, was not available. The effect was akin to reading a familiar text in a language you understand as syntax, but without the vocabulary that gives it life. I could have, at that moment, relied on study and muscle alone. Instead, I found myself hesitant, as if the board under my feet were missing its customary grain. That kind of absence is not only clinical, it takes on moral shading in the company of memory. I thought, as I sat, of the early lessons when my mother first noticed the way I saw sound. She had never made of it an industry. It was a domestic marvel, spoken of softly. I thought of the conservatory in my 20s, and the way colleagues had joked and envied in the same breath. I thought as well of small, private defeats, the letter from a father who could not understand my choice, the sibling whose absence at a funeral once made me play with a different kind of concentration. These recollections have a way of magnifying the present. Loss, when it is private, becomes proof against vanity. If one does not have the part of oneself that felt unique, what remains? I had thought I might be able to answer that question in the coming weeks. That thought, which is both hope and cruelty, keeps a man awake. At 2 a.m. I found my phone had recorded a dozen messages from Marta, each more managerial than the last. In the background of her final one was someone making arrangements, lawyers, perhaps, and a voice that suggested the machinery of repair rather than consolation. She asked me to consider an interim statement for the press. How do you compose a statement when you cannot yet name the wound? I set the phone down and tried to recall the sensation of a bee in full color. The attempt felt like groping in the dark. It was a private test and a personal humiliation. I slept fitfully and awoke to a day that already had the shape of inquiry. I had not yet been asked to give a formal account, but I knew the town would soon convene its forms, statements, investigators, the polite but raking interviews. I knew I must answer, eventually, and I knew as well that the answer I could give would be partial. The moment that the lamp fell would be spoken of in terms that made it less strange an accident. A freak occurrence, and yet the untroubling precision with which my inner palate had been erased would resist tidy explanation. If there is a point to begin, then it is here. The map that had been my private provision was gone in an instant that could be described without melodrama as both ordinary and extraordinary. Ordinary because the mechanics of the hall had failed, and extraordinary because the failure intersected with an interior arrangement, producing a loss that everyone would see only as a component of a larger story. For me, however, it had the density of intimate bereavement. I did not yet know whether recovery would be possible, whether the cord could be rewired, whether the colors might thicken back into being. That is the question I carried with me as I closed the piano's fallboard and let the keys darken under my palms. The city outside went on. Inside me a different kind of silence took root, one made not of absence of sound, but of the absence of a private light. There is a small, humiliating dignity in being required to make the first public face of a wound. I learnt that night the economy of restraint. The cameras that hovered later would seek one narrative, collapse, culpability, or miracle. None of these narratives were mine yet. I could only hold the fact of the vanished color like a ledger entry, precise in its wording, heavy in its implication, and dangerously open to interpretation. I would have to wait, of course. The city has a way of insisting on immediacy, yet some losses are not susceptible to headline cures. Art is not in there to be rescued by print. It is, instead, a patient architecture of practice. The lamp had fallen, the light had gone out. I closed the book and sat in the dark, counting, as I had always done, in small, exact measures, and listened to the purely acoustic world I had always also known. Outside, the night swallowed the hall. Within me, the map lay blank. I woke the morning after the press calls, and the blank camera flashes with hands that belonged to someone I had known by reputation rather than by touch. They were the same hands in shape and in habit, narrow knuckles, long nail beds that I kept short. The pilgrimage scar along the left thumb from a conservatory exercise decades old, but their meaning had altered. For a lifetime I had moved them beneath a sense that sound was always double, a tone and its wash. I could have convinced myself, had I been a different sort of person, that this alteration was simply a mood or a new ending to an old career. Instead, I woke to find the world thinner. Color had receded from sound as if a comb had been run through a saturated cloth and taken the dye with it. I live now in a flat small enough that the piano fills it. It is an upright with a satin finish whose varnish was gentled by years of polish and a few thoughtless knocks from touring baggage trolleys. The room retains the faint odor of rosin and lemon oil I use for the keys. After the concert, the door lock still sticks slightly, a flaw I had arranged to ignore in the name of efficiency. That morning the stickiness struck me for its triviality. I had been carried by practices of small evidence for a long time, the folded towel beneath one wrist, the particular angle at which I placed the metronome, the way I counted silently into a phrase. Those small acts had given my days a logic when the public logic was crude applause, reviews, contracts. Without the color of sound, the small acts assumed a disproportionate weight. I made tea the way one makes it when ritual is the only competent thing one can manage. I heated water until it trembled with the first round of bubbles, and listened to the radiator click as the building woke. The tea I prefer is a cheap one by taste but honest in its infusion. I steeped it long enough to coax something mild from the leaves and sat with the cup clutched between both hands. The flat was quiet in a manner that did not comfort. It merely permitted the room to register distance. On the piano the last program remained open, a score with annotations in a hand that had once known the exact angle of attack required to make a chord bloom into its color. I sat, lifting the cup, and let the silence take its shape. I made the first attempt to play like a man testing whether his limbs had forgotten to obey him. I placed myself in the old position, feet aligned with the pedals as if they were compass points, hands hovering a hair's breadth above the keys. The counting was the same, a private murmuring, the intake of breath, the beginning. I know, perhaps too well, that such mechanics live by habit rather than by sentiment. In the first bar my fingers found the notation. They did not fumble the fingering. The phrasing arrived with the same old muscles. The sound was right. The piano informed me it would still render precise intervals. The mechanics were obedient. But where there used to be a small, private apparition, a smear of bluish night beneath a low, the impatient red of a staccato in the right hand, there was nothing beyond the sound itself. There was accuracy, and there was absence. I stopped, and the echo died into the curtains. It was worse than incompetence. A phrase that once communicated to me as both tone and image now existed in single registration. If music is a language, mine had become a grammar without its habitual vocabulary. When one reads a foreign text, the letters are meaningful even if the nuance is missing. But this was as if the vowels had been removed. I finished the piece because habit dictated completion, because a man who has lived by certain small rituals finds it intolerable to leave them half enacted. After I closed the fallboard I sat with my hands in my lap like a man who had given and received nothing. Voicemails accumulated as if the world typed its courtesy into thin boxes. There were messages of condolence and messages of speculation. Some attempted solace, others circled the accident with cool curiosity. My phone made the muffled sound of the city leaking into my solitude, a siren, a bus braking, a distant argument. I listened to one message recorded in a professional voice. Dear Mr. Caller, we are thinking of you in this difficult hour. Please accept the orchestra's deepest sympathies. The words were meant to be a bridge. They did not reach me. I did not answer. I told myself that this refusal was a temporary, rational choice, that I would respond when I could locate the voice that used to translate the world for me. In truth, I was alarmed by the idea of conversations that expected a return to the former projection of self. I feared that my voice, should I speak, would be an ersatz copy of the one journalists wanted. There was also, beneath those motives, a more blunt discretion, the shame that attends the loss of capacity. It is a private shame, not yet public. I am tidy with it as with a wound. To show it before it scabbed felt foolish. A knock at midday was therefore out of place. Marta's timing is precise. She arrives at the edges of crisis to administer inventory. She has a practical manner that can be read as cold if one expects the melodramas of comfort. I opened the door to find her standing outside with a small leather folder and that exacted expression known well from years in the business. She did not enter at once. She waited as if taking measure of the building's mood. You look as if you haven't slept, she said without preface. Not in a way that counts, I said. She nodded as if that answered something more complicated than a simple sleep deficit. We sat at the small table. She ordered tea with a practicality that implied she did not want to linger in sentiment. Marta has an economy of small kindnesses. She brings fruit because it is nutrition, not because it is consoling. Listen, she said after a moment. I've spoken to a few people. There are offers and there are liabilities. You know how I think about those two things. We have to decide which of them we will entertain. I tried not to show the trimmer in my hands when I folded the napkin. What do you mean by offers, Marta? A stage, interviews, damage control, all of the above. There is the usual appetite for a comeback narrative. You know how these things run, a staged return, a piece written about the miraculous restoration. It will be lucrative, and it will be intrusive. You'll be subject to a narrative you do not control. I had the ready, brittle, professional anger of the person whose vocation has made them used to being commodified. It's not just a narrative, I said. There was an event. People were hurt. Marta's face softened in a way she rarely allows. Precisely, there was an event. There is also a market that wants an ending, and a press that will shape one whether you consent or not. We can concede them a version of closure and deprive the tabloids their invention, or we can refuse and see what they invent anyway. I thought of what refusal looked like, endless speculation, press vans outside this block, a building that had been my refuge turned into a stage set. The idea made me feel naked. And if I say nothing, I asked, then they will say anything. She brought the leather folder across the table and opened it as if doing so would produce a lie in more informative terms. Inside were press clippings, a few suggested statements, and a phone number with the word neurologist written in plain blue ink. Neurologist. The word made me taste antiseptic. In the conservatory we had a joke about the medicalization of eccentricities. I thought that's what long interviews and the odd specialist would do next season. You are saying I should see one. I'm saying you should let the professionals rule out what can be ruled out, and then we will decide on narrative after that. You do not have to perform tomorrow, but you must know what you are dealing with. A clinical report will limit rumor. I sat with the tepid cup between my palms. There are thresholds in these conversations. I could refuse. I could decline Marta's offer like a man who, having been burned, would rather live in the dark than show his singeing. Or I could accept that some small bureaucracy might clear the air. The idea of containment appealed to me not because I trusted bureaucracy, but because it promised the vocabulary of normality, diagnosis, prognosis. A set of improbable verbs like recover and adapt. Those words offer purchase. It is a modest hope. If I go, I said slowly, it should be only to know, not to satisfy the press. Marta's mouth tightened. I could read the calculation. I'll make a call then, discretion, and Matthias no staged comeback. Not yet we test, we listen, we prepare. If a return is possible, it will be honest. Honest, I repeated because the word had a soft resonance that I had not used in public for a long time. She folded the folder and rose. "I'll be in touch about dates. Do not make any statements. If someone calls, refer them to me." She hesitated at the door. "And answer your phone." There is a tone in that sentence that implies a trust I had not expected. It was not an order but a plea for participation. I promised because saying no was heavier than saying yes. When she left, I stood at the window for a long time, watching the city practice its indifferent miracles of going on. Outside, a tram crawled by, making the usual scrape of iron on rail. The afternoon wore itself down into a cooler light. In the empty corner of the room, a record player I had not used since the incident sat like an ornament. I thought of the old way I listened when I allowed music to lay over the day, the radio before bed, the small, private curations that had once felt like a secret life. Now the radio sounded the same as any appliance, a register of frequency rather than an offered sign. Later that night I tried to play again. If the first attempt was a way to test muscle memory, the second was a test of will. I placed a new score on the stand, a small sonata of someone I admired but had not needed to mine for color before a neutral enough piece, perhaps, to show whether the mapping returned in anything like a predictable way. I counted the old silent method, 3 small and drawn breaths and then the first downbeat. My hands obeyed, the music sounded. People have a tendency to conflate volume with feeling. My playing remained perfectly textured in all its articulations, and yet the sound went no further than the acoustic. The piece was competent, correct, but it was also unadorned by the mental chroma I had always thought necessary to my understanding of it. I became aware with a clarity that was its own cruelty that a great part of my practice had always been interpretive in the way one overlays a tune with private color. When the color vanished, the interpretive scaffolding collapsed. It was not simply that I could not see a blue where a low C should be. Rather, having lost that auto-instruction, I had to translate music back into a language of shape and consequence rather than hue. In itself, this is not impossible, of course. Many musicians find plenty of meaning in touch and in form, but for a man whose inner navigation had been predicated on a transmodal mapping, the available roads felt suddenly unsafe. The failure tightened the day into the sensation of a hinge that had rusted and would not move. I put my hands beneath the fallboard and rubbed them together. The skin was dry. The practice of making tea and counting would have to expand into another architecture of work. I sat for some time and made lists. Writing lists has always steadied me. In the early years before a concert, the lists are devices of control, repertoire, fingering notes, travel headaches, boots for the train platform. Now my lists were inventories of absence. Under today I wrote, 1 answer Marta, 2 practice 30 min, 3 listen to 1 recording. Under urgent I wrote only 1 appointment with neurologist pending. The day dissolved into a sequence of small chores. I washed a mug and hung the towel with the precision of a person arranging evidence. At some point a television from a downstairs neighbor carried a recording of an old concert not mine, and applause filtered up through the floorboards like applause for a man no longer in the habit of receiving it. It sounded both familiar and foreign. I realized that even my relationship to applause had changed. Once it relieved me of the need to account for a briefer moment. Now it felt like an accusation, loud and careless. Night came with the cold patience of an investigator. I lay awake and replayed the day's failed phrases. Memory, in the dark, is not a continuous reel but a series of sharp frames, a girl's hand in a market once reaching for paint. The conservatory's damp corridors, where an instructor once tapped the metronome with a disapproving finger. My mother's small flat where she had once noticed my anomalous cross-sensory remarks and laughed with a mixture of puzzlement and pleasure. These were not consolations. They were facts arranged in little file drawers. The loss of color had not only taken one way of encountering music. It had called into question every past instance in which that faculty had acted as an ally. The phone vibrated on the bedside table as if to insist the life beyond me continued. I hesitated, then reached and answered. It was Marta. "I booked the neurologist," she said. Her voice had the crispness of someone closing a file. "You will not like the waiting room. Wear something simple. I told them you would come as soon as possible. Be discreet." "When?" "Thursday, mid-morning. Jar Newman. He knows his way with sensory complaints." The name meant little. A man with a certificate and a polite manner, who would, in the best case, show me an axis from which to measure the problem. In the worst, he would produce a sentence that would give the tabloids even more to work with. I considered these outcomes with the same equal parts of dread and relief. To do nothing might be a moral stance of its own, but such refusal felt increasingly like retreat. I promised to go. When the line went dead, I lay with the faint hum of the city and the dim shape of the piano across the room. I had not yet decided whether opening the music closet and taking out the old scores of my life would be an act of desecration or of practical maintenance. For the first night since the accident, I allowed myself a small permission to imagine that a form of attention might return, but as something altered, as a grammar without certain vowels. The thought was not melodramatic. It was merely a way of arranging hope. It was, perhaps, the first honest thing I had done in a long while. I slept in fits, and the fitful sleep yielded small dreams in which color returned in illogical ways, a child's laugh becoming a smear of orange across a sonata, or a doorbell turning a phrase into green. In the morning the colors did not stay, but the appointment was fixed, and with it a calendar entry that turned absence into a thing one could point to and schedule around. I would go. I would be examined. I would, in all likelihood, be given language with which to describe what had happened to me. Whether that language would be honest or merely clinical would be decided later. There remains in me the odd, almost petty, belief that saying no to spectacle is a moral good. But there are degrees of refusal. To retreat until the world forgets you is itself a kind of submission. Marta did not offer a heroic alternative. She offered small bureaucratic acts, a phone call, a booked appointment, the framing of a narrative that might yet allow me to breathe. The kettle on the stove pinged as it had the week before. I set the cup down and watched the steam lift in a small, white column and into the indifferent light. The tea tasted of nothing special. I drank it and counted the old habit, only now the counts served another purpose. They were a way to measure time into tolerable sections, go to the appointment, listen, bring questions. Later, perhaps, I would practice again. For the present, the act of answerability, the promise to go and speak with a professional, was the smallest evidence of movement I had allowed myself. It would have to be enough for now. When the day ended and the building settled into deeper quiet, I stood once more before the piano. I did not play. Instead, I opened the fallboard and brushed a cloth lightly over the keys, as if my touch could restore a sheen. It did not. But the motion was a small ceremony of fidelity, to enter the room of my profession and not demand of it a miracle it would not produce. There are stages to grief that run in awkward parallels with practical life: inventory, denial, bargaining, and then a drudge of work. I did not know which stage I occupied, and perhaps it matters less than the fact that I woke the next day and made tea again. The decision to move was perhaps no more than that, the intention to perform, however modestly, the steps people call responsible. Marta had given me a calendar entry. I had promised to appear. The next question, whether music could be music to me again, had become the structure of the week ahead. At the door, as if to punctuate the evening, a neighbor returned a lost book with a polite knock and the murmured good night. The small exchange felt oddly like a benediction. I closed the door, locked it, and on the inner side ran my finger lightly along the notch in the frame where the varnish had worn. It was an old habit of counting points of wear in the furniture. I counted them now and let the numbers be a comfort. The city outside went on. Inside, the flat kept its unremarkable light as if the day had not altered anything. I turned off the lamp. In the dark, I repeated the counting one last time and let myself fall somewhere between the certainty of what was lost and the small, bureaucratic surety of an appointment on Thursday morning. I learned early to keep a ledger. It began, as many habits do, as an answer to practical disorder, a list of pieces to prepare, a timetable of practice. Errands folded into blocks of time, and it survived into the present as a way of making sense of a life whose most decisive instrument had fallen silent. There is a cleanliness to a list that grief, for all its ragged insistence, cannot entirely disturb. If I write down the hours I will stand at the piano, the exercises I will repeat, the small domestic tasks that must be done, then there is a shape to the day that insists on being real. The ledger is not consolation, it is accounting, it is the least I can do to keep the world legible. My flat is, in consequence, an archive of narrow certainties. Scores lie open on the piano, not because I expect to read color from them now that possibility has been extinguished, but because their presence anchors me. There is a sort of ritual in opening a page and letting the notation breathe in the room. The clef becomes a talisman, the rest's a map of the spaces I can no longer cross the way I once did. I leave a page at Chopin where the rubedo once bent apricot into a swell, and pass by it as though it were a photograph of a past self, recognizably the same, yet with a quality of distance that makes me watch it as a spectator would watch a friend at a table in a café. I have rehearsed the motions of normal life so precisely they begin to resemble practice. I iron shirts with the same attention to pressure and beat that I once gave to a trill. I count silently before making the tea, the way I counted before an unfamiliar cadence. Counting is a small anchor against the vertigo of an ordinary day. My walks are timed to the minute, the route to the baker, the path along the canal. The library where I sit for an hour with a book about a composer I never studied closely, a way to keep my mind occupied without surrendering to the fantasies that the cameras insist upon. Routine is not a cure, it is a boundary. Memory returns in fragments and in unexpected weather. Sometimes a single detail will open a room. The sound of a staircase foot, that precise metallic cadence, will bring back the conservatory corridor in which I spent my adolescence, damp stone, a smell of polish. The low hum of a harmonium in a practice room that belonged to a woman who taught counterpoint and refused to smile. I will remember a lesson in which a young tutor, impatient but exacting, tapped my wrist to teach a relaxed wrist for the Liszt scales. His hand smelled faintly of tobacco. Once, during a run of recitals, a reviewer wrote that my left hand had the color of winter light. I used to think the phrase awkwardly elliptical until I realized how literal it had been. For me, the left hand did often arrive as steel blue. There are domestic memories that come with a particular warmth. My mother Elizabeth, though she always preferred, simply muttered to anything that sounds more public, noticed things before anyone else did. When I was small, she once stopped me in the middle of supper and said, "Why do you look at the soup like it knows something?" I had been looking at the steam and thinking, absurdly, of the way certain vowels smelled of lavender. She laughed then, not unkindly, and fetched an extra spoon and set it beside me on the saucer as if to mark me as a curiosity in the house's order. She will not have known the word for synesthesia. She had fewer words for rare conditions than the hospital would later produce. She had instead a patience, a domestic intelligence that could fold a child's oddities into the day and keep the household moving. It is her voice that I hear when I make lists, precise, matter-of-fact, the voice that can say, "You must not leave the windows open in March, the cold catches the piano strings." The ledger of memory is not chronological, it is associative, like the body that once received cross-sensory signals and integrated them without analysis. A child's joke will suddenly triangulate a moment in an exam hall. The crack of a rail carriage will remind me of a discarded sonata, and the exact shade I once saw when a chord resolved. Such associations are less frequent now than they used to be. What was once automatic requires effort, an act of willfulness that feels foreign and exhausting. Sleep is thin. Nights are divided into rituals that read like rehearsals of their own. I make my bed precisely, smoothing the linen as if practicing scales. I place the same cup on the bedside table, even when I do not mean to drink from it. When I wake, I count the hours I have left before a doctor's appointment or a phone call. There are nights when I wake in the middle and imagine the colors that used to come with a certain passage in E-flat that was always mauve, a tremolo that flared orange, and for a moment I have the small, dazzling sensation of them returning. It is brief, and the sensation evaporates like breath on glass, which leaves me with a double deprivation, both the loss itself and the memory that it can still, for a heartbeat, exist. That ghost is the cruelest kind of hunger. I have moments when shame lodges like a splinter. It is not the grand shame the papers propose that I might have been responsible for a public misfortune, though that accusation circles me in less direct ways. Rather, my shame is small and social, a laugh I do not meet with confidence, a question I answer with delay. The look of a barista when I stare at a menu as though it were in a language I once read fluently but cannot now. The other day a child at the bakery, having seen me fumble, asked her mother in a tone of blunt clarity, "Why is that man looking so tired?" Her mother hushed her with an embarrassed hand. I returned my gaze to the counter, suddenly aware that the presence of the world demands explanations I cannot easily give. There was a time not so long ago when I would have made a joke about this, turned it into a wry aside in a conversation, and the humor would have smoothed the moment. Humor came easily when the interior map was intact because I could read the world for private amusement. Now the risk of saying something misaligned with the reality of others feels higher. I sometimes imagine that I have become unreadable in the way I once considered music to be readable. The channels that connected me with other people have been rerouted, and, in consequence, the simplest social gestures require effort and translation. People have suggestions. Marta calls, practical and brusque, and suggests a limited list of things I might do to keep afloat in public life. Appearances, she says, pronouncing the word with a fatigued impatience that implies both business and care. There is always an immediately practical strategy in her voice, a rehearsal schedule, a brief statement to release to the press, a list of spokespeople who will take calls. I find these proposals useful only to the extent that they give me something to cross out on a page. Crossing things out is a small pleasure. Other voices are less helpful. Friends and colleagues, with varying degrees of delicacy, tell me that I must be patient with myself, that art is not always about the grand gesture, that time may bring back certain patterns. Their kindness is sincere but also slightly abstracted. The language of consolation rarely touches the particularity of losing exactly the palette that had been the medium and the signature of creation. If someone tells me, "You'll be surprised what returns," I want to ask, surprised how? By what mechanism does a private cartography reconstitute itself? But such questions sound in ordinary conversation like complaints, so I keep them for myself and for the pages of a small notebook where I list failed attempts and small gratitudes. Tea brewed at 8:05, walk along Canal 920 practice. 10 minutes scales, 5 minutes arpeggios. The ledger has a secondary function. It is a place to record the color of memory in language where color itself has become unreliable. Blue is an inadequate word for some recollections. Indigo is not precise enough for others. My old perceptions were always nuanced beyond common vocabulary at C-sharp that suggested not only indigo but a texture of indigo. A kind of oil sheen in the sense, and trying to translate that into prose is a betrayal of the thing itself. Still writing helps. I write the names of passages beside the hues I once perceived, and then annotate them with associations, a smell, a touch, the weight of a particular finger movement. It is a form of excavation. I am, in short, preparing for an appointment I have delayed for weeks. The hospital has its own ledger, a bureaucracy of forms and typed instructions, the same kinds of measured lists I find so comforting. The waiting room smells of antiseptic and coffee, and the magazines glossy, indifferent lie on the table like small islands of public life. I have read this room before in different circumstances. The architecture is familiar and therefore oddly disarming. When my name is called, I stand and walk with the slow attention of someone who has practiced a movement until it becomes ceremonial. Drieire. Newman receives me with a measured, almost repertorial calm. He speaks in a voice designed to be neither dramatic nor trivializing. His vocabulary is the precise, neutral language of medicine, etiology, neuroplasticity, functional mapping. It is not that his words are cruel. They are mercifully absent of the airy consolations of friends. He sits opposite me, hands folded, a screen behind him that at times shows a simplified diagram of the brain, as if to make the thing less abstract by rendering it in maps and colors that belong to somebody else's life. He asks me to describe my symptoms, which I do in the only way I have left that feels honest, by describing the absence. There is sound, I tell him, clear, precise, but hollow. Where there used to be color, there is a ledger of silence. I struggle to make the loss sound literal because it is literal to me. He listens without surprise. His face does not register astonishment so much as clinical interest. Could you describe, he says after a moment, how long you perceived these cross-sensory experiences prior to the incident? I answer, and in answering I return to my own history, the child who saw the note as blue, and the young man who organized programs around the chromatic personalities of composers. He nods, making notes. It is at once comforting and alienating that he can translate my particularity into a category. Synesthesia, he says finally, and the word lands on the page between us with the chiming finality of a bell. He explains, in the careful cadences of his profession, that the brain sometimes organizes sensory input differently, that there can be cross-activations of areas responsible for color and sound, and that trauma to the auditory system or to networks that integrate auditory and visual stimuli can cause a disruption. He speaks of case studies, probabilities, and an inventory of tests, MRI electroencephalography, functional assessments. He maps possible courses, spontaneous recovery, partial compensation via rehabilitation, and the patient work of learning new cues. His words are an education and a narrowing at once. On the one hand, to put a name to the condition gives it a place in the world of public knowledge. It converts a private wonder into a matter that can be studied and perhaps, in some ways, mitigated. On the other hand, the translation flattens nuance. Synesthesia is a useful term, certainly, but it is also a category in which the idiosyncratic texture of my perception risks being lost. Where previously experience arrived in living color and texture, the term places it under glass and labels it. I ask the questions I can imagine asking. How likely is recovery, I say? What do the tests reveal? Are there rehabilitative practices? He answers with a gentleness that does not equivocate on probability. Partial reconfiguration is possible, he says. We can work on training certain associations and on compensatory strategies. But wholesale restoration is unlikely. The brain is plastic, mere color, but it is not a blank slate to be redrawn at will. He uses the pronoun that places me into a population and thereby diminishes the private geometry of my loss. I listen and feel the tilt of my life shift beneath me. At the end of the appointment, he leans forward, and for a brief instant the clinical mask softens into something almost like interest. You are a musician, he says. That matters. Rehabilitation is not merely about sensation. It is about the meanings you attach to sensation. If you can engage the emotional memory that accompanied those perceptions, we can orient the training toward what is most salient to you. He does not offer miracles. He offers, instead, a set of modest, practical steps, tests scheduled for the coming week, recommendations for a therapist familiar with sensory loss, and an outline of exercises we might use to build alternate associations. I leave with a paper packet that smells faintly of glue and bureaucracy. Its contents are sensible and necessary in the way that a list of phone numbers is sensible in an emergency. They are instructions for navigating a terrain I had not wished to have to traverse. Walking back into the street, the city feels both familiar and slightly strange. The ledger of my day resumes. I cross off the appointment, fold the paper into my inner pocket, and return to the scores on the piano at home. There is a peculiar consolation in naming. The word synesthesia gives the loss a structure. It is both a relief and another kind of constraint. I find that I am less inclined now to the half-fantastical explanations I used to indulge in when I wanted to flatter myself about talent. At the same time, the diagnosis sends a cold little shiver through the habit of my life. A confirmation that the thing that made me myself had been grounded in neural patterns susceptible to injury. It is both truer and less satisfying to learn that the marvel was merely a pattern of activation. The ledger grows. New lists appear, tests to be made, appointments to be kept, exercises to attempt. Yet the older lists remain, the scores left open, the precise times for walks, the small domestic rituals that keep the day from dissolving into rumination. In the evenings, I sit with a score and a cup of tea and try to remember not the colors at the edge of sounds, which now betray me by absence, but the way those colors changed my choices. Certain programs in my career were not merely aesthetic preferences. They were selections made because the chromatic personality of a work resonated with my private palate. To remake those choices is to reconfigure not merely what I play but why I play it. The chapter of my life titled before closes with this sober ledger and a fragile, budding curiosity. The appointment has framed the absence as something to be investigated. It has also, inevitably, placed me into a public category that will be spoken about politely at parties and professionally in the corridors of the conservatory. That is the next ledger I will attend to, how to live in a world that can name your wound and therefore has the temerity to advise you how to treat it. For the moment, however, the page is blank and the scores on the piano are waiting. I close the evening with the smallest of practices, 5 minutes at the keys, a slow, patient scale, fingers finding their old coordinates even if the map they once consulted has gone. The sound is accurate, the color is absent. Nevertheless, I count and feel the small persistence of muscle and will. When I go to bed, I keep the pages of my ledger close. I put my hand on them as if it could call back a memory. There is no dramatic resolution in such an act. It is rather a modest claim. I am here, still willing to record, to attempt to wait. The final line I write before sleep, a tender, bureaucratic phrase, is simply, begin again at 800. The command is modest. But it is also the first act of a patient architecture of repair. I do not know what will come of it, only that a life comprised of small, disciplined acts may yet outlast the suddenness of loss. Outside, the city sleeps, indifferent and steady, and I hold in my chest the strange, private ache of absence and the smaller, stubborn expectation that work can, in time, make a place for what remains. There is a particular kind of silence that proceeds from being read. I had been read all my life by critics, by audiences, by colleagues, but this reading had always been of the work I made, and the private geometry that made it possible. The color in my head was a language no one else could learn. When I played, the hall accepted a translation and applauded the fidelity of what I offered. When the colors went, I discovered that the public could read the absence as easily as it once read the sound. They read it as scandal, as culpability, as failure. The first official voice to arrive at my door was Inspector Hollers. He came with a courtesy that suggested a ritual, appointment book precision, the small bow of a man delivering civic business. He had not the grimness of an executioner nor the curiosity of a social animal. Rather, he possessed the impersonal patience of someone accustomed to fitting human complexity into forms. He sat on the edge of my settee, his notebook resting on his knees like an instrument he intended not to play but to consult. The light in the room was generous, refusing the drama of shadows. Perhaps he, too, thought that a well-lit room would be less likely to court melodrama. Her caller, he said, and it was an introduction both formal and spare. I understand you have given a preliminary statement at the hall. I need to take a fuller account for the file. There are questions that remain. He placed a card on the coffee table, thin typeface, a functionary's card stripped of flourish. I had rehearsed this encounter in the private theater of my mind a dozen ways, defiant and eloquent, contrite and humble, professorial and dry. None of them corresponded to what happened. I found myself watching the small, factual movements of the man's hands as he wrote down the dates I had already given, the program, the timing between movements, the names of the stagehands who had been present. He asked for the names of those I had seen in the corridor, asked, carefully, about the exact sequence of what I remembered before the accident and what followed. I answered as I could. I told him honestly, the fragments of a map but no contiguous route. Memory, in the hours that followed the incident, had been a room whose furniture had been shifted. He did not press for theatrical confession. Instead, he requested, politely and insistently, that I make myself available for further interviews and for any identification lineups the inquiry might require. "We must ensure that every element has been considered," he said. "There is, as you know, a procedural obligation to the families involved. Even memory that feels private can have public consequence." His hands were steady, the notebook becoming the repository of a civic ledger in which my life had been entered. When he left, I felt as if a small door had closed behind him. There was a bureaucratic finality to the visit that made the apartment seem smaller. A day later, an official letter came, stamped, precise, requesting more formal documentation. The city moved in its own rhythm and its own grammar. I was, from that point, its subject. Not long after, my phone rang with a number I did not recognize. On the other end was a voice that made me want to be less solitary in a new way. Eager, lubricated with the collateral warmth of curiosity. Felix Jern introduced himself as a culture writer. His name had appeared before in profiles. He had a reputation for turning personal collapse into narrative shape. "Her caller," he said. "I don't want to smell blood in the water. People are looking for a story. If you're willing, I can offer the chance to tell it your way. An interview off the record, if you prefer, might be useful, to explain, perhaps, what happened that night." His voice was sympathetic, but there was steel beneath it. I declined. I had imagined saying no and being left alone. Instead, the request multiplied into a dozen others' emails, a message on the conservatory's answering machine, a polite harassment that never quite looked like malice. Felix, persistent in the way of men who make living from other people's truths, sent follow-ups. Once I conceded to meet him for an iced coffee at an institutionally bland cafe near the museum quarter. He arrived with the professional's toolkit, notepad, recorder discreetly placed, a small smile that invited confession. Felix was, superficially, an uncomplicated adversary. He wanted narrative arcs. He wanted a fall and a possible redemption, because those made tidy copy. He showed me, beneath his notebook, what he thought the public might accept, culpability softened by human frailty, an arc from catastrophe to repentance to revival. People like an arc, he observed. They need cause and effect. Right now there's a hole where the story should be and it's making them restless. Filling it will generate sympathy, acting as revenue if you prefer sympathy to venom. He was both mercenary and oddly candid. I told him I had nothing for him. What I could not say, could not bear to say in a cafe with a buzzy air conditioner, and the smell of burnt milk, was that the part of me that had once made sense of the world was now a ledger of blank rows. Felix tried to joke about this, offering the journalists consolation that loss could be aestheticized. "You used to say in interviews," he said, leaning in, "that your synesthesia was like a private map. People like maps. They're distressing when blank." He tapped his pen for emphasis. I left feeling scraped by the public appetite. Felix would write, but he would need shape, and if I could not provide it, he would improvise. If Felix represented the pressing gaze of the press, Marta Weiss represented the restlessness of the market. She arrived on a rain-heavy afternoon with an umbrella that left a dark semicircle on the mat. Marta had managed me for years. She had the natural impatience of someone whose career had been dedicated to turning art into schedules and schedules into income. There are mercies to be found in such practical minds. She sat and looked at me as if measuring whether the man in front of her was salvageable or simply a liability. "Matthias," she said, "we need to talk about narrative. The board is nervous. They all ask what's next. I have a few ideas that are discreet and tasteful. An intimate return, controlled press, a charitable framing. We can stage it so that you are seen as courageous rather than culpable." She spoke with the same economical tenderness as a surgeon. The suggestion, because it was calibrated and commercial, felt precisely the sort of thing that invited me to barter pieces of myself. I told Marta that there were aspects of the past that could not be punctiliously arranged. My silence was not merely tactical, it was substantive, a loss of literal input. Listen, she said, lowering her voice. You don't have to be the same pianist. We can craft a different public. People are forgiving if they can see the shape of a cause. Illness has a narrative. Tragedy has a narrative. This is salvageable, but only if you participate. You must perform a little. The world understands performance. It will forgive the rest. The bluntness in her offer galvanized me into alarm. The world wanted a performance of vulnerability, and in preparing it I worried I would only rehearse a grief for public consumption. Between the officiousness of the inspector, the opportunism of the reporter, and the ledger-mindedness of the manager, a clinic visit arrived as a strange relief. Drrr. Newman's office smelled faintly of antiseptic and lemon polish. It had the necessary impersonality of a place that intended to contain distress. He spoke not as an advocate nor as an examiner, but as someone attempting to translate a neurological event into terms that might be lived with. Synesthesia, he said, slapping a thin folder shut between us, is a cross-wiring. But it is not magic, it is a pattern. Patterns can be altered. Trauma can cause reconfiguration. We're not in the business of miracles, Mr. Collar, but in some cases neural circuits can be coaxed into new alignments. That said, complete restoration cannot be guaranteed. He said this without melodrama. His calm, precise language was at once a comfort because it presented a map and a source of new grief, because the map did not contain the colors I had lost. He drew diagrams of neurons and pathways with an economy that assumed I would not be dazzled by metaphor. He used words differentiation, cortical reorganization, plasticity that had the dry authority of lecture. As he spoke, I noticed an odd reaction. The clinical language that rendered my condition legible also rendered it inert. Where I had thought in colors and impressions, I now had terms that slotted me into a taxonomy of pathology. It was, I realized, a small death, the private language of my interior life replaced by public, useful words. There were, he said, therapies to attempt. Rehabilitative listening exercises, pattern recognition tasks. Controlled sensory pairings meant to encourage the brain to make new associations. He spoke also of time months rather than weeks and of focused, methodical practice. It's work. He said it is likely to be slow and sometimes frustrating, but it's not impossible. Your technical skill will be a resource. The brain learns by patterns. If you can find ways to give it repeated, disciplined input, we might see some reconfiguration. I left his office with a list of exercises and a cautious, reluctant gratitude. For the first time since the night of the accident, the blank seemed to have an edge that suggested something might be glued to it. The constellations of officialdom and market pressure continued to orbit me. A series of small official letters arrived, each one another notch of civic attention. The conservatory called. A former colleague left a message that managed to be both solicitous and slightly resentful. I practiced at nights, attempting to follow the rules Girard. Newman had given me metronomic scales with emphasis on listening for structure, rhythmic exercises stripped of their chromatic overlay. The piano was, as it always had been, a kind of domestic liturgy. Now my prayers were more mechanical. In the afternoons, I would sit with old recordings and try to map the phrasing to gestures. Without color, everything was an arithmetic of time and tension. Once, some weeks into the accumulation of forms and requests, I found myself cataloging the letters in a drawer as if they were specimens. There was a thin cruelty to the litany, each note a polite insistence that life continue, as if I were still the same commodity. There were invitations to give talks on the nature of perception, on synesthesia, as though my deficit were now an expertise. There were solicitations from charitable organizations seeking benefit concerts, and a quietly dreadful offer from a promoter promising a victory lap at a reduced fee. The language of these approaches never failed to make me feel smaller. The more the world sought order, the less private my bewilderment felt. I had, in that slow condensation of external order, the sense of being placed in a file pages labeled with dates and actions, my life reduced to a sequence of civic interactions. Inspector Haller brought law and procedure. Felix brought narrative demand. Marta brought commerce, jur. Newman brought a vocabulary that allowed me to speak, at last, in terms that a stranger could understand. Each of them offered a way of translating what happened into a format accessible to others. None of them restored the music's colors. There was one small mercy, and it was private. At night, in the flat when the city slowed to distant traffic, and the street lamps painted the curtains with rectangles, I would play to the empty room. I practiced as if the piano were a ledger that, if filled properly, might summon a future. I kept to small pieces an etude here, a scarlatti their works that required clarity more than spectacle. On some nights I played badly, on others unexpectedly well. The skill remained. My hands still remembered the anatomy of the instrument. What had vanished were the interior prompts, the private color notes that had once informed every phrase. There were moments, more frequent now, when the fingers knew where to go without illumination. These small, unexpected competences felt like a cautious hint the brain was learning new maps. One evening, as the city was breathing toward another dawn, Inspector Haller phoned me. His tone was not accusatory, merely administrative. There had been a new development, he said, and he would like to meet. He asked if I could come to the station the following morning to sign an addendum to my earlier statement. I reported the call immediately to Marta because she wanted to understand optics, and she bristled in the way of those who measure reputations like balance sheets. You must be careful, she said. Every visit to the station will be a story. You must not be seen to be evasive. If they ask, you must cooperate fully. Anything less will be read as guilt by omission. She was blunt and practical. Her words were a litany of possible outcomes. I found myself thinking of Haller's notebook, the precise little strokes of his pen. That, too, was part of the file. At night, before sleep surrendered me, I would imagine other possibilities, an unremarkable exchange with a stranger, a minor technical fault, a simple misunderstanding that had ballooned into calamity. In those imagined rooms the colors reasserted themselves, gently and personally, C-sharp again indigo, Chopin's arpeggios a spread of apricot. They were, inevitably, private conjurings I could not show to anyone who wanted a statement. There is something shameful about clutching to a private miracle when the public is asking for accounting. So the case file accumulated, notes and interviews press conjecture, a clinical plan. Each item was a modest dent in the flat's domestic surface. Each demanded response. The world kept wanting to turn my grief into narrative geometry. I was, for the time being, inclined to refuse. But refusal itself would be read, and that too was a kind of answer. I am a man who had once been read as virtuoso. Now I was being read as suspect. The reading continued until it would not. At the very end of the week, Inspector Haller left me with a remark that lodged in my skull. He had been consulting his notes when he paused and looked up as if measuring the exact degree of pity that civility allowed. "Mr. Caller," he said, "these things have to be clear for everyone concerned. Well, do this as gently as possible. But there is an administrative truth to be satisfied. If you can, be prepared to answer precise questions about the sequence of events. Even memory that feels private sometimes holds those answers." He smiled with the small expression of a man who believes process is a comfort. I wanted to tell him that my private memory was not an instrument of the state. I wanted to tell him that some things did not admit the neatness he required. Instead, I nodded. The case book closed temporarily on the desk as he left. He took his card with the same careful motions he had used when he arrived. Later that night, alone with the piano and the faint hum of the refrigerator, I tried to translate process into practice. I took Jar. Newman's list of exercises from the folder and tried, mechanically at first, then with a small warming of the hands, to coax myself into the discipline he recommended. The metronome clicked in the dark like a civic heartbeat. I set my fingers and played scales to the measured timing, imagining centimeter by centimeter the possibility that the brain might learn again how to speak. The file on the table remained open, a white promise of paper. The city beyond the window was indifferent and luminous. Outside, someone laughed, a small, private sound that carried across the cold air. Inside, I arranged the letters as if cataloging evidence for an inquiry of a different kind, an investigation into what remains when what once defined you has been taken away. The answer was not yet available. The question, however, had been made official. The evenings in which I allow myself to return to those earliest coordinates are always deceptively plain. Someone will have left a window cracked. The radiator will sigh as if remembering its service. The city beyond the glass will move in its small, dependable rhythms, a tram's bell, a dog that sounds 3 houses down, the faint, persistent arpeggio of apartment life. It is in such evenings when the world is doing nothing dramatic that memory can be heard most clearly, as if the present, by lowering its own volume, permits voices from before to surface. My mother kept the flat, as if it were a ledger that needed to balance at the end of every day. The furniture was modest, the crockery matched and unremarkable, the curtains chosen to filter light rather than announce it. She had an economy of speech and an economy of movement. There are people who fill their lives with gestures and people who pare them away until only what is necessary remains. She was the latter. Her hands, practical and patient, tended to the details that ensure continuity, the kettle that would be on the hob at 4, the single lampshade that would be replaced when it finally browned with age. When I think of her now, after the empty months that followed the concert, and after the sterile pronouncements of insurance and inquiry, I see those hands in their small, precise labors. It is a comfort and, in its modesty, a reproach. It was she who first noticed that I named sounds as if they were things other people could touch. I was perhaps 5 or 6 when I told her that the radio's tinkling piano tasted like a glass of cold milk, or that the low whir of the refrigerator was the color of wet stone. She did not dismiss this as childish fancy. Some mothers, I suppose, would have been anxious. Others would have taken a child's metaphor for what it is a child's way of threading language to experience. My mother did something subtler. She paid attention without making a theater of it. One evening she paused from stirring the soup, looked at me across the table where, by then, I had been persistent enough in my associations to turn them into a habit, and she said, as if setting down a truth not to be spoilt, then you must learn to name them properly, Matthias. If the world is giving you this, it would be a shame not to have a measure for it. Her practical mind supplied jars of paints she had bought from the grocer, the sort of crude pigments used for making signs, and she handed me brushes with a maternal solemnity. The brushes did not cost much, but the gesture had the gravity of ceremony. We found, in those small afternoons, a private language. I would put on a record whatever Schubert or Mozart could be had from the stray old vinyls a friend of hers, worked at the shop, had thrust into their hands, and I would paint what I heard. Not pictures in the conventional sense, but bands and washes, a thin, grafted red for an accented staccato, a wash of blue where low strings sighed in unison, a spot of green for a flute's bird-like reply. My mother would stand at the door, hands folded, and watch the room fill with these tentative maps. There is a modesty to early wonder that the world rarely honors once it sees an advantage. For me that advantage waited, a conservatory teacher who thought of novelty as a resource and of eccentricity as a possible asset. Yet even before that, long before public notice and review writers and the slow, elegant apparatus of reputation arrived, there were hours of private recognition, small revelations that folded back on themselves and made the private world more livable. It is important for me to say, now that I have had to catalogue absence, that synesthesia was not an ornamental addition to my life. It was the grammar by which I learned to make sentences in the world. If a child learns to distinguish nouns from verbs and so constructs speech, I learned to move through sound as if it had a cartography. Where other people might have felt only harmonic relations, I could, with the same certainty, trace the color that a chord threw across the room. This was not always literal. Often it was a mood transmuted into hue, but it was consistent enough to be dependable. I chose repertoires and passages not because of a received canon, but because they arranged light in ways I found necessary. There were formalities to the making of a musician in our part of the world scales, hours of practice, while the light failed outside. The solemn instruction of those who had been taught by people who had been taught by others, and there were accidents of mind that made those formalities take on an urgency. My father, in the few sentences he allowed in our house, never called it a gift. He called it an occupation as if it were a trade to be practiced by apprenticeship. He believed in solidity, in the steadiness of an occupation that fed, that made a man less vulnerable to the precariousness of feeling. He left us, that is to say, not entirely because he disapproved of music but because he preferred its steadier derivatives. The narrative of his leaving is not dramatic. There was a long series of small silences, a tightening of a jaw, a growing habit of spending evenings with a friend at the pub. He drifted outward rather than speaking sharply and leaving. That absence sharpened the interior life. If the house had been loud with argument, perhaps I would have turned elsewhere. As it was, music in its colors became both consolation and fortress. Jonas, my younger brother, occupied the peripheries of the story with a disruptive brightness. He moved through the house like a small sun, a punctuation of noise and directness that made the flat less somber. I loved him with the bluntness of older siblings who feel responsible for the small ones. There is a ritual in families where one child becomes the mirror for another's temperament. Jonas chased pigeons and chewed the corners of juvenile books. And in those noisy afternoons I would sometimes sit at the piano and try to translate his small combustions of energy into sound. I do not know what a family without such energy would be like. It is not something to be hypothetically tested. What I do remember is the way his presence made particular chords warmer, as if minor progressions were less sad when he laughed in the doorway. Loss, when it comes, does not arrive in the precise punctuation one imagines. It is not a single headline or one dramatic night. It arrives as a subtraction, a quieting of the house like the turning off of a single light and the slow confirming dark that follows. We have used the word tragedy for many things in the years since, and it is not always fair. My brother's death, I will not dramatize it, because theater is not the register in which grief is best understood, was sudden in its effect and cumulative in its absence. The house learned to occupy the space he left like a patient organism that adjusts its circulation to a missing limb. For me, however, Jonas' absence entered my sense of music as a new index. Where once his laugh had mapped as a slice of yellow across certain passages, its absence left a depression in the color field I relied upon. Later, when the concert accident removed my colors altogether, I would find that the memory of Jonas, or rather the absence of his immediate presence, had already taught me how fragile a sensory grammar could be when emotions rearranged it. The conservatory arrived as conservatories do, like a set of protocols. There were auditions, patience of waiting rooms, the smell of rosin and old wood, a perpetual scent of someone else's earnestness. I had a kind of neatness about me. This suited study. I liked the small economies of discipline, the way a practiced hand would paraphrase a phrase, the quiet that followed a well-curled rubato. Herr Baum, who would later become a figure of reproach and admiration in equal measure, greeted students with the no-nonsense demeanor of those who have chosen measurement over flourish. He had been tutored, in his youth, by men who had a statute of austerity when it came to genius. Genius was not a thing to be celebrated so much as contained and taught. Do not confuse sensation for skill, he told me once, in a thin, economical voice, when I had been enthusiastic about some private color I found in a passage of Schumann. Color is no substitute for technique. It is a symptom, not a solution. His words were both correct and, in their correctness, partial. There is a discipline to the conservatory that cannot be bypassed by temperament. Technique is a foundation without which color is idle. A painted house with no mortar will tumble and wind. Yet Baum did not punish me for my way of hearing. He allowed, with the strictness of a teacher who senses an asset he must refine for my oddities to be disciplined into work. He taught me to invent a vocabulary for phrasing that permitted color to be an allied rhetoric rather than an indulgence. We would sit in the small practice room while the rain ran down the glass, and he would correct the weight of a left hand, the articulation of an appoggiatura, and then ask, "In the post-corrective hush, what do you hear there?" I would say something like, "A thin blue or a low, treacherous olive," and he would nod and say, "Good. Now make it precise. Make it small enough that you can carry it to the end of the phrase." There are many ways to tell this portion of the story that would flatter my vanity. I do not flatter it now. I will not claim that everyone loved me at once, or that fame was an immediate certainty. There were students more technically gifted than I, and there was the long, grinding labor of public performance. What mattered, in those years, was a quiet conviction that because I had a way of hearing that included color, I could make choices that others did not. I would select cycles and nocturnes because they arranged light in the ways I preferred. I would linger on a phrase until the color it produced matched an internal coherence I could not otherwise name. There is a small cruelty to such particularity. It makes life more cohesive in some senses and narrower in others. I learned to rely on my palette in ways that, in hindsight, were dangerous. It was a private geometry that seemed stable precisely because it was private. The first modest recognitions came a teacher who recommended me for a small recital, a critic who, in a paragraph that attempted to be witty, spoke of my unusual chromatic sensibility. Such phrases are dangerous because they are shorthand. The public takes a sentence like that and makes a profession of it. A persona is then crafted, partly by you and partly by those who find stories useful. I acquiesced. How does one refuse the flattering lens when it shines so coolly on an anxious youth? I began to stage myself slightly, a practiced look, a measured bow. The colors, however, remained stubbornly private. The audience, at first, could only supply metaphors. When I tell this now, with the blankness at my breast and the quiet of my apartment as a stage, I do so to argue against a sentimental myth. Synesthesia was not a theatrical prop but a lived necessity. It ordered practices, it chose repertory, it softened the absence of a father and modulated the memory of a brother. It was the language I used to make an otherwise precarious life coherent. To lose it later would not be merely a loss of a quirk. It would be like being asked, at middle age, to learn to speak another mother tongue, and to do so in rooms where hundreds of people were listening for the old accent. I do not wish to end this by making a tidy claim about resilience. The narrative of origin is not a cure, it is a ledger. The reason I keep returning to these scenes, the kitchen's kettle, the conservatory's radiator, my mother's patient hands, is that they account, in small, irrefutable ways, for why the disappearance of color felt like an erosion of self rather than a mere neurological glitch. They explain my stubbornness when others asked me to appear, and they explain my shame when I could not. They also, if only faintly, give me resources. Memory, as I have learned, is not simply a vault. It is a set of tools, patterns of attention, gestures of discipline, a map of how to learn. If synesthesia was a grammar that taught me to read sound as color, then perhaps memory contains the lexicon by which a new grammar might be learnt. Still, that would be a provisional hope. There is a line in the conservatory's philosophy, whether said or merely implied, that talent must be given a shape. Talent without a vessel is like a river without banks. It diffuses and becomes marsh. The question that follows on the heels of this chapter is practical and unromantic. If one has lost one's habitual, almost tacit grammar, what method will one employ to compose anew? I cannot yet answer that, though I will try. For now, the shape of the next movement is simply this: the effort to play, once again, in rooms that have not yet accepted a new syntax. Tomorrow I will take the piano in my flat and place an old Schubert beside a blank sheet, and, as I have done for the years of my public life, I will count silently to myself, and then, with hands that remember their arcs, I will attempt a phrase. It is the smallness of the attempt that is both terrifying and necessary. A long career trains you to expect the arc of applause. The absence of color trains you to notice the absence itself. I will sit tonight with that knowledge in my bones. I will fold it into the practice of my hands, and then, when the kettle reaches its thin, inevitable whistle, I will pour tea, and see whether a thin, familiar blue will come back to me or whether I must, at last, learn to name the world differently. The piano is an honest instrument in the wrong sense. It takes what is put into it and returns it with a fidelity that is sometimes cruel. I sit down and discover that my hands remember the gestures of evenings before the accident with a passive, almost bureaucratic faith. They know where to go. They do not know why. It is a peculiar form of humiliation to discover that the body has become an executor of instructions while the mind, which once furnished the instructions with light, has been rendered administrative. The coordinates remain the notation, the phrasing marks, the arc of a phrase written in a conservatory's dutiful script, and yet the map that had once rendered those coordinates a landscape has been stripped away. Muscle memory carries me through the skeleton of a piece. What I no longer have is the skin of color that once clothed that skeleton in feeling. Perhaps that is the first indignity, to be precise and to be empty. A passage I had once played as if pressing my finger into a warm tide now sits there like an exacting proof. The notes align, the tempi are correct, but the assumption of animation, of subjective warmth, is absent. I have learned to name this absence the way one names an injury. The area is insensitive. There will be recuperative work. But there are no guarantees. Even the verbs of music feel slippery. I can execute yet not sustain. The day begins, as most of my days do now, not with any noble intention but with ritual. I make tea and count the water, watch the kettle collect itself into steam like a breath I do not yet own. I set a timer for an hour because, without the theater of performance to impose order, I trust only small pieces of imposed discipline. I seat myself at the bench, feel the wood press into my calves, and open an old score. The printed ink is familiar in the same way a face is familiar, an assemblage of features that you can describe, but which no longer incite the same affection. I start with a chop in etude not for vanity but because its architecture is honest. The right hand must climb, the left must hold the earth. My fingers move. The passages execute with a technical correctness that would have pleased critics but would have been cold comfort. Halfway through the 9th bar a familiar friction appears, where I had once been guided by an immediate chromatic hue low-e that had been the color of river-stained indigo, and therefore asked for a certain tenderness. Now there is only pitch and timing, precise as a metronome. I play the bar again, nothing softens. I try to will feeling into it and find only the strange paradox that feeling will not arrive at my command. There is a sound in the room that does not come from the piano, my breath translated into a dry calendar of counts. I breathe in and breathe out with the same suppleness I once afforded a crescendo. The hands persist, the mind suspends. When the final chord rings, it leaves in the air a silence that feels accusatory rather than consoling. Perhaps the deeper humiliation is that this failure is not a single, spectacular collapse but a slow accrual of small collapses. Small audiences, the adjutant of a former manager, a colleague summoned for distance, supply a microcosm of the world's expectations. And in each microcosm my deficit is measured in degrees. I remember the programs printed in glossy ink with my name folded into their middle. I remember the way a critic's adjective would varnish a success or a misstep with public consequence. Now, even to perform before two people feels like walking a balance on a wire whose net has been removed. The fact that they are minor figures in my life does not lessen my awareness that they can adjudicate me. The ledger of reputation is small but precise. Each item counts. It is in this brittle arithmetic of small audiences that Sophia arrives. She comes as a student from the conservatory with embarrassed punctuality and a bundle of scores under one arm. I had taught her once in a master class briefly, matter-of-factly, and she had written a polite note when the accident occurred. Her presence is both a courtesy and a hazard. I had not invited her. She had come because the idea of asking after her old teacher felt, to her, required. There is a calmness about the way she carries herself, a kind of professional humility that is restful. She sets the scores on the piano and watches me play a short phrase without saying anything. When I stop, she looks across the lacquer and says, "It doesn't sound like you." It is not a judgment but an observation. I suppose I could have expected reproach, consolation, or the clumsy flattery that people who do not know what to say often offer in the form of embellished sympathy. Sophia supplies none of these. She offers instead a suggestion: try the third finger on that passage, and let the phrase breathe on the last note of the bar. She demonstrates with a quietness that has a practical authority. There is no exaltation and no pity in the motion, only an insistence that the body can be instructed in new ways. Trying the fingering she suggests feels like reading a new sentence. The phrase moves with a slightly altered contour, and for a moment so brief it could be dismissed as illusion, I sense a kind of return. Not to the chromatic rainbow that once accompanied each pitch, but to an internal logic, a shape whose edges I can now perceive without color. I tell myself, as one might recite a consolation, that this is not recovery but adaptation. Sophia watches my face closely. "You look surprised," she says. "Yes, I admit. I look like that only when I find something I had misplaced. Then don't lose it. The tone is not jocular. It is almost cabalistic in the way teachers sometimes are with students, an encouragement masked as command. I am grateful in a way that is almost ashamed. Grateful because an exchange of technique has yielded anything at all. Ashamed because even this small salvage feels like a concession. After she leaves, I sit with a small dossier of internal arguments. If technique can be reconfigured, if the fingers can be taught a new idiom of movement, and the ear trained to attend to structural cues rather than chromatic prompts, then perhaps there is a path that runs parallel to the one lost. But it remains a path without the old map. I am reminded of the anecdote Herbaum once told me about a carpenter, a man who, in the absence of a spirit level, learned to hold a plane so that a table did not wobble. The carpenter did not mourn the missing instrument. He learned to inhabit a compromise. I want to be that carpenter, but the thought of it feels too practical, almost petty, in the face of a public that expects miracles. And yet the ledger tightens. Marta's voice, when it arrives on my phone, is brisk. She has lined up a small, low-stakes rehearsal, she says, nothing to alarm the press. It is not a comeback, she insists, though I know that is a matter of phrasing for her more than conviction. It's a measured step. We must show that you are working. I agree because it feels dishonest not to. There is that old professional reflex to accept any stage that will be held for you, even as a prop. I go to the rehearsal because supplying a surface of activity is, in some sense, necessary. The rehearsal is a lesson in how the social apparatus of music assumes the presence of the inner life that once made performance true. The hall is small, practical, light from a bank of frosted windows. Marta paces, checking a clipboard. There is a tone of optimistic skepticism about her. She wants to make something of this moment, and is honest enough to admit that business instincts are sometimes indistinguishable from care. The rehearsal begins, and I find that under the pressure of observation my deficits are more tangible. I make an error that is not spectacular but is irrefutable, a staccato that spills into legato, because my internal emphasis is misaligned. A technician coughs in the back. The error is small, its significance is large. I leave the rehearsal not with a plan but with the texture of failure clinging to me like dust. It would be melodramatic to say this moment defined me, and yet all art is composed of moments pressed into narrative. The event collapses into a ledger note, rehearsal error reconsideration. I could call it a setback and be done, but the humiliation is a different thing. It is private and social at once. A knowledge that one has been seen to be less than one was supposed to be. The body remembers the applause of 1,000 evenings. It also remembers the way a single cough can feel like judgment. It is when the season of small failures accumulates that Herbaum's letter arrives. He writes in his old, slanted hand on a sheet of paper the size his own life suggests, compact, well-ruled. The letter is not sentimental. He does not ask after my feelings. He commands a regimen. There is no moral virtue in waiting for inspiration, he writes. There is only work. The reed is still a reed whether or not the river swells. Attend to the reed. Reading his sentences aloud to myself, a habit that is less about theatrics than about feeling the logic of instruction inside my mouth, I find the cadence of his thinking stabilizing. He tells me to practice scales as if they were prayers, to relearn bowing on the piano's phrasing as if it were a manual of craft. The letter is heavy with a faith in method that is almost religious in its certainty. I feel both chastened and oddly comforted. The world is not a place of miracles, he seems to say. It is a place of habits you must keep even when the gods do not listen. I begin, in the days that follow, to administer myself a new kind of discipline, not the heroic stretching for an impossible return, but the careful accretion of small, measurable gains. I time how long I can hold a pianissimo without losing focus. I practice scales in rhythmical variations until my hands stop asking for color cues and begin to accept structural ones. I take the advice of my younger students and the old cadences of my teacher and stitch them together into a regimen that feels less like recovery and more like construction. This is the strange work of the chapter, to find the dignity of craft where once there had been the intoxication of gift. There are days when it is unbearably dull, the way a photograph of a fire is dull for lacking heat. There are other days, smaller and quieter, when a fingering discovery a new, unpretentious way to make a low bass sing feels like a small triumph. I collect these small triumphs like coins and place them in a drawer labeled possible. They will not pay the bills of recognition, but they will pay for a modest internal currency. The knowledge that I can make something coherent without the help of the colors, I once took for granted. The chapter does not close with a revelation. The piano is still an honest instrument that returns what is given, and the world is still impatient. But the humiliation of those first days has been tempered by a practical decision. I will not seek miracles as Marta would advertise them. I will not chase publicity as a salve. I will, instead, attempt the slow and quiet work of rebuilding a craft, of teaching where teaching can be useful, and of learning a new grammar of sound that does not insist on chromatic light. There is, in this decision, a faint relief. It is better to build scaffolding than to pretend the ruin is not there at all. On the last page of my practice journal for the week, I write a single sentence, in the sort of ink one uses when making a promise. If music is a house, I will learn new rooms. The sentence feels both humble and defiant. Outside, a tram bell rings indifferent and punctual. Inside, the lamp hums. I close the score and look at my hands, which are patient and unexpectedly steady. They no longer carry the certainty of color, but they will carry, perhaps, a more dependable sort of knowledge. I put on my coat with the plan to go out, partly because the flat has become an archive and archives tend to fossilize what is inside them. The market district is a dangerous idea. It holds both the practicalities of life and the improbable possibility of an encounter that could open a different doorway. I have not decided to search for miracles. I only tell myself that it is time to leave the rooms I have made for myself and to see what else the city might show. Perhaps that is prudent modesty, perhaps it is a prelude to foolishness. Either way, I step out into the light, and the world, which does not owe me color, continues indifferent. At the corner I hesitate for the fraction of a breath, and then walk toward the tram, thinking of carpenters, letters, and the small sacrament of scales. The evening air contains the smell of bread and diesel and something like possibility. I do not know what the market will hold, only that, to keep practicing in the solitary economy of the flat will not be enough. If I am to make music that matters to me and not merely to others, I will have to teach, to be taught, and to accept the slow arithmetic of small progress. It is a different promise than the old one, but it is a promise nonetheless. I cross the street and the bell of a shop door rings, ordinary and bright. The scene is unremarkable, and for this reason it feels exactly like the beginning of something that might hold. I had meant only to buy tangerines. It was a small errand. A ritual required more by the need to move than by appetite, and one I kept to myself as if a modest domestic task might be less conspicuous than the larger. more public mistakes that had concentrated on my name. The market I chose was off the tram lines I had once navigated with unconscious assurance. It belonged to a part of the city I visited rarely, for reasons I could have named. The stalls smelled of more coal than linen, the pavements were more puckered, the complaints of the world more immediate and less dressed for review. I went because it offered what my flat did not, a place where I could be anonymous in a way I had not been allowed to be for decades. I had convinced myself that anonymity would be a salve, that the mechanical exchange of money for fruit would be a small, unremarkable contact with life that required no narrative. The market unfolded in the ordinary way markets do, a cluster of tables, a cavalcade of colors rendered by their own realities, rusting metal crates, the bright, clinical sheen of apples, a pile of onions that seemed to gather light into themselves. A man shouted prices in a register that had little to do with arithmetic and everything to do with ritual. A woman with a stout scarf tied tight around her jaw threaded a discussion about the weather with the same tenor as she packed sausage into paper. The world presented itself in layers of texture and purpose. It was astonishing, in its way, how little of that I could now say was mine. I had not planned to look at the side alleys. They were for small domestic tragedies, lost mittens, a child crying because a coin had rolled away. I hesitated outside one stall where a man, perhaps a little younger than me, perhaps a little older. The market is a place where age negotiates itself differently arranged cabbages with deliberations so precise it might have been training. Beside his table a figure sat on a low stool, a canvas board across her knees. I saw her at once because the shock was not so much the sight of paint as the fact that in the market, among its grocery pragmatisms, there was someone making an image for no apparent purpose other than the compulsion itself. She was small, wiry, a dark braid thrown over one shoulder, knees freckled and bare where the paint had not reached. Her hands were as stained as the aprons that surrounded her, but theirs was a different kind of stain, not the grace of frying oil, but the concentrated, intimate smudge of pigment. She had a tin of brushes, a dented palette, a rag, and a dozen tubes of color squeezed in a disorderly row. She painted, her head slightly cocked, with an attention that had nothing theatrical about it. There was no attempt to attract, no operatic demonstration. She appeared to be precisely absorbed. It was the economy of her gestures that held me. She did not search the space, each stroke was a decision. A flat brush lay down a wide, deep area of blue. Then, with a smaller brush and a rapid wrist, she applied a thin, almost surgical line of red that did not so much cut as suggest a quick, sharp accent. The painting, even in its infancy, possessed a grammar I recognized not because it imitated any photograph but because it obeyed a logic of tension and release I had once found in sound. Where I had expected to be unmoved, my chest registered a response that was more physical than intellectual, a partial remembering. "Good morning," the market vendor said without looking up. "Careful with that paint, Leanie." She only grunted, which was a grown-up equivalent of an apology, and went on. I stood a few paces away as if I had been rooted there by a gust. It occurred to me, with a characteristic combination of embarrassment and curiosity, that I had looked at paintings before and not been moved by the color per correspondence of my old life. That used to be the distinguishing feature of my perception. A chord could be blue, a phrase could be apricot, and this synesthetic map had been intimate and reliable and private. Now the map had been erased. I could tell the difference between ultramarine and cobalt, between carmine and vermilion, as any ordinary person might, but the direct, involuntary binding of sound to hue, the private compass that made music a topography I could walk, had gone. In this girl's movements there was something of that compass, or perhaps an echo of it. I have always been cautious with children, perhaps because I have the temperament of a man who has been watched much and judged more reserved, formal, thinking carefully before speech. It surprised even me when I found myself stepping closer. There was a foolish, fumbled willingness in my approach that I did not usually afford myself. Perhaps what drew me was not the paint, but the recognition of the pattern, long, Substantive washes followed by brief interrupts, like a chest inhaling and a sudden cough. "Excuse me," I said, forcing my voice to neutral. Do you come here often?" The question was inelegant. I could hear how it sounded. It was, nevertheless, the only one I had. She looked up. She was not so much surprised as mildly inconvenienced. "Not really," she said. "Only when there's enough light to see what I did wrong yesterday." There was a candor in the reply that disarmed me. She returned to her brush and made a red dash, quick and decisive. "Who taught you?" I asked. The question came because questions are how one gathers detail. I was collecting evidence to see whether this was coincidence or a pattern. "Nobody," she said. "My mum paints signs. I learned watching." The simplicity of the answer was not the point. It was the fact that she had a logic that did not seem to need words. "What are you painting now?" She hesitated, the single pause of a child weighing whether to make something polite of the truth. "A sound," she said, in a voice that was small and almost apologetic for the audacity. It was the word sound that did something in me. I had no right to expect miracles, and yet the sentence was a key. I stared at the patch of blue she had laid down and felt a memory that was not visual but structural. A feeling of weight that in other circumstances I would have identified as belonging to a low E. But of course I could not hear it as such. There was no auditory stimulation from her brush. The contour was emotional, a particular density of blue that sat heavy on the board. It had the gravity of a note you feel before you explain it. Do colors mean things to you?" I asked carefully. It felt as if I were stepping into private property. "Sometimes," she said. She did not elaborate, which was typical. She had the economy of an observer who had already learned the world was not very interested in listening to children's philosophies. Then, surprising me, she reached out and pushed the board toward me as if testing me. "Try," she said. "Tell me what it says." I took the cardboard in my hands. The board was warm where her fingers had rested. The blue was not painted with finesse. There were visible overlaps where the brush had gone back and forth. The red line, by contrast, was single and sure. I found myself creating sentences in my head, the way one does when trying to translate an unfamiliar language, long, low phrase, then a quick accent. The translation was not precise in the way that a trained ear would demand. It was impressionistic, but it was enough to make something stir. "What would you call that blue?" I asked, perhaps foolishly seeking names. She named it as a child names things, directly, without theatricality. "Lake blue." "Not the bright one, the deep one. Like when the tram goes under the bridge, and you can't see the sky." I felt the image and, perversely, wanted to correct it into musical terms, to say low E or bass or something technical that would translate her intuition into my former vocabulary. I did not. I let the metaphor stand. "Are you selling these?" I asked, a practical thought intruding. It was the kind of question managers ask when they see opportunity. It was not flattering, but it was realistic. The market, after all, is where transactions take place. "No," she said immediately. "They for me. Sometimes I trade. But mostly for me." She said it as if the premise that an object might simply exist for the pleasure of the hand was a reasonable one. And I found myself smiling at the way she pronounced the word trade, not like a negotiation but like a small, everyday barter. I hesitated, then made an offer that made me sound ridiculous even as I made it. Would you paint something like this again? A small one. I would pay." She blinked. "You'll buy my rubbish." Not rubbish," I said, which was unnecessary and yet honest. "I would like to see more." She considered, eyes narrowing in concentration that made her look older for a second. "How much?" I named a sum, modest but real. Her face registered no discernible shock. She seemed to have a working knowledge of transactions I did not imagine for a child her age. "Tomorrow," she said, "by the bread stall. Noon, 50 cents. It was a bargain. She had lowered the price and with it, set the terms so that I could not mistake her for a charity case. She gathered her brushes and, with a quick, precise motion, wrapped the board in a scrap of newspaper and handed it to me. "Keep it," she said, and then added as if by afterthought, "but don't tell my mum I sold it." I walked home with the parcel tucked under my arm like contraband. The market sounds returned in a wash, the low argument of a vendor, the cawing of pigeons near a statue, a child's shriek of pure pleasure, and yet my mind kept returning to the small board. I had the ridiculous, private sensation of someone who had been given a map piece. It was not that the painting would restore the vanished color-music bond. It was that the painting provided a different affordance, a tangible object against which I could try measures without the performative pressure of an audience. At home I made tea because the movement steadied me. I set the board beside the kettle and looked at it with the half-clinical curiosity of a man cataloging a specimen. I lay a hand on the blue. It was dry and slightly grainy. The red line caught the light like a small scar. When I closed my eyes, there was no inner noise. There was only the recollection of the way the blue had sat in the market air, like a held breath. There is a kind of shame that lodges in small things. Mine had lived in large public humiliations and in the private geography of sleepless nights, but it also inhabited small quotidian moments, the way I put the kettle on, the exact angle at which I left the music stand in the flat. This painting, improbable and slight, touched that private geography and made it uneasy in a new way. It suggested paths that had not been available when the map of my inner perception was whole. It suggested that other people had internal logics, and some of those logics might be, if not homologous, then commensurable with mine. I did not sleep well that night. I found myself arranging a schedule, absurd in its detail, that included a return to the market, a negotiation about space for Leanie to paint at my flat if she wished. A thought that I might almost as a practical exercise teach her certain things about structure. The idea felt both ridiculous and necessary. Ridiculous because I am a man of 40-odd years suggesting to a child how to order her play. Necessary because I was desperately seeking scaffolding for the unpeopled place inside me. In the quiet hours I permitted myself a private catalogue of objections. Children were unpredictable. A child's palate might be idiosyncratic, and what seemed like correspondence to me might be pure coincidence. Anja, if this child were indeed bound to an adult, might be protective or wary, and I was not a man with much cultural capital in negotiations that did not involve a keyboard. I had, too, the professional reluctance of an artist to put myself under the tutelage of chance. My career had been built on rigorous hours and careful standards of excellence. To place trust in a market child's instinct felt like a betrayal of the discipline I had cultivated. Yet I recognized the truth behind such scruples. They were to a large degree a refinement of pride. The alternative to begin, as I had not for a long time, with small experiments that might fail was frightening. I had once been a man who valued certainty in order to produce beauty. Now there was no certainty, only the small evidence of a painting wrapped in newspaper, and the knowledge that I had promised a sum of money for a repeat performance. The next day I walked to the market at a time I had not been to a market in years. Noon, when the light was horizontal and forgiving. She was there as she had promised, low stool occupying the same small niche. Her board lay on her knees like an instrument. The vendor called to her as if she were part of the market's furniture. When she saw me, she did not make an event of it. She made the sign of an agreement and returned to her work. We agreed, without much ceremony, on the terms, a canvas, 2 or 3 small sketches, and my offering of a lesson once a week, not to school her in the way conservatory teachers school, but to show her simple structural elements, phrases, cadence, the idea of tension and release. She listened to this proposal with the concentration of someone who was not used to being consulted about her life. Finally, after a short while, she nodded. It is absurd, perhaps, that I expected some immediate, transcendent return. That was never how recovery, if recovery is the right word, begins. Instead there were small, modest signs, the way her palate shifted when I mentioned the word phrase, as if the vocabulary itself supplied a subtle gram of gravity to her choices. The way she began to outline with charcoal before committing to color, a practice that suggested an instinct for planning, even when the execution remained impulsive. When I walked home that second day, the market felt less anonymous. There was a thread now, an appointment in the world that was not my name on a program nor the judgment of reviews. It was simpler, a bargain, a promise, a small sheet of painting that might, in time, become a way of practicing the strange art of listening that had to be relearned not as restoration but as translation. I do not know, and I do not yet know, whether Leanie's colors will keep any fidelity to the sounds I have lost. I only know that for the moment the world is offering me a new vocabulary, and that my hands, so accustomed to the keys, are learning the humility of accepting instruction from a child. There is, in that reversal, a kind of chastened pleasure, a slight, private amusement, and a beginning of something like hope. If the market taught me anything in those weeks, it was that one must look where one might not have thought to look, in alleys, beside cabbage crates, in the small, polite transactions between people who do not expect to be read. The great halls will wait. They are patient. For now there is paint on cardboard and a child who does not seem to care whether her work will be praised. She paints because she must, and that bare necessity has a truth that no program can manufacture. When I left the market the second day, Leanie called after me in a voice that had a prescriptive directness. "You bring the metronome," she said. I looked back, startled. "Why?" "Because I want to try painting something that goes with it," she said. "Like make the tempo blue, not just the note." The idea was so simply precise that I laughed out loud. The sound startled me because it was an honest noise, not a performance. "All right," I said. "I will bring one." Her grin was small and quick, and then she bent again to her board. The market resumed its music, the stallholder's banter, the click of a coin, the distant bell. The painting in my bag lay like contraband next to the percussion of daily life. I walked home counting my steps the way one measures a bar, and for once the counting was not an anxious habit, but a way of marking my place between what I had lost and the possibility of a new, modest architecture for listening. The thought that troubled me at the end of that day was not that I might reclaim my old faculty, that seemed an absurd vanity, but rather that I might learn to translate again, which is to say to accept that music need not be a private map in order to be true. Translation is, in its most humble form, an act of attention. If Lennie's hands could make visible the shapes music used to make for me, then perhaps I could learn to read those shapes in another register. It was not recovery I sought. It was evidence that another way of knowing was possible. I slept better that night, not because the market had fixed anything grand, but because there was a small, concrete plan, a metronome, a stool, a child who could, perhaps, teach me to see the arcs of sound again in a different light. The colors had not returned to me as they had been. They had arrived in a new guise, via a child and a cardboard, and for the first time in months I permitted myself the private sensation that the ledger I kept of losses might, with time and patience, begin to show entries of a different kind, not restitution, but remapping. The idea that my art might become a conversation, rather than a solitary possession, was almost unbearable with its simplicity, and so I wrapped the thought carefully, like the small painting in newspaper, and kept it under my arm as I went about the rest of my day. I had not intended to return to the market that week. It was, as with many small decisions since the accident, one of those acts that look like whim when described and like necessity when executed. A need to be outside the rooms that contained the piano, a way of letting the city decide what he might tolerate of its business. The market on the Sechtelplatz sits across from a bakery that refuses to change its windows to the new lighting. The loaves glare at you with the same honest crust regardless of whatever the papers choose to say. I found the stall by the smell, linseed oil and turpentine, the scent that had been for years the less visible companion of my life in varnish and varnish smell. The child was there, as if she knew the stall belonged to the narrow quarter between the fruit seller and the tobacconist. She painted on cardboard, not canvas. She had a small box of mixed pigments, cheap, bright, unreliable, and a brush that looked too large for her grip. The strokes were quick and final. There is a certain economy to children's painting that always unsettles me. Decisions are made with a single line, without the apology of revision. I watched, feeling the odd relief that I could still recognize the cadence of a hand at work, even when my own interior signals had been silenced. She was making a square of very clear blue, not mixed into anything else, and the blue took the cardboard the way a small C takes a hollow. For reasons I could not have rationally explained then, perhaps because of history or perhaps because I was simply living badly with absence, that blue read to me like a low A. There was no color sense in my eyes, not since the accident. I have to remind myself of this fact in any scene where one might believe otherwise. It is not that the world had become gray. It is that the private overlay that once braided pitch with pigment had been clipped away. I recognized the shape of the movement, the weight of the wash, the breadth of the stroke, and in the absence of chromatic echo, my mind supplied a phantom. The sense that the wash was heavy, and that its weight corresponded to a note that had always been substantial in my memory. She noticed me then, which startled me because I had thought myself invisible. There is, I think, a particular freedom in being unnoticed, a freedom I had been clinging to for months, and her glance threatened that fragile liberty with a different sort of claim. She did not look at me as though I were a curiosity. She looked at me in the way people look at a potential debtor or a person who might supply a match to a fire. She measured me for utility. Bist du ein Lehrer? She asked in a voice scraped smooth by too much speaking and too much silence. Her German was clipped. She used the short words of the street. The question was straightforward. I have found that children tend to ask only what matters to them. Neen, I said before I could prevent the reflex of accuracy, at least not professionally. I taught once. She nodded as if this were sufficient. My mother says teachers are expensive. She says I should paint first until someone pays me. I learned her name from the small print on a sack of paint tubes. She kept a slip of a paper with Leanie scrawled in a practiced hand. When her mother came from behind the stall, broad-shouldered and alert, with dried paint at her cuffs, the conversation sharpened into one I had anticipated only in outlines. Anja, she smelled of coffee and hardware glue. She stood with a kind of patient warness that was mostly economy in another register. There was no dramatic pleading in her voice, only the practical arithmetic of a mother who knew that talent is useful only insofar as it exchanges for bread. You want her to learn? Anja asked, not unkindly. I can show her things, I said. I do not mean lessons in the sense of conservatory hours, but I hesitated, aware of how it sounded, a man reduced to gestures and moral warmth. I can teach her the basics. For rhythm, for form, for how a line works in music. Anja's smile was almost invisible. She doesn't need sympathy. She needs food. I felt, irrationally, like an intruder in calculus. The arithmetic of their lives was not mine, but the idea had lodged in me in exchange. My reputation could not be entrusted with making Lena's future, but my knowledge could be made useful in small doses. The barter was simple and terrible in its inventiveness. I would give instruction in the abstract structures I knew. Leanie would give me a chart of pigments mapped, in her instinctive way, the chords and progressions I asked her to paint. It is the peculiar honesty of barters that they make explicit what we often hide behind currency and protocol. The mutual insufficiency of two parties, and the hope that together they can cover what is lacking. I told them I wanted nothing for appearances, that I wanted only the canvases, not because I thought they would return my synesthesia, but because I was exhausted from practicing in the dark and from the ledger-like attention that had replaced music. What if she just paints what she likes? I asked, speaking to Anja but partly to Leanie, who sat observing us like a small judge. Lena's response was abrupt and precise. I will paint what you tell me, if you tell me what it is. I will choose colors that feel right, and you'll accept lessons. Anja asked. Not for show, but for real. There is, in practical negotiations, a moment where both parties measure the other's appetite for constraint. Anja's question was not merely about pedagogy. It was about whether I would ask for discipline of a child who had learned to survive by improvisation. I understood the unspoken charge. I could not be another adult setting impossible standards for Lini. I had to be useful and not punitive. I will not demand more than she can give, I said. I will teach in small pieces. She will learn form, yes, but also that there are ways to make the work hold together. The agreement was put in the practical terms that Anja insisted upon, an hour twice a week at my flat, a small fee for supplies to be paid when possible, and in return, canvases, small panels, each dedicated to a progression we would explore together. Lini would paint one for each lesson, mapping with her hand the shape of what I played. We exchanged names properly then, which felt like signing an invisible contract. I left the market with the small, unexpected sensation of having scheduled an appointment with the future. It is humbling to arrange hope in halting increments, to place your trust in a timetable that might be broken in a moment. But I found small comfort in the obligation of regularity, the idea that twice a week, someone would be waiting to make the world slightly legible again. Our first formal session, when it came, unfolded with the awkwardness I had imagined and several finer surprises I had not. The room in my flat is narrow and long. The piano sits with its back to the radiator, and a narrow strip of wall, where I keep old scores. Lini arrived with her brush tucked in her braid, and with a parcel of cardboard. She had a small satchel of pigments, which she arranged with the kind of economy I had once associated with a touring musician organizing scores. The minimum of tools for a maximum of work. She sat on the upright piano bench opposite me, legs swinging. There is something in that posture, legs repeating small motions. An unself-consciousness of the body when occupied by art that made me feel less like a museum piece and more like a live instrument. I gave her a sheet on the stand and asked her to make a mark. The request was both absurdly simple and fraught with the memory of what instruments used to do for me without my asking. "Play in a minor triad," I said. My voice was careful. I wanted the sound to be a gentle enough frame for her response. When I press 3 notes now, they are precise and sober, without the chromatic bloom that had once accompanied them. I play the then the C, then the E3 modest clear notes. Lina's brush moved. Her hand dipped into blue and laid a wash, generous and sure. She mixed nothing, or if she did it was the smallest of adjustments. The blue filled the paper in a way that suggests depth rather than color. It had a weight. I had expected to be reduced to bookkeeping to check the match of sound and pigment with a forensic attention. I had not expected to feel, with brutal immediacy, the outline of a phrase. The blue, in its breadth and acceptance of space, suggested the settling, the sonorous center of the triad. It was not the indigo of some childhood map that I possessed. It was the sense of weight and ease that a tonic chord gives to a phrase. I felt, briefly and with a kind of shrill joy, that a single painting could act as a prosthetic for an absent faculty. She followed the triad with a thin slash of red, a small, sharp mark that broke the serenity of the blue. My body remembered the tiny shock of a staccato. There is a redundancy in muscle memory that is not wholly musical, the tapping of a finger on a table when a sentence hits a cadence, the small exhale when a phrase resolves. The red snap did that for me. It punctured the wash, and in doing so, provided a counterpoint the blue could hold against. We sat with that small exchange for a long time. I played short progressions, and she painted in response, a movement to E minor rendered in a green that indicated not so much pitch as a brittle reedness. A modulation to C major answered in a pale, open wash. What emerged surprised me. Lini did not map exact timbre to a fixed chroma. She converted feeling into surface. Her palette had rules, broad, intuitive rules, but rules nonetheless. A dominant chord meant pressure. She painted it with concentrated strokes. A suspended chord meant waiting. She stretched the pigment thin and let the cardboard show through. There was a translation at work, then, but it was not mechanical. She translated emotional shape rather than sonic detail. I found this distinction important because it undercut the fantasy that I might recover in exactitude what I had lost. My synesthesia had once been detailed enough to make certain interpretive shortcuts possible. These canvases would not restore those shortcuts. What they offered, if they offered anything at all, was a scaffolding, an external, visual architecture that I could learn to walk by. Why blue for that? I asked finally, unable to keep my curiosity quiet. She shrugged in the way children do when asked about the origin of something grown naturally. Because it sits, she said. It doesn't want to move. And the red. Because it snaps. Her answers were not metaphors so much as the simplest of observations. I felt oddly grateful. The superficial clarity of them reminded me of the clarity of the earliest lessons I had given. We begin with the smallest facts and build outward. At the end of the hour I had a small stack of panels, each marked with the naive syntax of a child's hand, and yet each expressing with a strange fidelity a contour I recognized. I walked back through the streets with them tucked under my arm, the city finding me again in its ordinary ways, the clack of tram wheels, the man selling roasted chestnuts, the steady passage of time measured in small economies. The canvases felt like instruments. They felt like tools that, if used patiently, might return to me the possibility of conversation with sound. I do not mean to suggest that I was elated. There was no sudden lift or cure. The world had not remade itself for me overnight. What happened instead was smaller and perhaps more durable. A rhythm settled into my days. Twice a week I had to be present. Twice a week I had to form an argument with a child about tension and release. I found, with a quiet astonishment, that the act of making another person attend to structure forced me to attend to it as well. Teaching became a way of rehearsing not only technique, but also the humility of forms. When I thought later about that first lesson, I would recall small things. The way her fingertips were stained. The way she hummed under her breath when a progression pleased her. The simplicity of the explanations she gave like a child who had not yet learned to complicate her own truths. But I would also remember the look on Anja's face as she watched the door from a distance, as though measuring the promise against the immediate arithmetic of need. There is always a cost to these compensations. Whether our bargains pay is a different question. On the way home, wrapping the panels in brown paper at a nearby newsstand, I felt both lighter and strangely encumbered. The paintings were evidence, small and provisional, of a new method. They were objects that declared the possibility of translation. More than that, they were a reminder that necessity can be a form of pedagogy. I had been hounded by the idea that I must restore a lost faculty to myself in order to be an artist. Lena's work began to suggest an alternative, that the artist might instead learn to listen in the presence of other people's instruments. I closed that evening with the cautious sort of hope that is not a promise but a contract. A lesson twice a week is a structure for both of us, for Leni, a disciplined encounter with form, for me, an obligation to attempt. There are, I know already, perils in this arrangement. The market may fold. A painter may abandon pigments for other wages. A child may resent the adult who asks for discipline. Anja may grow impatient. The world will continue to demand from me the spectacle I no longer can reliably offer. But the canvases in their brown paper wrappers felt like a small armature on which to hang practice. The colors did not return, but a way back not to what was but to what might be had, for the first time in months, a shape I could describe. I had never thought of my flat as a place that would take paint. It had been a room of clean angles and careful routines, scores arrayed like paper maps, a kettle that I timed to the second, a piano bench that bore the memory of my weight in repeated hours. There were objects of habit and little memorials to sound, an old metronome with a nick in its case, a worn copy of a nocturne whose margins carried the tiny annotations of rehearsals gone by. When Leni arrived with a wooden box of pigments and a rolled canvas, the room opened, briefly, into something like a foreign country. She came in without fuss, as though the entry into other people's spaces were expected, and neither rude nor brave. The box was small, the lid loose, and when she set it on the cheap kitchen table the smell of linseed came up as if from a shallow well. There was paint under the thumbnail of her left hand, a line of stubborn blue across her thumb. She set the roll of canvas down with circular, efficient motions. She treated its paper skin with the basic respect of someone who uses things the way other children might use toys. Anja waited on the threshold, coat buttoned up to the throat. She looked like someone who had learned to carry the weather on her body. Her hands reminded me of sign letters, broad, streaked with dust, practical tools rather than ornaments. She and I exchanged the small courtesies that bind strangers, the names, a remark about the weather, a comment that had to do with the state of my heating. When Leanie dropped a smear of ultramarine on the table and looked up with the bluntness of 8 years, the space tilted somewhere between pity and promise. "I brought them," Leanie said. Her voice did not seek permission, it was an announcement. For a second my impulse was to retreat into the rules of my life, to clear the table, to put each tube into a drawer and keep my rooms intact. The old reflex of separateness of keeping art in the theater and life in small sanitary compartments made its noise, and then, almost as if by a slight physical force, the sound of it diminished. I found myself saying the words Anja had already rehearsed. "You can set them there." They unpacked with a calm efficiency I had no claim to. Lenny laid out flat chips of cardboard as makeshift palettes and began to mix color without consulting any book. She worked quickly, as though the time to decide belonged to the pigment itself. She pulled the brush back and forth, saws of velocity that made small, assured arcs of paint. Watching her was like watching somebody play an instrument who had learned grammar by ear. There was no self-consciousness, only the line from intention to hand. Anja sat on the edge of my couch and crossed one ankle over the other. She watched me with the economy of a woman who keeps accounts. After a pause she said plainly, "We don't need charity. Lenny helps at the shop, she learns, but she likes to paint. She likes people to see it." I told her what I had learned that morning, that I could not, at present, derive color from sound. I told her the shape of the absence, how a C-sharp no longer bled indigo, and how a Chopin arpeggio no longer traced apricot archways across the air. She listened. She did not need the theatricalism, she needed the practical. "Then we make a trade," she said. "Lessons when she can, paintings when she wants, nothing more. No promises you can't keep." The form of the bargain appealed to my own tidy ethics. I have always been careful with promises. The life of a musician is full of them, and the worst of them are those made half to please other people. The terms Anja offered were specific: 2 lessons a week, paid in canvases of a defined size. Leanie would produce a small body of work as exchange. We shook on it in a way that felt like sealing an appointment, mundane and binding. That afternoon Leanie sat on the floor beside my piano while I tried a Chopin prelude for her. I played with the old carefulness, finger to key, image to wrist, and for each phrase she would reach up and make a small mark on a strip of card. Her choices were not direct transcriptions. They registered the piece as a mood rather than as a chart: a heavy, humid blue for the opening, a dry red for the staccato, a thin green for the suspended middle phrase. She did not ask me to describe what I could not see. She worked from instinct. It is possible that in other circumstances I would have resisted this primitive translation. There is a vanity in every practitioner that prefers the purity of his own medium. Yet my resistance was gentle and not long. When I put a short phrase through my hands and then looked at the little card, something in me answered. Not the old recollection, there was no flashback like a film projected behind my left eye, but a contour emerged, a sense of trajectory that could steady a hand. The painting did not replace perception, it offered a companion route. Objects carry memory. The canvases piled up on a corner of the couch, blotches of ambition in a child's hand, and the room adopted them with astonishing speed. I began, as one begins some small religious practice, to place a canvas beside the score when I practiced. A phrase that once had existed as an inner architecture, now acquired an exterior map, an expanse of dry blue where I knew a bass should be heavy. A streak of pale yellow where a right-hand figure called for lightness. Sometimes the colors indicated nothing immediate. Sometimes they suggested a tempo or a shade of rubato. Never literal, always suggestive. Leanie painted in bursts and left the room to fetch water from the kettle. returning with hands that smelled of dish soap. The conversation between us was halting and often unnecessary. She would hum fragments that floated like small charms. Her humming made me aware of how much of my own mental life had been externalized. Whereas before a sequence of notes had brought color as an automatic companion, now the color was separate and had to be reconsulted like an old map. Clara returned the next week with soup in a thermos and the habitual smallness of someone who carries attention like a tool. I have borne her quiet footprint in the house for years. It is a form of presence compacted into small gestures. She set a cup on the table and did not immediately ask to hear what I had been doing. Instead, she sat and watched Leanie choose a brush. The room quieted into the attentive silence that comes when people listen on purpose. "You have new work," she said eventually. "Bartered," I answered. "She paints for lessons." There was a small, measured pause. Clara's face kept its practiced neutrality. Only the warmth in her mouth suggested something older. "Is it working?" she asked. I might have told her the truth, which was the mixed one. Some fragments felt steadier when a canvas leaned beside the score, while others still shored up emptiness. I told her instead something closer to the arithmetic of my days. "It gives me a rote to begin from. Not the old map, but a new one." She nodded as if she approved of the grammar of the sentence. It is her way to gauge change as if it were the movement of a vessel being righted. There were practical adjustments that followed. Paint is messy. This is not an aesthetic observation but a domestic one. My tea rings began to carry a faint halo of ultramarine. The inside of my kettle gathered a pink scum because Leanie, eager and untrained, had rinsed brushes there. I found that my clean habits irritated her more than she let on. She liked to leave things in the middle of becoming. When I tidied the palettes, she would look sorrowful, as if the work had been violated. In the evenings I would set a short program, a movement, a small chop-in-tude, a handful of bars I could use as a test and play them with a canvas propped on my stand. It was a ritual of modesty. I stopped calling these sessions rehearsals and began to think of them as pairings. Score and color, hand and wash. The first night I tried it seriously, a small, private thing happened. I played a phrase and anticipated the lift that would, once, bring apricot to an arpeggio. The apricot did not come. Instead, as if the image were less a mirror than a companion, the canvas offered a horizon, a band of pale yellow that suggested light. In that suggestion I found the will to shape the phrase in a slightly different way, shorter on the appoggiatura, more patient on the return. There is a special kind of relief that arrives when the world begins to answer one back. It is not joyous. It is quieter, the sort of consolation that tastes like returned mail. The paintings did not repair what had been lost. They were not a cure, but they were a protocol, conventions I could use to build again. For the first time in months, I began to approach the piano without counting to 4 and without the nauseous sense that music was a foreign object. I could, at least, sit and allow the absence to be deputized by another sense. Not every day was progressive. There were nights when the old reflexes came back with the sharpness of anxiety. A particularly difficult tude would unspool my fingers into panic. The canvas would seem at that moment a mockery, a child's map of a geography that no longer existed. Leanie noticed these collapses with a child's merciless candor. She would poke the painting with the blunt end of a brush and say, "Try the blue there. Not too much. Not like that." Her corrections were not sentimental. They were technical, as if she had, by inclination, acquired the composer's frankness. The boyish quality of her directness was refreshing. It is difficult not to like someone who speaks the truth without ceremony. One morning, after a fragment that had particularly displeased me, I found a small canvas leaned against the keyboard. Leanie had, without instruction, painted a series of thin lines across a field of green. They were simple, like breath marks, and when I played the passage with that canvas beside me, the lines suggested phrasing with a precision I had not yet admitted I needed. I felt ridiculous and grateful in equal measure, ridiculous because I was letting a child's intuition direct me. Grateful because I had for so long been bereft of any direction at all. Our agreement with Anja imposed other realities. The trade could not be sentimentalized. Lenny had responsibilities to the household and to the shop. Sometimes she would arrive late, and Anja's patience would have its limits. Once, when Lenny failed to turn up for a scheduled afternoon, because she had been taken to paint a shop front, Anja told me in no uncertain terms that our arrangement was a convenience, not an entitlement. The reminder was salutary. It preserved the dignity of the barter. Thoughts about dignity led to thoughts about audiences. Marta had already begun to ask what could be done with these canvases. She saw a marketing angle, an intimate gallery show, a human interest hook. I felt the familiar prickle. Every personal adjustment in my life became, in other voices, a narrative. Clara was, as ever, the balancer of these impulses. She did not object to exposure as long as it remained earnestly engaged with the work. Her capacity for skepticism is not a refusal but a discipline. Don't let them make spectacle of her, she told me one evening. It was not a plea but an instruction. I agreed. The ethics of working with a child were not abstract. They were small and procedural and required attentions I had not yet practiced. I began to think in terms of structure, agreed times, clear boundaries, and an insistence that Lena's work remain under her control. I wanted our collaboration to be a genuine exchange rather than an extraction. Perhaps the most delicate change was how the room itself altered. It became a place where other people's business was allowed to rest. I had, in my solitude, kept the apartment as a museum to myself. The canvases spilled that illusion. They made the home porous. It was at once frightening and salutary to discover that I could live with a certain degree of disarray. There were paint spots on the staircase and a little smear on my piano lid that would not scrub clean. Each mark became a small ledger of time spent in repair. On a night when winter wind made the window glass sing, I sat with Clara and Lenny after they had left. The table bore the traces of their presence, a mug with an imprint of lipstick, where Anja had briefly warmed her hands, a splatter of green where an over-eager stroke had jumped. I thought of the long list of things that had been damaged in the months after the concert, of the reputation spread thin in the press, of the legal questions that remained like dull stitches in my life. Yet there was this, the slow accretion of small acts. I do not pretend that I felt restored. That word would have been a lie. But in the low light, with the faint echo of brushes drying, I felt a small, internal realignment. The colors would not return to me by acute recollection. Instead they would arrive, if at all, by association and use. Lena's paintings provided a vocabulary I could consult, not a substitute for the thing lost, but a means to say something nonetheless. As I closed the piano for the night, I left one of the canvases on the music stand. It looked absurd and necessary, a child's field of green beside a nocturne whose ink had long since gone soft from my hands. When I walked to the window, the city sounded like a careful rehearsal of particular noises: a bus braking, a couple arguing below, a dog that refused to sleep. I pressed my palm to the glass and felt, for a brief and peculiar instant, that the room had become a place of work again, not a sanctuary of retreat. There was, finally, some movement. It is strange how small things announce themselves as thresholds. A bowl with a trace of ultramarine, a kettle with paint scum, a canvas that tells me to breathe differently when I play. These are not grand events. They do not repair a life at once. But they are beginnings, and beginnings have a stubbornness that is easy to underestimate. When I turned back to the piano, I thought of the next session to be scheduled, of the paintings Lenny had promised to finish, of the way Anja counted the hours and Clara carried soup like a peace offering. The negotiation of daily life is often where morality is tested, not in the declarations of the public square but in the small, exact hours. There are nights when I lie awake and still expect apricot to bloom on the skin of a phrase. The expectation does not embarrass me anymore. It is simply part of the ledger I carry. The canvases do not replace that expectation. They reframe it. They ask me to allow other people to help translate my interior map. That is both humbling and, in ways I had not anticipated, solicitous. I left the light on a little longer that night, and went to bed with the sound of brushes still in my ears. The room with paint had ceased to be merely a metaphor. It was a practice. Whether it would become an art I could claim as mine remained an open question. But for the first time I had a room that invited return. I slept with the small, steady hope that whatever else the colors might be, they at least kept me company. In the morning there would be a canvas to test and a short phrase to try. There would be, no doubt, mistakes and compromises and the awkwardness of two lives learning to share a small space. There would also be more paint on my fingers than I would like and more laughter in corners I had long kept tidy. The work of composition had begun, and it was not only the notes that needed arranging. It was the small geometry of days, the barter between teacher and student, the delicate economy of trust. I closed the apartment door behind me and heard Lena's small voice call before she left, an indecipherable hum that might have been a promise or a tune. I do not know which it was. I only know that the sound went with a smear of blue on the jamb and that the room, for all its spare furniture and neat habits, would not be the same again. When I sat down at the piano the next afternoon, a canvas leaned as ever to my left. I placed my hands on the keys and felt the familiar cold of ivory. The first chord was imperfect, the second settled. A small part of me listened not for the color I had lost, but for the way the paint, the living record of someone else's seeing, might ask me to shape the sound in return. It is a humble thing to be taught by another's hand, humbler still when that hand is small and paint splattered. But humility, I am learning, can be a method. Outside, Vienna moved in its slow, certain way. Inside, a child's green lines curved like breath marks. The score lay open and vulnerable. The kettle hissed. I took one breath and started again. At the end of the session, Leni packed her box with casual efficiency. Anja counted the canvases and tucked them into a bag. Clara stood and helped with the tray. I watched them go, and as the door closed, I realized the room felt less like an archive and more like a workshop. It had the possibility of future errors and the kind of patience that accepts them. I turned back to the piano and began to write, not in the grand sense of composition, but in the practical sense of arranging what I had. A few bars that matched a wash of color, a cadence that felt at home with a pale yellow wash. The work was absurdly small. It was also, for the first time in a long time, work that might lead somewhere. I did not imagine a miracle. I imagined the slow patience of practice. I imagined the room, the paint, the child, and the odd possibility that loss could be inhabited instead of exercised. The doorbell would ring in a week with someone from the conservatory or a journalist. Marta would call to ask for photographs, and Kurt would ask me to consider a staged event. Those things lay beyond the walls of the room with paint. For now there was only the modest choreography, score by canvas, hand by brush, time by appointment. It was enough to begin with. I played the short phrase again, and this time I allowed myself an indulgence. I imagined, not the colors that used to come without my permission, but the colors Leni had chosen. I let them guide a subtle change in timing. The result was small and imperfect and, because of that, honest. When I stopped, the room waited with me, patient and unfinished. The next session, I thought, would demand a new set of compromises and new kinds of listening. That thought steadied me more than any applause ever had. Outside, someone laughed in the street. Inside, the green canvas leaned like a quiet interlocutor. I closed the lid of the piano and left the room with the lingering taste of ultramarine in my mouth. The small, necessary habit of returning was beginning. It might not be enough to unclench everything that had tightened in me, but it offered a doorway. I left, and the light on the stand caught the canvas edge, as if to suggest a direction I had not yet learned to trust. The next morning would bring more color and more questions, and that, I decided, was how repair would begin, in small, stubborn steps toward companionship. Marta arrives before the rain does. Her timing is a kind of diplomatic violence I have learned to expect. She sets her leather portfolio carefully on the small table, as if it were an instrument and not a repository of demands. The kettle has barely begun to hum when she is already speaking, not unkind, but with a velocity that makes even my habitual reserve seem slow. "We cannot stall Matthias," she says. "Not now." I watch the small habits of her face, the way she pinches the bridge of her nose when she prepares to be both frank and protective. Her voice finds a register I recognize from countless performance conversations, the tone that tells me a plan has been conceived by people who trade certainty for risk differently to an artist. "I know," I say, my words seem to land on the air like objects to be inspected. I have become hyper-aware of the way my speech registers with others, measured, a little brassier than before, perhaps desperate for clarity in a world that insists on spectacle. "Listen," Marta continues, "Kurt Voss called. He has a promoter willing to underwrite a short special. Televised, live, midweek, prime time. They'll stage it as a return, a narrative. There will be string cameras, a profile piece, the whole construct." At the word televised, I feel the room tilt into an old geometry I once inhabited without thinking. There are images of lights, of the precise arc of an applause I could anticipate. For a luminous moment I smell rosin and perfume, and then the image collapses into the domestic interior of my flat, the chipped mug on the piano fallboard, the scores left open, the faint outline of Linus paintings leaning against the wall like mute witnesses. Why now, I ask? Because the press will move on, Marta says. Because it's an opportunity to control the narrative. Because we can stage it differently, intimate, framed as collaboration rather than spectacle. You must see there's a way to make it safe. Her use of safe feels like a small betrayal. Safety is a marketable adjective as often as it is a condition. Marta has managed careers for decades. She has also learned, perhaps painfully, that the music industry measures salvage in optics. I think of Linny and the paint-stained fingers that have become my unlikely cartographers. I think of the way her blues and reds suggested contours I could not supply, of the secret fragment I have been writing in fits. I cannot pretend to be what I was, I say. Marta nods, but there is something like impatience in it. Pretendation is not the point, reinvention is. Artists, especially established ones, are allowed to evolve. Audiences like redemption. They like honesty. Too, that's why the collaborative angle works. We do it carefully. We keep the program short. We have you speak a little, explain the process. You do not need the old pyrotechnics. You need a narrative that explains why this matters. Her words are reasonable. They are also curiously adept at converting risk into consumable story. I have seen this alchemy before, grief and hard work turned into a neat arc. My own life has been repurposed for the public, once as spectacle, now as case history. It is difficult to answer when someone you know insists there's a path that satisfies everyone. What will Kurt do? I ask. Kurt will find an audience, she says. He will secure sponsors. He will promise coverage. It's exactly the kind of thing your reputation needs. Kurt arrives shortly after, as if summoned by the invocation of commercial possibility. He is all hurried gestures and recollections of people. He knows who can make the program bigger and better. His attire is one of hurried curation, a suit that has seen one too many conferences, and a tie that attempts cheer, as though to make up for uncertainty. Matthias, he says, eyes sharp, we can do this on our terms. Live is good, live is honest, no pretense of miraculous restoration, but we frame it as a moment of transparency. Viewers will like that. Sponsors will get behind it. It's prestige for you, for the channel, for us. He stands a little too near the piano, as if proximity to the instrument itself will ground the conversation. I close the score before me and feel the paper cool against my hands. And if I can't manage it, I say, then you don't play. Kurt answers briskly, as if refusal is a mere scheduling problem. We have contingency. You can do a talk, you can narrate. You can show Linus work and discuss process. There are ways to avoid catastrophe. Catastrophe, I repeat. The word tastes like a headline. Kurt smiles. That's what sells. But damaged art is not always broken. Sometimes it's more interesting. The two of them exchange a glance that seals a kind of partnership. Marta's loyalty to me sits in balance with her appetite for salvage. Kurt's enthusiasm is calibrated by how much novelty can be sold. I find myself listening not for permission to play but for a description of the market. You could call it pragmatism. You could call it predatory. In either register, the question is not only whether I can play, but whether the public's hunger for story outweighs the private mechanics of my inability. Word arrives sooner than I expect. Felix Jern, whose byline I have watched for years, publishes a piece that evening. He is at once solicitous and insinuating the tone of one who believes in the moral economy of scandal. He frames the situation as a bright career dimmed, the mystery of a synesthetic loss, culpability and the public's right to an answer. His article recounts the accident with vividness that makes my chest hollow. It arranges motives as if they were musical phrases and suggests, with the lightest of touches, that negligence perhaps mine, perhaps someone else's belongs in the narrative. He quotes unnamed sources. The effect is a public press into my private grief, made legible and consumable. Felix calls the next day for our records and to clarify a few details. He asks about memory, about the moments before and after the accident, about any lapse in concentration. Readers, he says, want to understand the human side. I give him nothing of what he wants. I tell him the truth I can, that I remember the sound of the hall, the smell of the varnished wood, the faint rustle in the audience. And then the rupture as if a page had been torn. He writes, nonetheless, with appendages of speculation. The article intensifies pressure from an angle I had not wanted, moral curiosity. It is not enough for people to feel sympathy. They require a narrative that demands closure. The accusation implicit in the public appetite is that closure should be found and paid for not by restitution, perhaps, but by spectacle. Inspector Haller has been patient. He visits with the deliberation of someone who knows the difference between accusation and investigation and who is determined not to confuse the two. His questions are precise. He sits in my small parlor and folds his hands as though to shelter information. We're not here to judge artistry, he says, which is perhaps an unnecessary preface. We need factual detail, timings, personnel, any procedural lapses. I tell him what I can. The more precise I am, the more precise his notebook becomes. He asks about stage hands, lighting, the sequence of applause. He asks who was responsible for certain cues. Each answer reconfigures the accident into points and lines rather than into the raw, impossible grief it felt like at the moment. There is a comfort in the clarity of his questions, but also a new weight. Each detail extracted is a little public property laid bare, a thing others can take and use. Inspector Haller means only to be thorough. The public does not usually distinguish the purposes of scrutiny. The cumulative effect of these visits, calls, and articles is both practical and corrosive. Practical, because there are matters to be arranged, potential dates, insurance, communication strategies. Corrosive because the background noise of my life recalibrates itself around the demand for information and the promise of return. I suppose the most discomfiting thing is the way my own hopes begin to imitate those of others. There are evenings when I stand at the piano and consider the possibility of an acceptance that would allow me to stand on a stage again and be looked at as if truth can be performed. There are other evenings when I play in my head and no color comes, only the arithmetic of pitch and silence. Gerard Newman provides a different kind of pressure, the sober, measured insistence of the clinic. He sits across from me in his office, his hands folded, the light in the window impartial. Complete restoration is unlikely, he says, which is not a surprise, but adaptation is possible. The brain is plastic. It can reconfigure. I have heard variations of this. The novelty of G.R. Newman's manner is that he speaks almost as if it were a clinical interest rather than a personal catastrophe. What would that reconfiguration look like? I ask. He taps a pen on the pad. It depends on what compensatory mechanisms you can build. Visual proxies, tactile cues. You have to create a map that doesn't rely on the absent cross-sensory triggers. It's work. It's not miraculous. It will not feel like recovery so much as learning a new grammar. His language is a kind of mitigation. It offers neither hope as a promise nor despair as fate. It suggests that there is a manageable architecture to my condition, provided I do the labor. The clinician's word is a tacit demand that I become a patient who is willing to practice another form of attention. Clara watches all this with her usual quiet attentiveness. She turns up at odd hours bearing food in a calendar. She does not bring speeches or bullets but offers instead the tools of practical life. On one evening, after Kurt has called and Felix's article has run, she sits opposite me in the kitchen where the light is yellow and the kettle has cooled. "You have to decide," she says. Her flat statement is not a criticism. It is not rhetorical, it is instead an imposition of choice. I am not used to being asked to choose between reputational restoration and private reconstruction. For most of my adult life, the choice had been made for me by the mechanics of performance and the audience's appetite. Now the mechanics are in the hands of others and the appetite persists. "Do you want the old life?" she asks. "Some nights," I say. "Not always." I used to measure self against the heat of an audience. It was a currency. It is not only empty now but dangerous. "Then don't seek it," she says, as if the moral calculus were simple. "You can teach, you can compose, you can curate small projects. We have friends who would play with you in chamber settings. Linus' work could form a basis for collaboration. But if you're tempted to the spectacle, you must know why. Is it for you or the story?" Her questions are surgical in their simplicity. I feel exposed in ways that are not merely professional. She asks me about identity with a directness that embarrasses me. I have always been a man who used skill to define himself. The suggestion that I might instead adopt a life measured by routine, teaching, and small collaborations feels at once impoverishing and finally, perhaps, relieving. "And if I refuse?" I ask. "You'll be denied certain doors," she says. "You'll have to accept smaller audiences. You'll have less money, perhaps, and less attention. But you'll also have less vulnerability to being repurposed by other people's narratives." Her last phrase lands like an amputation and a mercy. There are moments when the refusal to play the market's game feels like the only ethical stance. There are other moments when that refusal feels like a kind of cowardice or retreat that might disguise fear as principle. The night after Marta and Kurt leave she before dinner, he after I sit with a small score and Linus' latest canvases. They lean against the wall like patient witnesses. Her blues are dense now, layered as if she had discovered how to keep one pigment company with another. Her reds have thinned into voice. The canvases are not a map of my lost synesthesia, they are an adjacent language. I run my fingers across the keys and stop. The chord I attempt does not suggest color. It suggests only a certain physical arrangement in my hand and a memory of an old tactile satisfaction I used to enjoy. The pressure from the industry and from friends and from the public is now a tangible thing. It presses on the flat, as though suffocating room and paper and paint into a single flattened object. At some point in the small hours, my phone rings. It is Kurt again. He is excited, trilling with the promise of an investor who would like to underwrite an event that would pair my playing with an installation of Linus' work. He suggests a venue with glossy floors, a director who stages emotional arcs well, and a short program that will be very television-friendly. "Will you consider it?" he asks. I look at Linus' canvases. I think of Marta's portfolio. I recall Jar Newman's phrase, "a new grammar." The phone is warm in my hand. "I'll consider it," I say, which is both true and a deferral. It is a line that bought me time when I used it at the conservatory to delay choices until I could be certain they'd be right. "Good," Kurt says, pleased. "We'll talk logistics." "Well, keep it tasteful." When I hang up, the flat feels both smaller and somehow clarified. The external pressure is not going to abate. The machinery that converts loss to marketable narrative is already in motion. My choice is not whether I want to play but whether it'll allow my work to be steered by others' appetites for spectacle. I move a chair so that it faces Linus' paintings. I sit and try, in a pose that is almost ritual, to ask the canvases what they require. I am not expecting an answer. What I seek is a posture. There is a consolation in the slow work of small, internal decisions, the refusal of instant triumph in favor of the steady accretion of meaning. A choice must be made. The industry's offers are articulate and insist on a timeline. The law continues to breathe at the borders of my life. The critics, the journalists, plan their columns. Drar. Newman's clinic awaits. Clara sets a calendar of possibilities, compassionate but resolute. Marta presses for a controlled narrative. And somewhere between the sound of Kurt's optimism and Felix's insinuations, the more dangerous thing. The possibility I might be persuaded that the only way back to being myself is through public validation. I have, strangely, to decide whether my integrity will be defined by what others see or by how I compose my life when no lights are on. The phone, again, is a small instrument of pressure and possibility. I let it ring into silence and then answer, not with a plan but with a promise to think. The answer is not brave. It is, perhaps, the only honest thing I can offer at the moment, not an acceptance nor a refusal but a deliberation. Outside, Vienna is a city that does not stop making itself legible. Its cafes burn light, and trams sing their metallic lullabies. Inside, among papers and pigments and unanswered calls, I feel the horizon of a decision drawing near. Marta's folder rests on the table like a small, inevitable altar. Kurt's enthusiasm lingers in the air like a scent I have not yet learned to identify. Felix's words have the curious power of returning the past to the present. I close the piano quietly, a chord unfinished hangs, and then I let it fall away. The pressure of offers is not, in itself, malign. It is the way they tell me to be that feels coercive. Whatever I decide will not be the end of pressure. It will only be the direction I allow it to steer me. For the first time since the accident, the word direction feels like a resource rather than a verdict. I make 2 appointments, one with Dreher Newman, to speak of practical regimens that might allow me to work without the private palate I have lost. Another with Herr Baum, whose blunt counsel I trust more than the polished rhetoric of promoters. Then I turn the key in the door and walk to the window where Lena's canvases stand like patient, mute pages. I do not yet know whether to set them under lights or leave them to the uncertain mercy of day. The decision will have to wait. When the chapter closes, there is no resolution, only the tacit shape of the next movement, a negotiation between what can be staged and what must be protected. A distant tram passes. Its sound is uncolored to me, but it is at least a sound with edges. The phone lights up again with an unknown number, and I hesitate before answering, which, perhaps, is all the readiness I have for now. The hospital smelled, predictably, of citrus disinfectant and a memory of other men's suffering I could not wholly own. The corridor leading to Dreher Newman's office was a rigid perspective of pale doors and varnished handrails. My footsteps sounded in a way that made me feel like a thing observed. I had rehearsed questions for myself in the night. Is this permanent? Can an organ of perception be retrained? Will I ever find color in sound again? These rehearsed questions were fragile props beneath the more private, unvoiced ones. Will I still recognize myself? Will I have anything left to offer? And the latter felt too intimate to name aloud even to a man with a clipboard and a gentle manner. Dr. Newman received me without the theatrics of mercy. His office was spare, precise, a wooden desk with a neat stack of journals, a model of a brain in monochrome, and a window that admitted a thin Vienna light. He did not try to conjure optimism. He never did. There was a watchfulness about him, as if he listened to his own words before releasing them. "Her caller," he said, and his voice had the clinical flatness of someone who would rather not dramatize what his instruments had already affirmed. He unfolded the scans between us, images like pale landscapes of folded gray. The imaging is consistent with a localized disruption in the associative pathways, he said. Language-wise, we can describe it as an interruption in the cross-modal networks that allowed auditory stimuli to evoke visual cortical response. There is no gross lesion of primary auditory cortex. Structural integrity is intact. Functionally, however, the associative overlay, that is, the thing that used to instigate the color experience when you heard a pitch, shows diminished connectivity. The words were precise. They might have been a score. Yet each phrase landed with the cool insistence of evidence, and I felt my old lexicon apricot for Chopin, indigo for C-sharp shift under the weight of a vocabulary of probabilities. Is that reversible? I asked. My own question surprised me by how thin it sounded. He held the question. Possibly, he said. Neuroplasticity permits reorganization. particularly in a brain that has habitually tied one modality to another as yours did. Some reconfiguration can take place. The difficulty is that this was not a typical loss of sensory input but a disruption of a well-established associative pattern. Re-establishing those associations entirely is unlikely, but we can encourage compensatory pathways. In lay terms, we may not restore the old map, but we can develop new routes that allow for functional experience. He laid out terms like a conservative architect. Therapies exist. There are relearning programs analogous to auditory training used in cochlear rehabilitation. And there are cross-modal rehabilitation exercises that pair stimuli in controlled ways to encourage new associations. Occupational therapy, cognitive exercises, and targeted neurostimulation have shown some promise in similar cases. None of this guarantees a return to what you had, but it can offer functional improvement. He used functional as if it were a word of mercy. I told him about the way a particular timbre once unfurled into a color that felt like a garment I could slip into. I told him how rehearsal was less mechanical than exploratory, as if I were tracing a map that only I could read. He listened, and when he spoke his language returned to probabilities and measured enthusiasm. We can design a program geared to composing tasks, he said. If you are willing to commit to exercises that pair controlled auditory stimuli with consistent visual cues, we may see partial reconfiguration. There was a thin geometry to his hope. It required my compliance, time, and a willingness to accept that partial might become the operative adjective in my life. I realized, with something like shame, that I had waited for a miracle rather than taking the smaller, humbler steps he described. How long? I asked. Months. Perhaps longer. Neural adaptation is slow. We can chart progress in occupational measures, reaction times, identification tasks, the subjective reports of cross-modal description. Improvements, if they occur, tend to begin as irregular anomalies and then consolidate. He showed me a paper, a cautious study of musicians who had lost facets of their auditory processing and had rebuilt some function through structured tasks and external scaffolds. The participants' accounts read like abbreviated confessions. Some regained a residue of the old sensation. Some achieved a new, entirely different way of relating to music. None of them promised restoration in the old sense, yet the underlying current was the same as in Dr. Newman's phrasing, adaptation rather than resurrection. I left the clinic with a printed leaflet and a series of appointments. The November light had the brittle honesty of a page, and the city felt, for a time, like a set of marginalia to my own private notes. The rain made small, luminous interruptions on the tram windows. Street lamps blurred in the wet glass like cautious brushstrokes. I told myself that the shift from wanting recovery to wanting adaptation might be the only ethical position to occupy, to compose not in order to mimic an earlier self, but to accept what could be achieved within altered perception. The ledger I kept at home, a narrow notebook in which I measured time and exercises, cups of tea, and the length of practice, received a new entry, cross-modal pairing, week 1. The exercises Newman suggested were unromantic and exacting, short auditory tasks, a metronome exact in its insistence. Tones paired with consistent hues applied in precisely measured patches on a board. Repetition, he said, would be the engine of change. The most difficult concession was the formalization of color into a pedagogy. I had not learned music with an external palette that I could call on. My synesthesia was private, immediate, and infuriatingly personal. To make it into a training regimen felt like translating a private dialect into a public, utilitarian tongue. Yet the very act of codification offered, perversely, a kind of hope, if Linus canvases could be made into consistent cues rather than spontaneous outbursts. Perhaps they could work as the consistent visual cues Newman recommended. I had not told Newman about Leanie. There was no need to. My little experiments were not part of the hospital record. But the child had become a daily presence in the margin of my life, grease-smudged fingers, impetuous decisions about pigment, a readiness to laugh at my seriousness that made me both ashamed and grateful. She had, without intention, begun to supply the kind of imagery the clinic advised, a stable palette, repeated and reliable, that might anchor a sound to something perceivable beyond the ear. The first trial we attempted at home was small and cowardly. I asked Leanie to fetch one of her boards, a rectangle of cheap canvas board she had bought with pocket money. It was a study, a quick arrangement of 3 washes, a deep, sleep blue, a thin, insistent streak of red, and a pale, hesitant yellow like tea with little milk. To me the blue sat comfortably where a low harmonic might, the red had a percussive, staccato quality, and the yellow a settling resolution. For me these were associations, not laws. We set the board at the lip of the piano where the music stand would usually sit. The score I chose was intentionally modest, a short chorale movement by a lesser-known composer, spare in its counterpoint, honest in its cadences. I would not attempt Chopin. I would not attempt the familiar voluptuousness that had once made me feel as though color were a secondary melody. This was an arithmetic, not an indulgence. Leanie watched with the seriousness of someone who had been asked to hold a secret. She perched on a low stool, her paint-stained knees poking through a pair of 2 large trousers. When I first pressed the keys the sound arrived in its uncolored state, pitch, timbre, tempo technically correct but internally mute. I felt, as always, the odd vacancy where color used to be, as if someone had taken away a tool I had once used in private to shape intention. I began slowly. The first measure I played as a test, a low triad, held longer than indicated. I wanted to see if the blue wash beside me could hold the chord in a way my ear could not. I watched Lena's face for any sign, a tightening of the mouth, a tilt of the head. She gave nothing away. The second measure I allowed to breathe. I pressed the weight of my hand into the keys as if I were asking for fidelity from the instrument itself. Something, small and almost indecipherable, happened. The blue seemed to do nothing to the sound. It did not make the chord announce itself as color in the old way, but it did something else. It provided a horizon. Where my internal compass had been emptied, the blue gave me a surface to align against. I could feel the hand's weight in relation to it. I can only describe it as contour, the color's presence at my shoulder, an external margin that made the auditory gesture legible again. I repeated the passage, this time deliberately altering the voicing, letting the middle voice breathe longer. The thin red streak sat like a line of punctuation beside a staccato figure. When I played the little staccato motif, the red seemed to bracket it. And for a second the motif made sense, meaning not simply accuracy, but a sense of phrase that felt mutual between the keys and the canvas. It was no sudden influx of color into my perceptions. There was no miraculous return. But there came, in the small architecture of the phrase, a coordination I had not felt for months. A confirmation that my intention and the listener's perception might be rendered continuous by an external sign. Leanie clapped, quietly and without the florid enthusiasm of the theater. Her hands were still stained and smelled faintly of linseed. That sounded like when the tram breaks, she said, and the comparison, oddly domestic, felt exact in a human way. I laughed, relieved by the absurdity of it. Like a tram? I asked. Yeah. When you hold it, then let it go. Like when it stops at the light. She did not use the language of music, and perhaps that was why her judgment felt accurate. She described shapes as if they were physical objects. She had the suppressionless eye of someone who learned by doing. Her commentary forced me out of the rhetorical vocabulary I used with journalists and critics. It was language that belonged to the street and the practical world, and thus had an honesty I had grown fond of. We worked for an hour. I kept the exercises tight, short excerpts repeated 15 times, metronomic against the little clock on the mantel. Sometimes my fingers betrayed me, the left hand would lag. A phrase that used to unfurl easily would not. At those times I would stop, take the board in my hands, and try to translate what I had just failed into something Leanie could picture. She would nod, and then she'd repaint a small patch a slightly thicker blue, a remorselessly vivid red, and hand it back. The act of translating my failure into visible adjustment had a modest pedagogical rhythm. It made me feel less like someone waiting for a miraculous hand to touch him, and more like a craftsman learning new tools. After the hour there was a short moment of stillness. I played the chorale's second phrase, the one I'd practiced until my hands ached with the memory of it. I held the final chord as if testing whether the world could sustain silence. There, in the air, the sound and the blue met in a way that was not luminous but was meaningful. I cannot claim I saw colors that night as I had before. I cannot claim that the old interior map reappeared. What I can claim with a clarity that surprised me is that the phrase felt whole in a way it had not for months. It was as if the painting offered a frame in which the music's trajectory could be read by someone who had lost a private, synesthetic shorthand. I sat back and exhaled. Lena's expression was attentive but not inscrutable. It was the expression of a child who recognized a small practical triumph. It was like the tram, she repeated, as if that were all the comment the moment required. The success was modest and could be dismissed as coincidence. Yet it was verifiable in a practical sense, a repeated phrase that held its shape, a clarity to the line of music in my hands that had not been there the week before. I felt a cautious pride that had nothing to do with critics or applause. It was pride of a simpler order, the satisfaction of someone who has rebuilt a mended object, who can finger the seam and find it clean. That night I wrote in the ledger, Experiment 1, visual scaffolding with Linus board, observations, increased phrase integrity, subjective sense of contour, continue. Drawer. Newman's phrase partial reconfiguration now had a practical illustration. The clinician's lightness of diction had been valuable not because it provided comfort but because it established a field of action. If reconfiguration was possible, it would require the kind of patient, repeated labor the hospital suggested, and the surprising, improvisational intelligence Leni supplied. The work ahead would be slow and uncertain. It would entail more evenings like this, the plumbing of sound against the patient wall of pigment, the translation of failure into an instruction on a board, the small calibration of a child's hand. I went to bed that night with a feeling I had not anticipated, a modest piece that contained a forward edge. Hope came not as the ecstatic conviction of recovery, but as a task. It had the humility of a to-do list, the exactness one learns at the piano, do this, then repeat. It was a different kind of music, not the lavish, private synesthesia that had once been the center of my life, but a disciplined exchange between sound and other media. The ledger remained a steady companion. It asked no more of me than I could give, and yet, by asking, it offered a path. At the end of the page I wrote another note, if this holds, compose a short fragment that integrates external visual cues, not for spectacle, for use. I slept fitfully, dreaming of washboards and metronomes. The city outside my window continued its indifferent business. I was learning to live with an altered aesthetic, to accept that the work of making would not be a reanimation of a former self, but the construction of a new one. The small success with Leni felt like an invitation rather than an endpoint, a gentle, persistent light in clinical terms, a practical luminescence that made the next work possible. The hook of the chapter and the ledger entry that followed was not that I had found color again in sound, but that I had found a method by which to begin. The method promised much that could be bitter, time, repetition, the surrender of old illusions. But it promised also a workmanlike dignity and, in time, perhaps a composition that would reflect the new architecture of my perception. The thought brightened, in a cautious way, the thin November light on the sill. The rehearsal was arranged with all the sober choreography of a small war room. Marta sent the email with 2 options, a midweek afternoon, minimal publicity, a select audience of critics, and a handful of colleagues who might be counted upon for discretion. She wrote, in her blunt coda, that the objective was not triumph but evidence, that I could sit at a piano, think in musical time, and produce something resembling a concert. Kurt, who had thanked her in a tone that suggested the limits of gratitude, insisted on a few photographs to accompany the notice, as if the visual proof would soften the risk. The gallery agreed to a fee that paid for the hours of occupancy and a modest load-in. Clara said she would come. Leni asked, with the bluntness of a child, if she could bring one of her paintings to hang behind me. I agreed, because refusal would have made theater of the whole thing beyond what any of us intended. I knew from the moment I walked into the gallery that the terms were wrong for me. The room smelled of wax and the faint, antiseptic plastic of rented chairs. Fluorescent lamps, the kind that flatten both face and feeling, had been hung in careful rows. There was none of the forgiving shadow of a concert hall. Neighbors of glass and white walls watched closely and recorded. The piano, a modest instrument, had been tuned to temperamental exactitude. I touched a key and felt the same mechanical reassurance one feels when testing the leg of a table you intend to depend upon. The sound was clean. The problem was not the instrument but the map I had always used to walk across it, the colors that had once bled from pitch the C-sharp indigos. The chop and apricot arcs were not only absent. No trace remained that I could follow. I had rehearsed in solitude for months, but rehearsal in private and rehearsal under observation are different economies. Marta arrived early, as she always had, with a small notebook and a clarity that was both brutal and necessary. She cross-checked the seating plan with a kind of private arithmetic. She marked the list of names to be invited and crossed out those she thought likely to leak. Kurt arrived with an energy that had the surface quality of reassurance and the undertow of urgency. He stood with his jacket unbuttoned, hands moving as if arranging an audience that did not yet exist. Clara came with a small thermos and a cloth in her handbag. She greeted me with a brief, controlled smile and sat where she could see my hands. Lenny arrived last, paint still under her fingernails, a small canvas tucked under her arm like a talisman. She looked around the room with the quick, minimizing appraisal of a child who has been taught to expect either kindness or neglect from grown people. Her presence steadied me in a way Marta's competence and Kurt's eagerness could not. We ran through the program once, then twice. I opened with a short prelude, something modest and familiar, an etude shaped by clarity rather than pyrotechnics. The first measures were manageable because they were, in some way, only a rehearsal of muscle memory. The fingers knew the distances, the wrists the arcs. For a moment there was a fallacious domesticity to the action, a sense I could re-enter the private geometry of performance. Then, as if a seam had come undone, the phrase that usually compelled me forward began to lose air. The run that had been an arc opened into an interval. The left hand's harmonic support, delayed like a heartbeat that had forgotten to follow. Tempo wavered not because my metronome failed but because the internal punctuation that once told me when to breathe had gone mute. What followed was small and absolute. My right hand, in the middle of a run that ought to have been routine, hesitated. Hesitation is a private thing, an almost invisible microsecond, but under fluorescent light and a polite audience even a microsecond expands into an accusation. I watched my fingers falter and then retreat, as one watches a child step back from a transparent but otherwise treacherous pool. The sound that emerged was exact and inorganic. The notes were present but they did not form sentence. Timing shattered into particulars. People breathed. The empty chairs at the back made tiny noises as knees shifted. In the room the silence that followed the failed phrase was not the musical silence I had learned to compose with, but the kind that condemns. Marta was the first to rise from her seat. She stepped toward me with the kind of directness she has always used when a plan requires redrafting. "Take a breath," she said, and moved the program pages like a chess player needing to see the board anew. Kurt, whose optimism is always at one remove from aggression, suggested we try a different piece, faster, something that might disguise a fault in memory with motion. "A quick burst," he said, smiling in a way that attempted to convert concern into possibility. He spoke as if acceleration could cover absence. I tried the quicker piece and failed again. The passage that required delicate phrasing came out like a child's arithmetic, correct answers, no feeling. My wrists grew stiff, as if a foreign thing crimped the tendons. Clara, who had watched without drama, leaned forward and, in a voice that was both close and controlled, offered specifics, less weight on the left, Matthias. Articulate could be lighter. There was no scolding in it. She spoke like a person delivering a tool. I understood that she wanted to help me reframe the problem in measurable, practicable terms rather than in the language of fate or loss. But the problem would not submit to instruction. Muscle memory had been one refuge, notation another. Both were intact, but their function had altered. Playing was no longer the act of inhabiting a map. It had become a listed, ledgered exercise, and ledger work does not substitute for voice. The room, small and instructed, was not the theater in which one learns by forgiving accidents. An audience of acquaintances becomes an audience of witnesses, and this subtle transmutation makes every misstep a record. At one point, a journalist's assistant, sinuous with curiosity, asked a question that smelled of assignment. "So this is a comeback rehearsal, is it not? Are we to expect a return to the previous capacity?" The question hung like a prying finger. Marta answered quickly, with precisely the phrasing of damage control, "We are taking measured steps. Today's purpose is to see the repertoire under light, not to stage a full concert." Her tone had the texture of someone who had rehearsed such statements in advance. Kurt, whose patience for equivocation was thin, interrupted with a smile that aimed for conviction and landed on insistence. "If it shows well, we proceed. If not, we recalibrate." He looked at me as if the choice rested with me alone. I wanted to tell them I did not know which option required more courage, admitting inability or continuing and risking spectacle. The thought itself was humiliating because the decision was framed as potential marketability rather than inner work. I am used to decisions being made on the basis of skill. To be judged by the absence of a sense was unbearable in a different register. I felt, with a clarity that bordered on pain, how little my private measures of progress mattered to the world of press and contract. Kurt came close enough for his breath to brush my ear. "We can spin this," he said in a conspiratorial murmur, as if the failure could be recoded into a narrative of struggle that would make for sympathetic copy. People love redemptive arcs. We'll find the right frame. He had the tone of someone who sees narrative as a commodity. His optimism was gasoline on my nerves. Clara, who has always had the patience of a person who counts reputations differently, suggested modifications to the program and proposed we limit the public component, inviting fewer people, shortening the set, and perhaps presenting it as a salon rather than a rehearsal. "We owe ourselves that integrity," she said. Her suggestion was practical and, crucially, protective. It appealed to the part of me that wanted honesty more than applause. But there was also the to-be-expected friction between pragmatism and commerce. Marta argued that small gestures of exposure generate momentum. Kurt argued that momentum generates interest, which in turn creates options. The conversation pivoted on words that, though neutral-sounding, momentum, exposure, framing, felt to me like levers with unseen teeth. All the while, Leni sat motionless at the back, as if the theater had closed around a child's private curiosity. After the third attempt collapsed, she came forward with sudden deliberateness. She had a small canvas under her arm, the edges flecked with paint. Her steps were quick and unembarrassed, which is to say she did not move like someone stepping into a room overflowing with adult calculation. She looked at the piano, at my hands, and then at the canvas. The painting was simple, a broad wash of blue interrupted by a thin, oblique scarlet line. She gave it to me with the kind of exchange children make when they offer what they possess without reading the degrees of need in an adult's face. "For your next practice," she said. Her voice was matter-of-fact. There were no equations in the gesture, only the offering of material. I held the canvas as if it were a small, living thing. Up close I could see where she had dragged pigment with impatience, where the blue had been allowed to pool and thin. The scarlet line was decisive. The hand of a child does not, in general, tarry over indecision. In that small thing was a kind of language. The canvas was not a solution to my technical failure. It was not a prosthesis for the colors that had gone. But it carried an accusation and a kindness in the same measure. Accusation because it was simple and adjoining, and made the failure of my music visible. Kindness because a child had given me something they had made with no agenda beyond its making. After the rehearsal, people dispersed with the decisive politeness of the partially disappointed. Marta talked quickly about revisions, about shifting dates and the possibility of another run-through that would be more controlled. Kurt talked about headlines and the velocity of narratives. Clara walked with me to the door and rested her hand for a beat on my shoulder in a way that did not speak but steadied. "We will find a way," she said, and in the fragile architecture of that sentence was the patient construction of a plan rather than a promise. I took the canvas home with me. The walk was slow. The streets had the late afternoon light that makes Vienna resemble itself as though it were always arranged for memory. People moved in pairs in workaday trajectories. The city had the economy of indifference that comforts. The painting sat on my lap, and I thought of the evening as if it were a small wound, an abrasion that would stay pink if not properly dressed. The humiliation of failing in front of witnesses had an odd, slow burn. It was not dramatic, but it would not become invisible either. There was an intimacy to the failure that public spectacle tends to evaporate the small, private knowledge that something once automatic will not return simply because others expect it to. That night I tilted the lamp over the piano and ran through the pieces again. Without the pressure of an audience, the fragments remained. The parts I could execute with exactness had the hue of ledger work, precise but uninhabited. The passages that demanded a connective tissue of feeling disintegrated into correct, unconvincing notes. Lena's canvas leaned against the music stand like an uncommon clef. In its simplicity there was a compulsion. When my hands faltered I found myself looking at the blue wash as if the color might supply a cue. It did nothing to restore the sound to the old logic. Yet its presence created a new relationship, a picture in a piano, a child's chroma, and a man's notation, arranged in a conversation I had not planned. I thought, once or twice, of the media angles Kurt had described the redemptive arc, the public's appetite for recovery dramatized. I felt an aversion not to the idea of being seen as a subject of compassion, but to the hunger in narratives that demand spectacle from private misfortune. There is a kind of commerce in what people call second acts. I did not wish to become fodder for a story that simplified the work of loss into an overnight turnaround. The rehearsal's collapse had exposed the risk of that transformation. The public wants visible progress, but progress for me is often slow, halting, somewhere between practice and a very private sense of rightness. I did not sleep well that night. When sleep came it was thin and vagrant, threaded by small returns to the rehearsal, the particular sound of a broken phrase, the rustle of Marta's notes, the impatience in Kurt's smile. In the small hours I got up and sat at the piano and wrote nothing. I simply pressed chord after chord and listened. There was one progression that felt, for a second, like a return to shape, a low cluster that suggested an opening, then it flattened. The next time I glanced at Lena's painting it had a gravity far greater than any decorative companion. The scarlet line across blue had become a marker for possibility rather than a map for retrieval. It posed a quiet demand: make of what you have, not what you have lost. In the days that followed, Marta called with a list of possible dates. Kurt called with a revised pitch. Felix Jern, who smelled an object of interest in any public falter, left a message that was thinly sympathetic and deeply speculative. I answered none of them immediately. I began, instead, to spend increments of time with small experiments, fragmentary pieces written slowly, notes placed like cautious bricks rather than attempts at bridges. I kept the painting on the stand and sometimes, at odd hours, touched the scarlet line with the pad of a finger, as if to feel where color might press back. The rehearsal had collapsed, and with its collapse something else became necessary: the understanding that any public return had to be redefined on different terms. The failure was not merely of technique. It was an ethical invitation to stop allowing my work to be measured by expectations I could no longer meet. Perhaps the most painful admission is that my professional life had been built upon the private fact of synesthesia, and with that gone my work needed to be reconstituted from other materials: time, collaboration, and patience. The rehearsal showed me, with blunt intimacy, That spectacle would not reconstitute me. It did not tell me what would, but it did what failure sometimes does. It cleared the field. That clearing does not feel like relief so much as obligation. A small obligation, patient and exacting, the kind that a child meets with a brush and a single color wash. It was Lena's small painting, its insistent scarlet, that stayed with me as I locked up the gallery and walked away. I carried the image home the way one carries a small, inconvenient truth. The next morning, when the city had its clean light and the baker's cart smelled of yeast, I sat at the piano and began, very slowly, to write, not to rehearse for a comeback, but to listen for a shape that might be mine now. The page faced me like a blank score, and I felt something I had not felt in a long time, a modest sort of resolve, not to reclaim what had been but to discover, with enough time, what might be made of the remainder. The hook of that resolve pulled at the fabric of the next day's decisions in its stead. Marta left 3 increasingly urgent messages. Kurt sent a single sentence in capitals suggesting a televised charity gala. Felix called twice. I answered none. Instead, I placed the small blue and scarlet canvas at the edge of the music stand and, with hands that had learned both violence and tenderness at the keyboard, began to make a beginning that would have no immediate audience. For many nights after the rehearsal, that last collapsed under the gallery's indifferent light, I sat at the piano and pretended that my fingers were no longer instruments of memory, but instruments of discovery. Pretense is a practical matter. It organizes the day. You begin by arranging the tools. You have the chair at the correct distance from the keyboard, a stack of clean manuscript paper, a pencil sharpened until the graphite makes a discreet, honest line, and then you commit to the small, repeatable acts that make composition possible. Measure, arrive, routine, place, work, begin. The early hours of this particular attempt were inefficient in the manner of grief. I would play a motif and then stop, as if expecting some fugitive color to bleed from the sound and prove the world whole again. There was nothing. The piano remained a precise machine. Its mechanical honesty was a small cruelty. I listened to the wood of the fallboard as I let it close between fragments. The silence afterwards had a density that I could measure in breaths. In that silence, 2 things kept recurring: Lena's canvases, laid against the studio wall in the market district where I first found her, and the blunt, old-world insistence of her bomb that music was always less about miraculous gifts than about the ethical work of listening and repeating. At first I worked in margins. The composition, I imagine, was not an attempt to reproduce the chromatic world that had gone out of me. It would have been absurd to pursue exact matches where neurological impression had been severed. Instead, I tried to be faithful to a smaller truth, that when I had once heard a chord as indigo, I had not been grasping at spectacle, but naming an effective architecture. The child across the room who painted without ever needing to explain herself had been rendering that architecture in pigment. If I could not trust the colors themselves, perhaps I could trust the emotional contours they implied. So I began by listening for contour. I pressed a tonic low on the left hand and let the sound bloom in the room. There was, of course, no bloom of color. The sound was as it was, a frequency, a decay, a sober factuality. What I began to hear, after many repetitions, was what I always heard when I stopped asking the senses to baptize reality and instead asked them to tell me what was there. The relationship between an attack and its echo, the way a chord's sustain made the subsequent rest feel like architecture rather than absence. I wrote down a short motif, 3 notes, small and unadorned, and repeated it until the repetition made a space in my chest that felt less like loss and more like possibility. The motif was not pretty. It had an edge to it that embarrassed me, as if I were trying to pass some small, stupefied truth for music. I kept it anyway. Lena's canvases began to enter the work not as imitation but as scaffolding. She had painted, in the neighborhood where she sat with her brushes and her uncanny attention, a series of modest panels, a wash of deep, almost bruised blue for a low register, a narrow abrupt scar of crimson for staccato attacks, a thinly glazed field of grayed apricot for lingering phrases. The paint was crude in a deliberate way. There was no academical smoothing, only economic decisions about saturation and negative space. I placed 2 of these canvases on the piano's music stand, not for decoration but for reference. I told myself I would translate the shapes into duration and interval rather than into literal pitch. Blue would mean breadth and weight. Crimson would mean attack and brevity. Apricot would be an invitation to linger. The first draft I wrote in a single, crooked afternoon. I made 3 pages of music and then, at the end, left a blank staff as if for a coda that I did not yet trust myself to write. I sealed these 3 pages in a drawer and, for several days, did not touch them. The concealment had the effect of a crucible. The music, left to its own devices, began to occupy my imagination in a different register. I heard the motif in the pauses between deliveries, in the hush of the tram outside, in the cadence of the kettle boiling. At odd hours I would take the pages out and amend a slur, cross out an overindulgent ornament, shorten a rest I had made too long for drama's sake. I had reasons for secrecy that were not simply fear. I had learned in the slow, public way that instruments teach you that when a new piece meets the air for the first time, it is vulnerable to being described before it has a chance to perform. To be described in my present condition would be to expose it to a narrative that sought miracle or spectacle, a narrative that would take what was small and make of it either a headline or a token. In the months after the accident, the press had shown that it could do with my life what it did with orchestral scores: clip, rearrange, amplify for effect. I had no wish to see a private attempt turned into a commodity of pity. I wanted the fragment to be judged by its own modest terms. So I took the piece in trembling secrecy to Herr Baum. His apartment smelled exactly as I remembered: old paper and lemon oil, a faint residue of coffee from a cup that had been cooling for hours. The coat over his arm had the frayed neatness of someone who had never learned to value comfort over custom. He offered me bread in silence, which is a kind of welcome I had come to recognize. I played the fragment for him in the small wooden room that had once held the damp air of the conservatory's practice hall. He listened with the skill of a man who had spent a life training his attention to land where it mattered. There was no theatrical expression, no smile to give me false hope. He sat with his hands folded, his chin tucked in the pocket of his scarf, as if to shelter the sound. When I finished, there was a pause long enough for me to become uncertain whether the piece had failed entirely. Herr Baum cleared his throat, not for drama but to ordain speech to follow. "It's not a return," he said finally, which I took as both an observation and a mercy. "It doesn't try to be. That would be foolish and dishonest. It is modest. It has discipline." He tapped the music on his knee. "You have left room for silence in a way that asks the listener to work. That is better work than dazzling them into forgetfulness." The praise, delivered in that blunt fashion, carried more weight than any public ovation would have. Herr Baum's commendation was not about technical fireworks. It was about moral steadiness, about the refusal to pretend at a miracle. He spoke then of structure, of the way the motif should recur like an image in a portrait, not to remind but to deepen. He suggested excisions, a bar too ornamental here, a repeat too indulgent there. He spoke of the ending with an economy that made me feel both chastened and relieved. "And not with a flourish," he said, as if reciting some old law. "End with a question, a last note that is not closure but an invitation." I left his apartment with my manuscript in a thin envelope, and with something like permission to continue. Herr Baum's approval was not the absolution of the world. It was, rather, an authorization to proceed without spectacle. The next person I shared the piece with was the one whose pigments had first given me a road back, Leni. She had appeared at my flat that morning much as she had the first time, carrying a roll of primed board under one arm, and a tin of cheap brushes under the other. Her fingers bore the stains of recent work. She waved them as if to say business as usual. Anja, who had delivered her with a gentle glance and a list of errands, retreated into the kitchen and left us to our peculiar collaboration. I played the fragment for Leni as I had for Herr Baum, but I made a point of protecting the music from any problematic expectations. I asked her only to listen, not to paint, because I wanted to see what the music would produce in a mind that was not trained by critical language, but by pigment and economy. Children have a way of listening that is uninflected by the forms adults assume. Their assent or refusal is immediate, and not the product of a reputation to protect. Leni kept very still. Her dark eyes watched my hands. When the piece ended, she breathed as if she had been holding it inside her, and now needed to release some small part of it. She did not clap. She took from her satchel a narrow board the size of an open book and placed it on the floor. Instead of asking questions, she asked for colors. She painted while I played the fragment again. The first run-through was tentative. My hands were still discovering the muscle lines of the new phrases. Her brush moved fast, economy in motion, a wash of ash blue across the lower edge where my left hand had been, a narrow streak of iron red for the quick articulations, a thin veil of apricot that hovered over the cadential phrase. Each gesture was unmediated and precise as a decision in the middle of an argument. When the last note died, Leni set down her brush and did not explain what she had done. Explanation with her would have been an unnecessary diplomatic act. We looked. The small board was alive the way only something made quickly and with conviction can be, not perfect but recognizing. I had the peculiar, private sensation of being seen. For all my conservatory training and public exposure, I had not been seen like that in years. Her painting did not restore color to my hearing. It did something else. It affirmed that the music communicated effectively to another sensibility, and that the connection between what I had written and what she had painted was immediate and intelligible. Lena's painting answered the motive as if it had always awaited that question. There was a practical moment after that, a negotiation of sorts. She wanted to keep one of the original pages, to study the rhythms as she had studied sound. I refused at first, oddly possessive, but I recognized the absurdity of possessiveness over accompaniment. We settled on a bargain. She could copy one page on an old bit of paper, and I would allow her to keep it. She accepted with a plain-faced happiness that undercut the complication of my adult anxieties. That evening, in the quiet that followed, I revised the fragment yet again. The revisions were small and literal, a shortening of a rest here, a tightening of a rhythmic figure there. I thought of her Baum's counsel to end on a question and of Lena's panel that had given my motive a face. The work of composition, I was relearning, is partly an apprenticeship in listening, not only to the sounds you make but to the reactions they provoke in others, and allowing those reactions to shape the piece without surrendering its core. Several images kept returning as I worked. One was the limp exactness of the empty concert hall after the accident, rows of chairs like teeth, stage lights held too bright and then suddenly dim. Another was Lena's small hands, stained and decisive, mixing paint in a cheap tin. A third was Herr Baum's face when he spoke of a question in the ending. These images did not settle into neat symbolism. They rearranged themselves as practical instructions. The manuscript itself became an object I treated with a protective thrift. I annotated margins in pencil, less pedantic here, trust silence, avoid grand gestures. I resisted ornament that I recognized as compensation. Those flourishes belonged to the old me, who had hoped to conjure color rather than form. The piece's language was lean, because that seemed to be what it asked for. It wanted an economy, as if the music had learned to speak through scarcity. In the final page, I left a rest longer than felt comfortable, a rest that required the listener to hold breath and to imagine the phrase that followed. I obeyed her Baum and let the ending become an invitation. I sealed the pages in an envelope. To some that gesture would be theatrical. To me it was an act of care. I wrote on the front in my careful, practiced hand for Leni and her Baum, for now. The for now was the small acknowledgement that everything is provisional, and that art, once made, asks to be carried into the world and judged and remade there. The envelope sat on my desk for 2 days. In that time I practiced the fragment until muscle memory made some of its lines less precarious. Repetition is a fortifying thing. It does not restore what was lost, but it makes new routes possible within the landscape of absence. I played for small private audiences for Sophia on a rainy afternoon, for Clara when she dropped by with bread, and a way of being quiet that felt like forgiveness. Each time I played, I watched faces more than I listened for color. Human faces have a different kind of synesthesia. They translate sound into micro-expressions that are, if you pay attention, as instructive as painted pigment. When I handed a copy of the manuscript to Leni, she took it as if receiving something fragile. "Will you play it in front of more people?" she asked, suddenly serious in that way children can be. I did not answer at once. The temptation to test the piece publicly was real. The need to protect it was also real. The piece, in its modesty, seemed naive in the face of the world's appetite for spectacle. But Lena's earnestness had the peculiarly disarming effect of making me honest with myself. "Not yet," I said, "not for spectacle, perhaps in time for a small room, for people who can listen as you do." She smiled a small, quick curling of her mouth that made the world feel slightly less brittle. Later that night I polished the piano and sat with the instrument under lamplight, the apartment softened by the sort of absence that is not violent but present, the radiator's slow tick, a neighbor's late footsteps, the hush of the street beyond. I played the fragment one last time before putting it away. The ending, the place where her bomb had told me to leave the question, felt less like a refusal than like an opening. It was, perhaps, the only honest ending left to me. I do not pretend that this fragment is salvation. There is, in the months that followed, no miraculous reanimation of my former synesthetic world. But composition can be a modest theology, a way of reconstructing meaning by attending to what remains. The piece taught me that absence is not simply a vacuum, but also a field where new gestures can be planted if one does not mistake them for return. It gave me something practical to offer, a small currency with which to trade for encounters that might, in time, be more generous than pity. The chapter, then, closes with a decision that is both a protection and a promise. I sealed the manuscript in its envelope and placed it in the bottom drawer of my desk. I left one page on the stand of the piano, not so that I might be tempted to perform it for anyone who happened to knock, but so that the music might live in the room where it had been born. Outside, the city carried on with indifferent loops of sound. Inside, the fragment sat like a patient thing, waiting to be invited into a life that would demand less of a miracle and more of an honest question. When I finally went to bed that night, I had the curious feeling of someone who had constructed a small, private raft, and having tested it, chosen not to set out into storm. The raft would remain available for a calm crossing. The next morning, I left a note for her bomb and folded a small sheet of paper into Lena's satchel, a map of the motif, a pencil sketch of the rhythm. I could not say whether the fragment would ever meet a public that was ready to listen. I could say, with a clarity that surprised me, that I had done the work I could do without pretending at restitution. That was enough for now. The last line I wrote on the manuscript before sealing it was not a flourish or a claim. It was a single word: listen. It was both instruction and invocation. There is an audacity, perhaps, in making a plea of such simplicity, but audaciousness is less a quality of composition than of survival. I slept with that small audacity in my pocket like a coin that might, sooner or later, buy something worth having. When morning came, the light across the desk caught the envelope's edge and threw a clean line onto the floor. The world, as always, offered no guarantees. What it offered, in that thin moment, was a narrow fact. I had written something true enough to be secret and generous enough to be shared. The story of whether that thing would become part of anyone's life beyond mine and Lena's and her bombs remained unwritten. That uncertainty, more than anything else, felt like a proper beginning. I kept a small notebook on the piano stand for a week, the sort of ledger I had once used to annotate phrasing in sonatas. Each morning, before Leni arrived, I wrote a single line: form, statement, departure, return. The act of writing it felt like fastening a strap across a loose sail. It was a way of promising myself that we would not drift amid improvisation. I did not yet know whether the strap would hold. I did know that language, however blunt, had to be the scaffolding for our work. Lenny came on a Wednesday that smelled of rain. She was already late. Anja had sent her with a brown paper bag of sandwiches, and a sour face that hovered at the door for a count of 2 before disappearing down the stairwell. Lena's hands were streaked with color, as always, a filigree of turquoise near the cuticle of her right thumb, a smudge of something like dried garnet on the heel of her palm. When she stood in the doorway, she looked at the upright piano as if it were some improbable animal, and I understood that she had not been taught to obey its rhythms. That was part of what I wanted to preserve. Today, I said, and for a moment my voice sounded like a metronome in my own ears. We will listen to a slow movement by Hayne. We shall look at form together. She nodded, chewing the corner of a sandwich. Form, she echoed as if tasting an unfamiliar word, like the shape of a story. Yes, like the shape of a story. First there is an idea, then the idea wanders, then it returns, changed. She made a small, thoughtful sound and padded across to the low stool I had bought for her from a second-hand shop. The palette I kept on the lid was a riot. Cheap tubes, rescued mid-century brushes, jars of water that had a clouded sheen. I mixed a slate blue, neither purely ultramarine nor complete gray, something that sat on the fence between cool and warm. I thought of the opening phrase, a clear, arching line, calm and certain, and handed her the brush. Blue for the opening, I said. But consider the edges. Not all blues are the same. Make the first phrase solid, then let it thin at the conclusion. Observe the breath. She began with a decisive stroke. Her elbow moved like someone who had done this all her life, a fast, economical gesture that left no questioning between intention and mark. The blue settled, then the brush lifted and she dipped again, adding a thin, almost red line for the phrase that rose. It was not what my memory of synesthesia would have prescribed. My old mapping might have urged apricot for that rise, but it had its own logic. Her blues held authority. We worked in small units. I would play a bar or a phrase. She would paint until that small passage felt embodied on canvas. I tried to use the vocabulary I trusted and practiced: motive, antecedent, consequent, development. I tried to translate musical architecture into words a child could grasp without overburdening the exercise. The words felt awkward at first. They had the liveliness of tools being rediscovered. When I play the motif again and again, I told her, notice what happens. Does it become less interesting or more insistent? Is there tension behind it? She looked up, mouth a little full of sandwich, then nodded. It gets hungrier, she said. Like when I draw the same house, and then something inside it wants to be different. Her language was rough-hewn but exact. Then you make it hungry on purpose. Sometimes. We make the ear wait or we make it chase. Both are ways to make meaning. There were moments of pure pedantry in my teaching, the sorts of microscopic cues I had once given students at the conservatory. Shift weight half a beat earlier. Breathe across the bar line. Let the right hand suspend as though holding a thought. Leni would imitate each small gesture with surprising literalness, as if my instructions were a language she could wear until they felt like her own. She copied my half-beats and exaggerated silences in the same way a child might try on an adult's coat, obviously too long in the sleeve, but comforted by the suggestion of warmth. Yet there were also moments when my pedagogical certainty collapsed. I asked her, one day, to paint a development section, a passage where the opening idea should go through turbulence, be pulled apart and reassembled. Make the colors argue with one another, I said, wanting a visual equivalent to harmonic instability. She painted like a storm at first, slashes of indigo, thin veins of verdigris, a frantic streak of cadmium mixed with black. Then, 3 minutes in, she flung the brush down and began to cry, not loud, but the kind of sharp, astonished sob that belonged to disappointment rather than injury. She cried about her painting. It's rubbish, she said between puffs. It's like when I try to copy somebody and it comes out smooth, like I wasn't even me. I had not expected a child's dramatic dislike of imitation to land so hard. It opened a fissure in me. For years I had believed discipline to be a virtue because it was a way to control outcome. Lena's anger accused me. Was I training her to be a faithful but soulless translation machine? Or could structure and instinct coexist? I sat on the low stool and found that my hands were cold. "Tell me why you think it's rubbish," I said quietly. She kicked at the pallet with her heel and glowered. "Because it's trying too hard. Because it's like homework. Because it's not greedy enough." Her words were a corrective. In my lessons I had been too much a conservator of form, too willing to translate every irregularity into an exercise. I had been teaching her the grammar of music without allowing for its colloquial, messy speech. The discovery humbled me not in the theatrical way of being humbled in public, but in the precise, narrow way that occupied a long afternoon space. From then on I altered the exercises. We still worked on phrasing and tension, but I began to insert intervals for improvisation, a bar where she could do anything she wished, an instruction to paint blindfolded, a request that she listen and not look. At first she treated these freedoms with suspicion, like a child given an unlocked jar for the first time. Then gradually the suspicion eased into delight. She learned to make a mud-colored smear that later resolved into a believable shadow. She discovered that a translucent wash could suggest memory rather than explicit sound. There were afternoons when Clara would appear without announcing herself, much beyond leaving a teacup on the rim of the piano and standing in the doorway. She watched with the reserve of someone who had seen many of my failures and a few of my successes. Her manners were always careful. She asked soft questions when she spoke. One such afternoon I asked Leni to listen to a short phrase I had written specifically for her, a string of measures that bent, not towards technical difficulty, but toward a simple, human yearning. "What do you hear?" I asked when the last chord faded. She wiped her hands on her trousers and said after a moment, something like wanting to reach, but holding back. Like someone at a window who doesn't want to wake the house. Clara's expression softened. Something unspoken passed between us, as if she recognized the domestic weight of that image. "That's very good," she said. It was brief, but the praise mattered because it was not theatrical. It had the shape of a person reconciling a past intimacy with present caution. Leni chose a narrow yellowed ochre for the phrase. It was not the bright apricot my memory might have liked, but it had the peculiar honesty of a color that had seen much daylight and kept its modesty. Later, when she varnished the panel, the ochre sat like a small, weathered coin. I found myself learning as much as teaching. I began to let go of the compulsion to align a color to a precise pitch label, and instead listened for the emotional architecture beneath the notes. In other words, I was translating in the other direction, not from my vanished synesthesia to art, but from the gestures of paint to the demands of sound. Lena's translations, at their best, supplied me with contours I had forgotten how to draw, a palette that suggested a crescendo not by hue but by saturation, a smear that suggested a retardando by its gradual thinning. Occasionally her balm would arrive. His presence had the stubborn gravitas of a solid object in a room, unadorned, necessary, slightly unsettling. He watched us one afternoon with his hands folded like a prayer. I played him a short passage and asked him to say nothing. He listened with the same modest attention he had once paid to my youthful experiments. Afterwards he pursed his lips, which is what he did when pleased. "Taste and patience," he said at last. "Not every sound must be decorated. Not every silence must be filled." The praise was small and practical, and yet strangely galvanizing. Baum's approval was a remnant of a world that valued endurance over spectacle. I had feared that my new methods, the barter with a child, the use of visual art as a guide, would amount to concession. His words suggested instead a continuity, that the fundamentals of attention were the same whether one used ear, eye, or hand. There was also the matter of language. Lena's first attempts to name what she heard were clumsy. She used bodily metaphors, pulling, squashing, breathing in. I tried to offer the technical vocabulary I thought useful: modulation, cadence, suspension. We invented a hybrid lexicon that sometimes felt ridiculous and sometimes uncannily precise. She referred to a sudden dissonance as an itch, and to a settled chord as a table you can put your cup on. Those images stayed with me longer than the formal terms. The sessions altered the flat subtly. The piano, which had been a precise instrument and a reliquary of loss, was now accompanied by panels leaning against the radiator. Small squares of varnished wood propped against stacks of scores. The panels gathered dust in a way that felt domestic and sane. On quiet nights I would look at them and try to read their palettes, as if they were music scores written in a different notation. In the mornings I would wake with a single color lingering at the edge of my vision like a remembered scent. Not all moments were gentle. There were times Leni resisted structure outright. When I asked for economy, she produced luxuriant excess. When I requested a thin wash, she laid on pigment as if to declare war on faintness. Those defiant acts forced me into negotiations I had not expected to enjoy. For the first time since the accident, my aesthetic judgments were not merely commands, but questions to be answered by another will. There was a pleasure in being uncertain, a steadier sort of excitement. One exercise that delighted both of us was a reversal. I would ask Leni to paint a short passage without seeing the instrument. She would put on a blindfold and listen while I played. Then, once the paint had dried, we would reverse positions, and I would play while looking at her panel, trying to match my touch to the shapes she had laid down. The blindfolding worked as a small ritual. It equalized authority for a few minutes and produced errors that were instructive. On one such reversal, she painted a diagonal wash of teal that I at first mistrusted. It felt like an evasion. When I played with the painting before me, attempting to supply the sound it suggested, I found myself drawn to a slow, syncopated rhythm I would not have thought to choose. The rhythm asked for room around it. It wanted silence as an ingredient. In the act of filling that space, I discovered a new patience in my own hands. These discoveries accumulated and fed one another. Lena's growing deliberate choices emboldened me to compose in small fragments again. I wrote short motifs inspired by her panels, a hesitant left-hand ostinato suggested by a repeated stippling of gray. A sudden bright chord inspired by a flash of cadmium yellow at the edge of a canvas. The pieces were modest in length, a few bars, stitched together like small confessions, but they had an integrity I would not have expected of the first efforts of a man who had been relearning how to listen. At the end of a long day, when the light in the room had thinned to the same color as one of Lena's ochres, Clara came and stood near the window. She had not entered the room during the lesson. She preferred to be present at the margins. She sipped the last of her tea and then, without ceremony, said, "You are changing the way you hear." It was not exactly praise, nor was it idle critique. It had the weight of someone who had watched me build and then burn my life and was now noting, without nostalgia, the outline of a different life. I did not know whether what we were doing could be called recovery. We were, at most, constructing a new grammar. There were days of regression and others of small surprises. Leni learned to listen not merely for prominent gestures but for subtext. I learned to accept that translation could be partial, and that partiality did not equate to deceit. There was an ethical side to the work that I had not named. The idea that to ask another to inhabit your loss is to trust them, and to be trusted is itself a kind of restoration. Our sessions ended, as most of my days then did, with a quiet ritual. I would close the piano, and she would wipe her hands and sometimes hum a fragment she imagined while painting. The hum was not musical in any trained sense, but had the rightness of a person living with sound as a companion. Once when we were packing up, she looked at me with a seriousness that surprised me. "Will you teach me to play?" she asked. I had the impulse to answer with prudence, "Not yet, or when you are older." But the years of quiet practice and these thin, patient exchanges had softened something fearful in me. "Not yet," I said at first. Then I added, "But I can show you how to listen. And if you want, I can teach you how to place a hand on a piano so it doesn't hurt." She smiled widely, the sort of smile that announces an immediate plan. "Then start tomorrow," she said. The hook of the chapter is simple, domestic and stubborn, as Lena's attention acquires a grammar. My work shifts from trying to replicate an irretrievable interior map to learning how to ask another to help me chart the territory. The smallest instruments, a child's palette, a second-hand stool, a notebook on the piano, begin to feel like the necessary tools of an unassuming craft. We had not yet written the concert. We had not yet tested the method in public or against hostile scrutiny. But we had, in the privacy of a small room, begun to form a language. The question that would shape the months to come was whether that language could hold when the lights were on and the faces in the audience expected a miracle rather than a modest, honest translation. There are visits that arrive like a carefully tuned interval, not a crescendo, not a cadenza, but a plain cadence that says, in effect, we will resume in the same key. Clara's came like that, with a tray and a calendar, and a refusal to dramatize what had already been dramatized enough. When she knocked, the sound was a small punctuation in a day otherwise measured by the tick of the radio clock and the slow sediment of dust on the upright. I answered in my slippers, hands still carrying the ghost of the keyboard in their muscles. She carried a tin tray, 2 plates, and a pot so commonplace that I felt, absurdly, as if she had brought a domestic proof that food, like music, could be prepared and shared without spectacle. We have a history of gestures, the way she arranges the sheets when we played together, the lightness with which she crosses a bar to an accompaniment we both know by heart. But this evening she moved with an efficiency that suggested training, not sentiment. She set the tray on the table between the score I had left open and a new canvas Lenny had given me, a blotchy wash of blue with a thin, abrupt streak of red running through it. That's a low E, I had said the first time I saw it. Clara had only raised an eyebrow and said good. She poured tea without primble and placed a small saucer beside each plate. For a moment we simply sat, spooning stew into our mouths, looking at the page, at the painting, at the way the light fell across the keys. I kept expecting her to fold into some theatrical reproof and recitation of what we had once held in common, and then lost, but instead she watched me as if cataloging the state of the room. The way a conservatory teacher might enter a student's practice space and note that the metronome was on the wrong beat. "How are you keeping?" she asked, always the careful question that could be a test. I gave the usual half-habitual answer, "I am getting through the days." It was both true and a sentence that refused intimacy. Clara's face did not soften. She is practical by temperament, by choice, perhaps, but the practicality is neither small nor mean. It is a function of arrangement. She sees life as something to be organized so that fewer things fall apart. "You're avoiding the important question," she said. "You know that." That line slid easily into one of the silences that once used to be the preludes to performances, the quiet that is not empty but full of potential. I had not until then understood how many of my sentences were rehearsals. She offered me, instead, not advice under the guise of control, but a proposition. She unfolded a small paper calendar. The paper was blank for my month, a calendar unmarked in neat squares. With a pencil held in the manner of someone ready to make precise corrections, she suggested dividing the week into blocks. 3 mornings reserved for practice, 2 afternoons for teaching, and 1 evening simply for being uncertain, unplanned, without the pressure to perform. "Not a schedule to smother you," she said, "but a scaffolding." Scaffolding, the word is not romantic. It implies construction, waiting, and a workmanlike hope. I considered the proposal in the way I might consider a score handed to me by a stranger. I looked at the measures, felt whether the pulse corresponded to anything I could sustain. I noticed my hands unconsciously arranging themselves, the thumb finding a place on the table as if it were a key. What she offered, in formal terms, was a translation of public ritual into private ritual, smaller audiences, regular times. Not a reclamation, perhaps, but a structure that would keep me honest. "You mean I should stop waiting for a miracle," I said. "If miracles come, you'll be practicing when they do," she answered. There was none of the scandalized moralism I half expected. Instead, she spoke as one adult to another patient, firm. I remembered the nights when our calendar had once been a map of tours, radio appearances, rehearsals in remote studios. The rhythms then were all exterior, flights, press events, the mechanical cycle of applause that felt like the weather. Now the weather had changed. The constellations I used to read had dissolved, and Clara's calendar was a small attempt to let me relearn the sky in terms of nearer objects. We argued, because argument is a way of touching the edge of things without committing to the center. She suggested that music might be honest in smaller frames, that a residency at a conservatory or a sequence of short recitals in modest halls could allow me to teach, and to recompose a life that did not depend on the impossible recovery of a neurological gift. I replied, perhaps clumsily, that my music had always been more than notes. My synesthesia was not an affectation but a cognition, an inextricable part of how I understood a phrase. If I cannot see the color of a note, I said, I cannot be sure I'm saying what I mean. Her voice did not rise, it only sharpened. You confusing the map for the territory was always a problem, she said. It is embarrassing to say it so plainly, but you built a house around this color sense until it became the house. Life is not a map. Houses need roofs, and roofs sometimes leak. We fix them. I wanted to reply with something more elegant. Instead, I reached for an old program that lay on the piano stool, the creases worn where we had folded it on trains. I turned it over and felt the scratch of the ink. My fingers found a place on an old ad printed on the back, and then I remembered a line from one of my earlier letters, silly things that now seemed freighted. Clara watched me as if she could see the small machinery of memory shift inside my chest. Her eyes softened, briefly. Do you miss the touring? She asked. Yes, I said. Not the attention per se, the clarity. When the hall was full, everything outside the music reduced to its edges. It is hard to explain. It's like being given a map where every route is outlined, and then having the ink taken away. She did not press the point that some of that clarity had been exploitative not of me, perhaps, but of the myth of me. She sat with the thought that the man who asked the question had been deeply afraid of losing what used to bear him up. Later, when the plates were cleared and the cups rinsed, she suggested something more intimate. What if, she said, you and I tried an experiment, not for the press, not for Marta or Kurt, just for ourselves, a weekly evening, just 2 pieces, always the same. No audience, perhaps once a month an invited friend, a small ritual. You play. I listen. Then we talk about the choices the piece forces on us. Could that be enough practice to re-educate you to the idea of music as conversation rather than confession? Her suggestion had the curious quality of a test dressed as an offer. I thought of the way Leanie painted, impatient, unschooled, translating what she heard into pigments that did not always match my old internal map, but had an internal coherency. The idea of rehearsing with Clara, of playing 2 pieces in the living room and discussing them over tea, felt like returning to a primitive form of what we had once done together in hotels and dressing rooms, but now stripped of ambition. It was domestic, awkward, and in certain ways plausible. I cannot promise miracles, I said. You're not being asked to promise miracles, she said. You're being asked to promise small, repeated acts. We discussed the practicalities. Could she come on Tuesdays? Wednesday mornings? Who would answer the phone? Marta would call, inevitably. She had a way of imagining possibilities as if they were currencies. I told Clara I was afraid of being dragged back into the pattern of being a product to be sold. My illness became a commodity. My fragility a headline. She acknowledged the danger with that same precise patience she always had, and proposed to guard her, as point of contact. If Marta calls about a large event, she calls me first. We decide together, she said. It felt like a small surrender but a strategically wise one. To let someone else become the arbiter of publicity would be a way of keeping my days small and private. That evening, as she prepared to leave, she paused by the piano and ran the flat of her fingers across the lid. The sound was faint, the action almost ceremonial. Do you still keep that habit of counting? She asked. The counting was small and private, the invisible measure I used to steady a difficult passage. Yes, I said, still counting? She smiled then, a brief clarity. Good, there are worse anchors. At the door she hesitated. For a moment I thought she would say something that would resolve the entire problem of my life. Instead she asked, quietly, if you cannot be the man on the stage, who would you be at the table? The question landed like a phrase whose cadence I could not immediately parse. Who would I be at a table? A teacher, perhaps. A quieter musician, perhaps. A man who could cook, who could keep a plant alive. Sudden, domestic sins and virtues. The question had the power of a lens. If I answered differently, the world might take a different shape. Who would I be? I repeated. The words felt foreign and intimate at the same time. I imagined myself at a table with Leanie, explaining a phrase. I imagined myself with students, blunt and patient in equal measure, watching small hands find the logic of tension and release. I imagined performing in rooms that did not require a miracle, where the permission to be human was the only currency. Clara's hand rested briefly on my arm, an unceremonious contact that carried the history of many seasons. Try it, she said, for a while, see what happens. She closed the door with the same efficiency she had used to enter. I sat at the table, which now seemed a different object in the room, transformed by its new possibility. The calendar she had left lay open. I put the pencil in my mouth and thought about the habits that form a life. Habits are not miracles. They are not salvations. But they are, sometimes, the ground on which repair can begin. After she left, I took out an old, brittle score and placed it beside Lena's canvas, the blue wash that suggested a low E and the streak of red for staccato. I set the metronome to a tempo I could both hold and resent. I was not buoyed by the certainty of the old color map. Instead, I listened closely for emotional contours and trusted small gestures, the weight of a hand on a phrase, the release of a bar. I tried 2 pieces, as Clara had suggested, one short nocturne from memory and a simple tude that had once been an exercise in clarity. My fingers found some of their old articulations. Other passages came out brittle and too rehearsed. Where the playing faltered, I resisted the immediate urge to stop and analyze. I allowed the measure to breathe, as if letting a wound air itself would allow a different kind of healing. After I finished, I sat in the residual hush and wrote into the margin of the score a note, 2 evenings per week, small audience. Discuss. There is a peculiar modesty in admitting that a life one once took as whole must be reassembled from fragments. The admission is not a defeat so much as an inventory. Clara's visit supplied an initial order, a schedule, a boundary, and a willingness to act as a buffer against predatory publicity. It also supplied, unexpectedly, a test of intimacy, a request that we resume a private practice together, unobserved by the machinery that once turned my difficulties into spectacle. As night thickened and the city sounded the low hum of a distant tram, I thought of the man I might be at a table. In my mind's eye I saw Lena's paint-stained hands and Clara's efficient posture. I imagined teaching in a small room where students could ask shy questions and I could answer without the pretense of a public voice. I imagined composing an honest, unadorned piece for a couple of people in a drawing room, a fragment that would acknowledge absence and make room for listening. The question Clara left me with, "Who would you be at the table?" was not yet an answer. It was an invitation to a series of small acts that might, over time, accumulate into a life. I turned out the light and sat for a long moment in the dark, fingers resting on my knees, feeling the faint ache of the hands that had once conjured color from sound. There was no miraculous recollection that night. There was, instead, the slow arrival of something else, a possibility that life, measured in modest routines and shared meals, could contain a music of its own. Outside, someone laughed in the courtyard. It was an ordinary sound, spare and human. I took the calendar and penciled in the first 2 practice mornings. Then I wrote, clumsily and with more hope than certainty, 2 pieces, always the same. The pencil line was thin but deliberate. It felt like the first note of a new, careful phrase, one that would not demand a miracle, but might, through repetition and attention, teach me how to find meaning again. I did not know then whether habit could contain grace. I only knew that Clara had offered me a scaffold, and that I had placed, however tentatively, the first plank. When the knock came the next day, Marta's quick, Officious wrapping my hand moved to the drawer where I kept the calendar. I did not open it immediately. I turned instead to the canvas and let my fingers follow the streaked red. There are questions one cannot answer in a single sitting. But there are intervals in which decisions can be tried on like clothes. Close, step back, feel the fit. I put the pencil to the paper and, with a steadier hand, penciled under Tuesday and Thursday practice. Clara present. The writing was small, precise, an act of appointment. Outside the window, Vienna kept its old, patient light. The city had not changed because I had lost a faculty. I had. That distinction between the city's continuity and my own fragmentation was the hard truth. Clara's visit had not healed me. It had, however, proposed a way of being in the world that might, with time, allow me to make music again, not as a recovery of what had been, but as the invention of something else. It was the difference between expecting a miracle and deciding to practice. As the flat settled into evening, I rehearsed again, quietly, the phrases I would play at the table Clara had invited me to sit at. The notes did not shine with color. They were sound clean, precise, often mute of hue, yet in their ordinariness there was the tiny, stubborn suggestion that I might, after all, find a way to inhabit absence. When Marta arrived, she did so as if delivering a small verdict, brisk, certain. The leather folder she carried placed on my table with a neatness that suggested there was no room for argument. The kettle had been on, because habit still required it. I had left a score open on the piano as if the presence of paper would summon a color that had stopped existing. She looked at the sheet music with the mild impatience of an investor who has been given an inferior prospectus. "We've been talking," she said without preamble, "about one idea that might be worth trying, not a comeback in the old sense, Matthias. Something different. There are ways of inviting you back that parade the mechanism of your injury like a lantern to attract sympathy. There are others that consult the audience less and the art more." Marta had never been the sentimental sort. She had shepherded my career through the seasons when flattery could be sold and when the market turned. She wore the years on her cowled neck like a warning. Always the person who could turn you toward practicality when your pride mistook itself for sufficient means. She opened the folder and inside the photographs were matte, modest gray spaces, a small list of guest names, a short program, a gallery, she said, not a concert hall. An evening in a small space with a small audience. Lena's paintings will hang. You will play a short sequence. It will be presented as collaboration rather than miracle. Kurt, who had arrived a half hour later and who now leaned against my bookshelf with the unshackable optimism of a man who sells seats for a living, said the same thing with greater heat. "Look," he said, "people are tired of spectacle. There's a hunger for honesty. We don't need to market a return. We need to offer a specific experience. The gallery gives us control over light, proximity, acoustics, and the paintings, those canvases, will do more for the room than any press release." He smiled like a man who had just found a square corner in a round problem. His hands moved in quick arithmetic, numbers, dimensions, seating for 60, a program of perhaps 20 minutes, perhaps 3 short pieces, an interlude. "Well, keep the scope limited," he promised. "Well, invite people who will understand, will listen. Listening is complicated when what you have lost is the map you used to take for granted." I said nothing at first because speech is an instrument I had learned to tune to other people's pitches. I watched Leni, who sat with her knees curled, her hands streaked with color, in the chair nearest the window. She had come because Marta insisted I consider how Lena's presence might shape the evening. I had imagined the child as some bright anecdote. Instead, she seemed an argument made of paint and quiet. When Marta unfolded the practicalities, insurance, lighting, a minimal fee, Leni tilted her head and drew her braid across her shoulder like a question mark. "There's a logic to it," Marta said, to me and perhaps to herself, "a way for you to perform without the demands of a hall. The lighting can be controlled, the program short, the framing less about return and more about process. We can present a dialogue. You are not alone on stage, you are in company. That is safer, ethically cleaner." She used the word ethically as if ethics had a place in programming. I understood the inclusion of the word as a shield against the old hunger that had once chewed at me. Critics, boxes sold, bridges shared with the public, as if to suggest we would not be trading on pity. Kurt, less careful with language, chipped in, and it's marketable all the same. Small exclusivity, strong press hook. We do it right, we control the narrative. Clara's visit that afternoon undercut both versions in a way that felt less like criticism and more like inventory. She arrived carrying a tray with 2 cups of tea, her movements efficient as always. Her presence rearranged the room. It introduced an unadorned truth, someone who was not paying me as a client nor cheering for me as spectacle. She spoke of calendars and the small legerdemain of a life rearranged. If you do this, what will it mean? Less touring, yes, but also less income. We need to be precise about fees, timing, and if you want to preserve the child's integrity, there should be clear boundaries, her hours, her compensation, schooling arrangements. She looked at Leanie with a practical softness. And we should think of the program. What will you play? How will you sequence these pieces against the canvases? I thought then of what it had meant, in other years, to make a program. Each recital had been an argument with myself, a choice of pieces that battlemented one another, that admitted and then subdued. The program had been a map of weather and character. Now the map had no color, the battlements were invisible. I had to decide whether to use blankness as a frame rather than a fault. Minutes of negotiation accumulated like small currency. Marta, always surgical, suggested a short sequence, 1 piece for the opening, something intimate, perhaps a Chopin nocturne, then a contemporary fragment, then a final short original by me, spare and quiet. Kurt wanted a little flourish for the end, something that would read as victory on a critic's page. Clara vetoed triumphalism with a glance. Leanie offered nothing practical, only a folded page from her sketchbook with washes of blue and a single swath of apricot that seemed to divide an otherwise calm field. She did not have the language of concerts. She had the language of pigments. There is a domestic choreography to decision-making when one of the participants is a child. Anja, who accompanied Leanie, sat near the radiator with her hands wound around a shopping bag and watched me with the indifference of someone who has seen enough proposals to know which are real and which are performative. She nodded when I said we would be careful, and her face hardened when Marta suggested opening the evening for critics. Not too many people, she said, no shouting, no cameras. I did not ask whether she meant cameras from within the room or from the outside. The distinction was clear enough. When we spoke of light, I felt the first practical joy. Lighting had once been the enemy. It exaggerated, flattened, lied. But in a gallery, light could be a companion rather than an adversary. We discussed warmth of bulbs, the angle that would prevent glare on varnished paint, the distance that allowed the piano to breathe. Kurt had a pocket list, dimmer, soft front light, 3/4 backwash on canvases. No spotlights, candles are out, intimacy without melodrama. I found that I was able to attend to those specifics with an almost clinical relief. Detail steadied me. It is a modest satisfaction to be able to argue about lumens when one cannot argue about color. There was a phrase Marta used that lingered, presented as process. She meant, I think, that our evening would not pretend to heal me. It would show the steps we were taking. Lena's paintings, my playing, a short conversation afterward maybe, a transcript of the collaboration for those who wanted to read it. There would be no promise of restitution. I liked that. I liked that because it felt honest. It also felt, in another register, like a confession. If one presented process, one also admitted failure when it arrived a danger Marta seemed willing to accept because she sees human narrative as product. And, perhaps, because she had concluded the product might be more saleable if it admitted its flaws. You will accept a certain risk, she said to me gently. Risk of a bad night. Risk of being misread. Risk of being reduced to a cautionary tale, but you will control the frame. Control. The word had been a fetish in my life. Control of tempo, of pedaling, of tone. Losing the palette that had been my private instrument had taught me that control can be illusory. Accepting this proposal would mean trading one form of vulnerability for another. I thought of the accident, the press, the white patches of newsprint stacked in the kitchen bin like small absurdities. I felt, as if in the middle of the sentence, that perhaps the evening could be designed not to hide the gaps but to live with them. For Leni, the idea of a gallery felt like a stage only insofar as it gave her a place to stretch pigment. She listened with a seriousness that made me forget, sometimes, that she was 8. When Marta suggested she paint a new body of work for the evening, Lena's face brightened the way a match brightens a dark room. "I will," she said simply, and then added, more to herself than to anyone, "I want them to look like the sounds." That line slipped into me in a small, unexpected way. It was not that her colors would restore my synesthesia. It was rather that they might provide a visible counterpoint that the audience could use to reckon with the silence I carried. Painting does not cure hearing. Paint is not hearing's twin. But in a room where one could look and listen at once, it seemed possible to make a structure in which my absence of color did not read as a void so much as an invitation toward new empathy. Clara, who had been quiet during most of the back and forth, finally let herself speak of the cost in a way that unsettled both Marta and Kurt. "There will be offers if this goes well," she said. "Television sponsorships. People will reconstruct a narrative they like, the fallen man restored, or the cautionary tale turned triumphant. Decide now what you will sell and what you will keep. Decide whether the child is going to be a symbol or a partner." "I want her to be a partner," I said aloud, before I had the right to be so confident. The words surprised me, partly because they felt like a renunciation of the old trade and acceptance that I might not be center stage in the old way. Leni smiled, and for a moment I felt revivified not by the prospect of applause, but by the idea of being part of a structure larger than my old solos. We left the practicals, date suggestions, contingency plans, insurance clauses until the end. Kurt, mercifully brisk, proposed 3 potential evenings in late autumn, a time when the city leans toward indoors and critics are looking for novelty. "We keep it tight. We cap the audience. No cameras. We invite people who will listen. And we pay Leni," Anja said simply. "And we pay you enough so that it is worth your time." She had a way of rendering money as an ethical issue, which, given her experience, it was. Marta wrote notes in the margin of her pad. Clara made a list of school time adjustments for Leni. Kurt checked a calendar. The room felt smaller and warmer for these practical adjustments. Action narrowed our anxiety. On my way home that evening I found myself walking past the gallery. The window threw a rectangle of muted interior onto the pavement. Inside, workers were hanging a trial canvas and testing the light. The sight of the paint under the lamp, its matte skin barely lit, evoked something that I could not call memory and would not call hope. It was the impression of a possible future, where making was not an altar to a vanished faculty, but a table at which people could be fed. The catalogue that Kurt had suggested, the invitation that Marta had designed in crisp black type, the list of invitees that would be both intimate and weighted, each of these felt, perversely, like a relief. They were decisions that would not be undone by a single bad night. Of course there were objections left unspoken. The possibility that my anxiety would ruin the evening. The possibility that critics would find the evening either pretentious or a stunt. The possibility that Leni would be asked, somehow, to perform the narrative of my recovery, and that, in the telling, she would be used. For all of these I could name pragmatic countermeasures, strict guest lists, no press conference, a clear contract for Leni, a short program that emphasized listening over demonstration. When I agreed, it was not a wholehearted assent. I said I would consider it, that I would allow Marta and Kurt to move forward with tentative dates, and with the proviso that Clara and I would choose the program and the rehearsals. That was, in effect, an agreement. It was an agreement shaded by conditions. It was an agreement that looked like progress. That night, after Marta and Kurt had left and Clara had put out the pier and sat with me by the darkened piano while the city hummed beyond the thin glass, I sat alone with a pad of paper. I wrote a melody fragment, not yet a piece, just a shape with two arches and a pause, and then folded it, reverently, as if returning an old friend to a place on the shelf. I carried it to the window where Lena's small canvases leaned against cardboard in the narrow corridor that had once been my coat closet. The light caught the edge of a blue and made it seem almost audible. I held my breath. The blue did not bloom into sound. It didn't have to. For the first time since the accident, I had the sensation of a plan I could live with, small, collaborative, honest. There was also a shame I could not dismiss the memory of the audience in the hall, the flash of cameras, the accident that had become, in newspapers and whispers, an emblem of failure, making a modest evening in a gallery felt, at times, like hiding. But that same hideaway was, in truth, a way of refusing the public appetite for a spectacle of redemption. If the world demanded a miracle, it would not receive it here. If it demanded a story with tidy ends, it would be disappointed. I suspected that the disappointment would be the part I had to learn to bear. We set a date for late November, when the city would smell of damp leaves and the light would be thin enough to make our lamps meaningful. Marta promised invitations. Kurt promised publicity within limits. Clara promised to handle scheduling. Anja promised to be present and steady. Leni promised, with the solemnity of someone who is asked to keep a secret, to make a body of paintings that would not be decorative but conversational. On leaving the gallery that evening, with a small envelope in my hand, a tentative date, a scribbled list of technical requirements, I felt both lighter and weightier than I had since the accident. Leni waved at me without theatrics and walked beside me for a block, in which she told me, simply and without flourish, about a wash of apricot she wanted to try that would be thin enough to let blue show through. I listened and, for a small moment, practiced being a man who could accept direction, rather than being the sole director of his destiny. It was a small apprenticeship in humility. Back at my flat, I opened the piano and touched a middle C. The note felt ordinary in my fingers, an object with a measurable attack and decay. The color I once felt was absent, but there was, now, the company of other minds, Marta's economy, Kurt's impatience, Clara's steadiness, Anja's practicality, and Lena's imaginative insistence. Perhaps that was enough to begin. Before sleep took me, I thought about the ethics Clara had named. Would we make Leni a partner or a symbol? I promised myself and her mother that I would try, actively and sometimes clumsily, to keep her from being used. That promise felt like the first real composition I had written in months, not a bar of music, but a contract of conduct. It was nothing like the old promise of virtuosity. It was, instead, a modest agreement about how to make something together without the pretense of restoration. And even as I tried to speak kindly to the future, a small, practical dread lodged in my throat. Rehearsals would come. There would be dress rehearsals in the gallery under those carefully chosen lights. There would be moments when my hands would not remember what they had learned. There would be, perhaps, a night when my timing would break, and the paint across from me would have to answer for what I could not supply. I thought of that possibility and did not flinch away from it. For the first time in a long time, I could imagine a failure that would not end me. That, in its own dry way, was a revelation. We would begin soon enough. For now, the gallery proposal existed as a set of papers in a leather folder, and as the image of Lena's small canvases under a soft lamp. It was not a promise of cure. It was not a promise of a return to the old map. But it was an opening, and openings require one to step through a threshold, however cautiously. When I turned off the lamp and lay in bed, the city dimmed to a hum. I felt the outline of the evening we had tentatively agreed to, as if it were a draft of music, not yet in full tone, but with a shape that might be rehearsed into integrity. The last thing I heard before sleep was the quiet rustle of paper from the leather folder on my table. The next act was to begin preparations. The first rehearsal loomed like a question. I did not know the answer. That, I told myself before sleep closed in, would be the point. I keep telling myself that preparation is a sequence of small truths. There is comfort in the verb, it suggests work, habit, the dismantling of anxiety into manageable acts, a phone call, a seating plan, the exchange of an invoice. When Marta called that morning, the voice at the other end was all commerce and counsel. She spoke of meters of wall space, insurance clauses, the theater of light that would best respect Lena's paintings. Kurt wanted to know how many seats we should put between the piano and the nearest observer, as if distance were a lever you could tune. It is strange how the public details of presentation, where to hang a canvas, what wattage will not glare, can become private crucibles. I was in the gallery at midday, the door giving a small sullen squeak, the air smelling faintly of new plaster and the cold metal tang that comes from long closed spaces opening. The room is narrower than the photographs suggested, the ceiling lower, a back wall of unadorned white waits to receive Lena's work. When I unlatched the piano cover, the wood answered with a dull, domestic hollow that seemed at once too intimate and too exposed. Lena was there already, knees dusty from the pavement, a satchel of canvases leaning at her feet. She had a small sensible cap on, her braid loose, and the earnest, unadorned attention of a child given a new order. Her hands, which I had watched once map colors beside a greengrocer's stall, were now stained with washes of ultramarine and ochre. The marks ran like country maps over her knuckles. She moved around the gallery as if it were a house she had been given to arrange, placing one canvas here, stepping back, tilting her head, shifting a frame a finger's breadth this way and that. Marta arrived with a flashlight and a notepad, her expression the practiced economy of the person who has long learned that preparation is the architecture of calm. She took stock in a few sentences, assigning numbers and measurements. We should have 3 panels behind the piano. Keep the lighting soft, no spots from above. Insurance will require a list of the works and their provenance. Kurt will handle the invitations, no one over a certain press threshold, please. She looked at Lena with the kind of appraisal that registers promise and risk in the same breath. I sat at the piano and played for a little while, a few chords I had known so long they occupied the space between habit and reflex. Sound without color is a peculiar thing. You feel the physical contours of vibration and the architecture of pitch, but the interior mapping that used to come, those faint, involuntary flares of pigment, do not. The notes sat like objects in a newly catalogued room, accurate, intelligible, strangely mute. Yet when Lena set a small canvas behind the music stand, its wash of deep blue, the pigment thick and decided, seemed to provide an axis. I had the odd sensation of following a tide. That one's for the slow part, she said, the deep part, make it breathe. Her voice is blunt in an idiomatic way. There is no smallness of self-consciousness in it. She put her hand on the blue as if touching a sleeve. And that little red stripe there when you go sharp. But don't overdo it. There is a kind of absurd economy to giving instruction to the man who once had an inner map the size of a continent. I was aware of 2 voices in me, the thin expert who corrected the angle of a wrist, and the older, gentler one that remembered a time when such advice would have been redundant. I tried the passage again. This time I paid attention to the cadence of my breathing, to the length of the line I wanted the room to hold, and to the way the blue, placed at eye level, asked for a particular kind of patience. At the building's threshold, Inspector Holler arrived mid-afternoon, a man who has made discretion his work. He belongs to that category of officialdom that moves politely through rooms and leaves a sense of procedure in its wake. He asked for a seat and a glass of water, making small talk like a notary, and then, with almost judicial calm, beginning to place questions about the night at the hall, about witnesses, about what I had felt in that first terrible instant. His presence is not merely practical. It is as if, by stepping into this modest rehearsal, the past had reached across the months and taken hold of the present. Felix was on the periphery. He wore his usual nervous curiosity like a coat and asked how I was feeling, though his pen was ready to turn an answer into copy. He tried, with the solicitousness of a journalist who has seen many confessions, to translate my evasions into a narrative. People want to understand why, he said. They will want to hear whether you feel like the old Matthias. They will want detail, He smiled as if he were offering a kindness. I recognized the machinery. Public appetite for spectacle or contrition arrives armed with a vocabulary of absolution, accusation, and headline. Kurt fretted about tickets and capacity. The promoter's voice is always tuned to numbers. If we can get the press to come early, we can shape the narrative, he said. We need to make attendance look like intent, not a big hall intimacy. Tell the right people and they will tell the rest. There was the familiar seduction of crafting myth, and Marta gently cut the suggestion down. No, we make it honest. We keep it small. We invite those who know how to listen and not those who need a miracle. Her sentence felt like a negotiation of ethics made prosaic. During the lull that followed, Herb Baum stepped into the gallery stooped and deliberate, his white hair a kind of map of past decades. He carried a cloth-bound score under his arm. His presence was a quiet reminder of endurance rather than spectacle. Discipline first, he said later, when we were outside in the alley, his breath making small clouds as if the city itself were cold to the bones of what we attempted. A performance is a ledger. You must record where you are. Then you can be honest about the rest. His blunt counsel had a firmness that felt like a hand on the shoulder. Back in my flat the accumulation of canvas continued. Linny had taken to arriving early, her small trolley of paints and primed panels a kind of ritual that kept her days honest. She worked in a sort of deliberate economy, blocking color, stepping back, tilting, scraping. There was no melodrama in her process. What there was a strictness of attention that resembled craftsmanship. Her mother, Anja, came sometimes to observe and sometimes to bring an apple. She spoke with the practical suspicion of one who has learned that art does not always feed the household. The legal thread felt constant. Inspector Haller's inquiries do not intrude with cruelty. They intrude with the patient insistence of official memory. He asks for dates, for times, for the names of those who stood near. Each answer is accurate and leaves a residual oddness. I finish the sentence and feel as if I have given a piece of my private geography to a ledger. The state makes a concision of narrative that is indifferent to nuance. I find this hard to reconcile. The accident was an event that happened at the edge of what I knew, and procedure reduces its interior fog to a set of facts. Felix, by contrast, wants a story. He probes for confession, for the moment of revelation that will make copy. He passes between sympathy and insinuation with a deftness that irritates me. People want to see how you manage this, he said once, in a small restaurant over coffee. They like the arc fall, struggle, rise. They'll forgive if there's a rise. His eyes sought as if he could find the shape of that rise written on me. I said nothing, and the silence may have annoyed him more than any refusal. At home Clara came over one evening with a tray. Her entry was as it always had been, efficient, with restraint. She put the tray down on the table, arranged the cups with a neatness that felt like a small blessing, and sat opposite me. The conversation between us is never florid. We are both practiced in the economy of feeling. What do you want this to be? She asked. It was not a rhetorical question. I had known, intellectually, that the event before us was a compromise between what others wanted and what I could bear. But when she asked me to articulate my aim, there was an immediate, unforeseeable difficulty. I want it not to be a demonstration, I said at last. I want it to be honest about what is missing. I don't mean that as a publicity bit. I mean that musically. I want people to listen to the absence as an intentional space. Clara's face softened. Then say that, she said. Say that before you play, or let the program say it. People will come with fewer expectations if we place the frame honestly. The ones who can listen will remain. The rest won't be disappointed. Her suggestion was practical and kind. It offered a way of shaping reception that did not rely on misdirection. We argued logistics, and then we spoke about smaller matters, schedules, and who would bring what, and in the practicalities, I found a small ease. The act of choosing is a laneway out of anxiety. Choose the lighting, choose the seating, choose the people who will stand near the wall. Each choice is a small refusal to let the past dictate terms wholly. Still, the old ghosts arrive in the small hours. I wake with fragments of performance in my head fingering that once contained whole arcades of color, and the memory of the halls lighting on that night when everything changed. Often now I imagine the public eye as a kind of lantern, moving over the city, illuminating and flattening. The preparation for the gallery is not merely technical. It is an exercise in acquiring a new grammar for presence. I do not know if I will ever wholly shed the muscle of earlier shows. There are reflexes that curling in the dark refuse to die, but I can choose the terms by which I present myself. Toward the end of the week Kurt announced we had sold a modest but respectable number of tickets. He was relieved in the way people are when numbers align with narrative. Marta was less sanguine, noting who had been invited and who had declined. There is a peculiar intimacy to the list of acceptances and refusals. The people who attend a small event are not merely an audience, they are witnesses. I found myself composing, in imagination, the shape of the room that would hold us, a low light, the piano slightly turned, Lena's paintings arranged like a chorus behind me. The last rehearsal before the dress run was to be tomorrow. I left the gallery that evening with a single small canvas under my arm one Lenny had placed delicately into my hands, a wash of blue with a narrow red line like a scar. "Keep it where you can see it while you sleep," she said as if the thing mattered little and mattered very much. In the street the city had that mild, metallic cold that makes conversation rare and puts attention inwards. I felt the pressure of the next day like a hand on the back of my neck, not violent, but persistent. There are choices to be made yet. How much to say in the program, who will speak before the first movement, whether we will allow a few photographers in for documentation only. Each of these feels significant, though they might appear trivial to an indifferent observer. The old ghosts do not simply vanish because the walls are measured and the canvases hung. They are there in the small way the keys resist, or the way an otherwise familiar phrase opens into a new, uncertain shape. That night, at home, I placed the small canvas on the piano and sat longer than usual. Lena's blue was quiet in the lamplight, the red a small insistence. I thought of her Baum's ledger and Clara's simple question and Inspector Holler's circular memory. The city's distant noises threaded the window, a tram, a dog, a heater's cough. I tried for a while to practice without expectation only the page, the rhythm, the small mechanical truth of articulation. The hand moves and the mind follows, and for a few minutes there was a line that seemed to hold. A modest, honest phrase. When I stopped, I left the lid open and sat watching the blue. Outside, someone laughed, a brief, human sound that found its way like a wedge of heat into the cold street. I understood, with that particular clarity that arrives without grandness, that tomorrow's rehearsal would be brittle. The dress rehearsal would not magically alter the essential fact of my altered perception. But we had made other kinds of work: Marta's careful ceilings, Kurt's pragmatic seating, Lena's paintings that now stretched in a small chorus across a white wall. We had put together an assemblage of small truths. That, perhaps, was the point, to stand in the room with the honest shape of who we were, and to allow an audience to enter it. Later, in the hour before sleep, I wrote a short note to her Baum, "Thank you for the ledger and the hand." To Clara I wrote only, "Your question held." To Marta I sent the list of the works that would hang and an apology for any last-minute changes. To Leni I wrote, "Keep painting." She replied with a drawing of a floor plan, colored in with blocks of tone, and one small red line where the piano would be. The gallery will smell tomorrow of primer and paint, and the faintly sharp tang of human breath. The light will be arranged to respect color without theatrics. We will move into presence not as a demand for miracle, but as a small protocol of listening. Still, the old ghosts are not wholly contained. There will be the memory of the hall, the file of the accident, the reporters who will want narrative arcs. I do not know whether the dress rehearsal will falter or surprise, nor do I know if I will find in the room a new voice that feels like an extension rather than an apology. When I blew out the lamp that night, the blue sat in the dark like a promise, or an accusation, I could not tell which. I slept badly and dreamt of a stage without edges. I woke knowing that the next day would bring the first real test of everything we had prepared. I felt, beneath the expectant dread, a small, steady resolve to go and stand in the light we had chosen, and to play with what we had made together. The gallery's door would open, and when it did, something, either failure or an awkward, genuine accord, would answer. The gallery smelled of paint and lemon oil. I had expected the scent, and in a peculiar way it steadied me. It belonged to Lenny and to the work we had made together, and that fact alone cut a small space free from the vertiginous present. The lighting was cool and narrow, a band that fell across the Steinway like a pale ribbon. Lena's canvases hung on the white walls behind where I would be seated, their washes of color and insistence that refused both to dramatize and to flatter. They were patient there, the ultramarines and muddies and thin streaks of red that she favored, as if someone had left notes to an absent musician and trusted he would read them slowly. Marta arrived early, as she always did, with the precise gait of a woman who had spent a lifetime converting anxiety into lists. She wore the kind of suit that suggested business and, in a softer register, the capacity to wait. She unfurled a leather folder and produced a timing sheet, a list of guests and contingencies. Kurt hovered then somewhere between utility and alarm, his hands making little questions in the air. Clara came with 2 cups of tea balanced on a tray and placed them beside the piano with an economy of movement that said doing small things with care could be a form of allegiance. There were other, smaller attendants, a lighting technician with a lamp bag, an intern who had been instructed to keep to the shadows, and Leni herself, who occupied a folding chair a little to the side, knees together, paint on the knuckles of her left hand like the residue of some ritual. She had on the scarf she always wore, flecked ultramarine and the faint suggestion of something ochre. She did not smile. She sat looking, which for her was a kind of thinking. When the pianist takes his place before an audience, there is usually a single, private motion and intake of breath, a tiny alignment of shoulder and wrist. The counting that arrives silently behind the teeth. It is a ritual that is part rehearsal, part superstition. I performed that motion now with the economy of someone who knows the choreography of anxiety. I felt the wood of the bench beneath me, the cool lacquer of the fallboard under my fingertips, and a small, cleaving thought. This is the place where the past and the attempt to be present will meet, and one of them will yield. The first piece was modest by design, a short movement whose score I had pared down to essentials. A friend in the conservatory once told me that honesty in music is like a light bulb in a dark room. It reveals the dust you have learned to live with. I thought of that as I placed my hands on the keys. The opening bars, which I had practiced in the air of my flat until my fingers surprised me with their facility, unspooled with an ease that confused me. For a moment I was only present to what my hands could do, and not to the absence that sat behind them. Then the phrase arrived, a turn I had known by heart, and my internal map, the one that used to show color like constellations, failed to light. It was not a grand blackout. Rather a dimming, a cigarette gone out mid-inhalation. My fingers hesitated on a note I would have previously felt as a swell of indigo. Timing, which in the conservatory was a companion that taught you where to sleep and where to wake, smudged and slipped. A small error bred its own gravity. The next bar arrived a fraction too early. The hand that should have waited did not. Sound mercilessly honest, made a splice where there should have been a seam. There are kinds of self-consciousness that become visible in heat. My fingers became clumsy. My left wrist flapped like a bird caught at the window. I realized too late that I had begun to play with a defensive attention, as if the only thing I could do was to guard what was left. The notes were correct, precise. An auditor might have noted the craftsmanship with a kind of clinical respect, but the music, that living logic of phrase and breath, refused to crown itself. It fell ragged into silence between bars. Marta made a small sound then, the intake that means she is shifting from the private register of hope into the public commerce of contingency. Kurt's mouth compressed. Clara's hand on my shoulder was quick and feather-light, a touch that did not interfere with the small eclipse I felt under my skin. Leanie did not stir. Her eyes remained on the canvases as if the colors themselves might tell her what I had failed to conjure. We tried the passage again. I told myself to be mechanical, to set aside whatever lack of color I felt and rely on notation and memory. Muscular recollection is a kind of pedagogy. You can teach the body to do things when the mind is uncertain. The left hand behaved, the right hand took up its cues. But the more I insisted on the mechanical, the more brittle the result. The music sounded as if it had been washed in cold light, cleaned of the smudges that make a phrase human. The gallery, which had the initial hush of respectful curiosity, now harbored a tension like a held breath. After the third attempt, the panic arrived. Panic in performance is not theatrical. There is no trumpet call, no grand collapse. It is small, private, idiotic in its specificity, a tightening of the throat that arrests the flow of thought, a sudden forgetfulness of how one shapes a legato line. I paused. The silence that followed was a room in itself. Clara put down her cup of tea and sat closer. Marta's fingers opened the leather folder and read the lists as if that could steady the world. Kurt pressed an energetic, then smile that had the quality of someone trying to add confidence by way of insistence. "I can stop if you want," Marta said, the voice carefully neutral. No one had to tell me the consequences of stopping. To cancel would be to hand every narrative advantage back to a public appetite that wanted catharsis, drama, or spectacle. It would signal weakness to those who wished to see weakness, and prudence to those who wished for honesty. I thought also of Leanie, of how she had painted days and evenings onto small boards for me, as if she were making scaffolding from pigment. To stop would be to deny what she had offered, and I felt something like shame at the idea of abandoning her art to the dust of an aborted plan. "Not yet," I said. My voice sounded smaller than I intended. "Give me a moment." Clara inclined her head. "Breathe," she said. She spoke the word without ceremony, like a doctor stating a simple physiological fact. The effect of such economy on me was oddly restorative. I sat and closed my eyes, not to summon color but to feel the ribs move under the sternum, to anchor myself in the one thing the panic could not take entirely, the body. I opened my eyes to see the canvases again. Lena's paint had dried into a map of gestures. The lines where the brush had hesitated were visible as small knots in the washes. There was a painting in particular, a panel of layered blues interrupted by a slash of thin red, that had accompanied one of the pieces I intended to play. The slash was pure and small, a punctuation of color. For reasons I could not immediately own, it occurred to me that the slash was what the melody needed in that bar where my ear had softened. I do not claim a mysticism here. Rather, a plain recognition that the visual and the oral can sometimes answer each other across a gulf. When I resumed, I allowed myself to listen not only with the ear but with another, tacit mode that had learned to inhabit Lena's work. I attempted the phrase slowly, mapping each harmonic contour against the stripe of color behind me. At times the correlation seemed absurdly literal, a low cluster of tones matched by a downwash of blue in which the ultramarine pooled like light. At others the painting suggested a shape, a way for the phrase to resolve. This reliance felt, strangely, like cheating an external prosthetic, but it also offered a kind of cueing that my altered brain could accept. We made some progress this way. Some passages regained a fragile coherence, yet the rehearsal was not rescued. There were bars where memory abandoned me altogether, places where the hand reached and found nothing but an expectation of color that did not exist. The audience of our small contingent, which before had been patient, now registered concern with the small incline of heads, the exchange of notes. Kurt's impatience folded into insistence. Marta's list consulted contingencies. At one point I heard her jot a line that read, "Consider cancellation if more than 3 failures in a row." The words landed like stones. Leanie, when I glanced at her, had the look of someone trying to be useful in a language she had only just begun to learn. She had brought with her a small tray of paints and a jam jar of turpentine, a childish, practical provision. She had painted during the pauses, fingers finding thin marks and small corrections on a spare canvas. The act of seeing her paint while I failed was both confounding and consoling. It suggested that the work we were making together was not merely a theatrical device, but a process, a slow accretion of action and response. At one point I placed my head in my hands. "I'm sorry," I said to no one in particular. The apology felt both unnecessary and necessary. It acknowledged a debt to all the people who had believed in my earlier self and to Leanie, who had perhaps believed in a recovery I could not promise. "You're asking too much of yourself," Clara said, sitting beside me. Her voice was practical rather than consoling. This was never going to be a miracle. It was always going to be a negotiation. I looked at her. "Negotiation with what?" "With absence," she said simply. "With what you have now, not what you had then." There was a ruthless clarity in that sentence. It cut through the sentimental architectures I had been constructing in my head. If the rehearsal had become a contest between the past and the present, Clara's sentence proposed a different arrangement, a contract with diminished goods but honest terms. The question, then, was whether I had the imagination to draft those terms in public, or whether I would prefer to keep trying to make the old map appear like a conjurer's trick. Marta consulted her list again. "We have a week," she said. "The invitation has been sent. People are expecting something coherent." She did not say spectacular, but the ellipses hung between us nonetheless. Kurt began to produce names and possible press angles with the rapidity of someone shifting from damage control to opportunity, an adaptive mechanism that is as much about survival as it is about taste. "What do you think?" Marta asked finally, with the sort of frankness that in her meant the question was not rhetorical. I closed the piano and rested my hands on the fallboard, as if the wood itself might yield counsel. The thought that arrived then was not heroic. It was tidy, almost prosaic. We were making an event in which music would be admitted some of the time and painting the rest, where each discipline might compensate for the other, without either pretending to be whole on its own. This was not the return people wanted or expected. It was not a reclamation of a vanished palette, but an admission that the palette had shifted its axis. "Then we do it as that," I said. "We stage it honestly. We let the moments where I cannot hold the line be visible as part of the work. We ask the audience to witness the gaps as well as the fills." Marta exhaled a long breath. The folder made a soft tearing sound as she turned a page, and then she nodded once, the economy of a woman who could count costs and also, sometimes, understand risk. Kurt's shoulders dropped in a way that suggested he saw both the loss of easy headline and the possibility of a different story. Clara smiled then, small and private, as if a particular, necessary arithmetic had been completed. When the lights technician adjusted the band of illumination, I noticed the way the surfaces of Lena's canvases changed. Paint that had seemed flat now revealed its texture, the small ridges where her brush had paused and pressed. Such micro-topographies of gesture had always mattered to me in music, and seeing them in pigment felt like an extending of language across media. I had no illusion that the audience would unanimously accept the concession. There would be impatient critics who would call it sentimental, or opportunistic, or worse. But the dress rehearsal had done its essential work. It had made the fragility public, and therefore something to be reckoned with rather than secretly managed. We stopped for a moment and then rehearsed a final passage. Not because I feared perfection, but because I wanted to see whether the scaffolding we had improvised would hold under a small measure of pressure. This time, when the line rose and the cadence approached, I let my hands move without demanding from them the impossible memory of color. Instead, I watched Lena's hands at the edge of her canvas, the way she placed a thin, decisive red at the moment a phrase wanted punctuation. The note landed, and for a brief, exquisite instant the room registered continuity. It was not miraculous. It was not the restoration of what had been. It was an agreement. The painting would offer what it could and the music would answer, with its own economies. We turned the lights down then, and the rehearsal ended without drama. There was no triumphant applause. Marta closed her folder gently and handed me a list of small, practical things we would need before the evening: an extra chair for Leanie, a mic at a particular angle, a mention in the program that the evening was a collaboration. Kurt made a few last exhortations about seats and then left in a flutter of phone calls. Clara walked me home a little later through streets that smelled of rain and baked bread. She did not offer fireworks, only the steady weight of company. I went to bed that night with the image of the slash of red on Lena's canvas repeating behind my eyes. It felt less like a remedy and more like an instruction. Accept the mark where you cannot fill the hole. The dress rehearsal had failed, and partly succeeded in the single, inconvenient way that matters in craft. It had shown precisely what we had to learn how to live with. The night outside my window in Vienna was ordinary trams calling, a dog barking once, a light in an upstairs flat going off and then on again, and there was, in that ordinariness, a small comfort. We were not on the brink of a spectacular restoration. We were at the beginning of a negotiation. The hook that stayed with me as I closed my eyes was plain and, perhaps, terrifying. The small concert would come, and I would sit before an audience not as someone returning fully formed, but as a man bearing a new, compromised work. Whether they would receive it as honesty or as failure was beyond my control. The only thing I could do was to arrive and let the music be what it was, sometimes whole, sometimes not, and to trust that Lena's colors might, from time to time, tell the parts I could no longer see. I arrived at the gallery with an hour in which to be ordinary. The room was longer than its modest frontage suggested, a narrow, polite space that had once been a shop, and had been emptied and scrubbed until its bones showed. White walls, two small banks of track lighting, a wooden floor that creaked a little when you shifted weight. Lena's canvases were arranged like witnesses behind the piano, washes of blue and ochre, a thin streak of red repeating in several panels, a gray that might be the size of a rest. They were not theatrical. They did not demand attention. They leaned, as if breathing in the same air as the instruments did when not speaking. Marta had insisted on that restraint. Nothing gaudy, she had said. We are small because we are honest. Kurt had smiled in a way that mixed commerce with hope and had suggested, in passing, that smallness could be sold as intimacy. Clara had placed a small vase of peonies near the coat stand, an oddly domestic concession that steadied me more than she could know. I had always understood the gallery as an examination room. For years performance had been a place in which I offered myself up to scrutiny. Perhaps that was why, on the small stage under the gallery lights, the old rituals returned with the clarity of muscle memory. I set my case beside the piano, opened the fallboard, and touched the first note gently, as one might test a sore tooth. The lacquer responded with a thin shiver that smelled faintly of wood glue, and the cold night outside. I counted as I had always counted, not aloud but under my breath: 1, 2, 3. The counting felt absurdly ceremonial, a way to summon the old cartography of sound that no longer unfolded in color. People came in thin waves. There were only 30 or so in the room, faces I recognized and some I did not. A young woman Sophia's age sat in the front row and looked at me as if I might be a textbook specimen. An older man nodded to Clara in a way that suggested he found the enterprise both touching and mildly inconvenient. A small knot of journalists lingered by the door, more deferential than I expected. Felix, I thought, was not present. Perhaps he had sniffed a scent not worth following. Leanie came in last, paint still at her nails, the braid at her back catching the light. She did not look small to me tonight. She looked resolved. She took her seat in the second row, and with the bluntness that had become her way, leaned forward and set her hands on her knees. She hummed a fragment under her breath that sounded, absurdly, like a bar I had once played to warm up. Clara stood at the side of the stage for a minute before sitting, and when our eyes met she lifted a brow, and then smiled the smallest, most practiced of smiles. Marta hovered at the back with a file of guest names, and an expression of a woman who had invented contingency plans for contingency plans. Kurt kept checking his watch and pretending not to. The gallery smelled faintly of turpentine and lemon polish, a clean smell, a smell that insisted on normality. I began with a piece I had chosen for its economy, spare voicings, clear line, something that might survive the fissures in me like a boat survives a choppy sea. The notes were not foreign to my hands. They sat in my muscles like remembered roots. Yet, even as the first phrase unfolded, I felt the peculiar absence of the private map into which I had once slipped without effort. Where there had been an immediate chromatic response that lit my path, there was now only the mechanical logic of the score and the uncertain architecture of my attention. My left hand reached for a low E that no longer arrived as blue. It arrived as wood and air, accurate but without the inner light I had relied upon. I noticed the audience in the small, unavoidable ways you notice people when the self is thin, a woman smoothing the hem of her skirt. A man leaning toward his companion as if to offer a small reassurance or to ask if they were sharing the same perception. Their faces were patient. They wanted to be moved. The first line I played sounded intact to them, perhaps because I could still make sound, because my technique had not wholly abandoned me. It sounded thin to me in the places that used to bloom. My hands were precise. The music was there. But when I moved into the second phrase and ornament, I had once allowed to spill into color the timing frayed. A small tremor caught my right hand, and the phrase did not resolve where it should. The room, in that microsecond, tilted. It is a curious sensation to be exposed in public in a way that does not involve spectacle or scandal, simply the quiet, humiliating fact that you are not yourself. The sound went on, but I could feel the absence of an inner commentary that had taught me where emphasis belonged, and where surrender was not defeat but meaning. The audience heard a fractured phrase and filled the emptiness with the most generous of possibilities. They leaned in. In their leaning there was charity, an active willingness to make sense of the fragment. I was grateful and ashamed at once. After that first faltering, the program settled into an odd rhythm, clear passages, brittle fragments, repair. Somewhere in the middle of a slow nocturne, I lost the inner line entirely and simply held a chord until I found the next note. Holding chords is an odd, intimate act. You listen to their decay. You watch how the timbre changes with the room's small movements. I held a chord and felt, through the floor, the beat of someone clapping too early in the next room, a break that made my hand tighten. In that pause, an audience member laughed softly, an unintentional punctuation, and I looked up, embarrassed. Leanie was looking at me. Her face was impassive but intent. She tapped the small sketchbook on her knee and then, with an almost imperceptible motion, pressed 2 fingers to her lips and shook her head once, as if to say, "Not yet." She was not asking me to do better. She was marking presence. There is a moment in small performances when everything could go either way. You can apologize with virtuosity or accept the silence. I have always been allergic to theatrical contrition. Tonight, the wrongness of the music felt like a failure to perform than a fissure through which something other might enter. Lena's paintings, those patient, unassuming swaths of color behind me, sat like a different language on the wall. People do not generally imagine that a painting can perform, but the room was not large. The canvases occupied the audience's peripheral vision, and peripheral vision is a secret register of feeling. A wash of blue in the left-hand painting matched, in my mind, the pitch my ear could no longer render as indigo. A thin red line pulsing through several canvases caught at the rhythm of a staccato I could not shape. It was not epiphany. It was not magic. It was, rather, a slow, almost clinical matching that Leanie had provided without theatrical intent. Midway through the program, I played a fragment I had written in the weeks since the last rehearsal. It was spare, a string of repeated intervals with deliberate gaps. The manuscript in front of me was annotated only in my cramped hand. Pause, let canvas answer an absurd note to myself that read like superstition. On the printed page, the silence asks less of the performer than of the audience. Will they carry the pause or will they let it fall? I placed my hands on the keys and began. The first 2 bars were precise. Then, as I had annotated, I stopped. I did not fill the silence. I did not attempt the flourish that might have dressed the gap. I waited. The gallery's tick of the heating register, the soft breathing of chairs, a distant siren, these made a quiet scaffold. In the hush, something subtle happened. A ripple went through the room, not quite audible but certainly felt. It was as if eyes found the paintings to pick up the displaced line. A woman a few rows back inhaled, and in that inhalation her shoulders rose as if the missing phrase had been completed inside her. When I resumed, the passage felt different. My note choices had been informed by the way Leni had painted the panels she had put behind me, the blue on the left like a sustaining hand, the red like a punctuation. I could not claim that the sound had been repaired. I could claim, honestly, that the gap had been respected and that the audience had, with a generosity I had not expected, allowed image and silence to collaborate. After the concert, an older man would tell me that in that pause he could see the color shift, and in seeing it he heard the rest. Whether he had seen color or projected it, he could not say. That uncertainty is the point. The evening asked little of certainty and more of willingness. Not everything went in that direction. At one point near the end, a passage I had once played with the speed of reflex turned brittle and came apart entirely. My right hand misjudged an appoggiatura and landed on a hammering dissonance before correcting. The audience flinched as if someone had suddenly spoken too loudly in a chapel. I felt my face grow hot and then colder, as if the failure flushed me and then withdrew blood. I wanted to apologize or to make some deft, dazzling recovery. Instead, I gripped the case of the piano with both hands, drew air in slowly, and put my fingers back on the keys. Clara's hand brushed my sleeve and then squeezed. It was a small, contained pressure that registered as both chastisement and consolation. Marta's lips pressed together into a line that calculated risk and consequence at the same time. From somewhere near the back, a child, the gallery, had allowed a couple of small children in. Sensible though it might seem, whispered "It's okay" to her mother in a tone of surprising authority. The phrase made me want to laugh and to cry. It is a particular kind of honesty to play imperfectly in front of people who love you in complicated ways. The applause at the end was not the ovation of restoration. It was polite and immediate, a patter of hands that respected effort rather than rewarded miracle. People stood eventually, more because the program had ended than because they were compelled. There was no rapture in the room. There was a kind of shared inventory taking. Kurt whispered to Marta about opportunities. Marta considered the small calculations that might make this modest success into something sustainable. Clara walked up the narrow steps and stood behind me while I closed the lid. She did not speak for a moment. Then she said, in a voice equal parts logician and tenderness, "You did something that was not falsified." The phrase sounded like a verdict and like a benediction. In the corridor after the concert, the conversation braided itself into small strands. A younger woman, Sophia's friend, perhaps found me and said, shyly, that she had been moved by the pauses. An older patron, stopping me with surprising bluntness, said he found the juxtaposition of image and sound honest in a way the great halls rarely are. Marta, already half in management mode, began to speak of a modest series of salons. Kurt added that he might find a sponsor with local connections. Leni stood to the side, quiet as a hinge, and when I bent down to her she looked up and said, simply, "They saw it, didn't they?" The question felt too large for the small corridor. I wanted to tell her everything, that the night had not returned the colors to me, that the world had not brightened in some miraculous way, that the accident still lived in the crevices of my attention. Instead, I said, with a soft, inadequate honesty, they were willing to pretend for a bit. Sometimes pretending is the beginning of something real. She nodded, as if that were a useful, practical observation. On the tram home the city felt the same and different. Vienna at night is a city of lamplight and distant traffic, a city that has known many kinds of music and many kinds of silence. I sat with my hands on my knees, palms flat, and tried to count what had happened in the night. There was, undeniably, failure. I had not performed with the old certainty. nor had I summoned the private palette that had once been the scaffolding of my art. Yet there had been a conversation. It had been uneven and furred with all the complications of public life, expectation, pity, commerce, but it had been a conversation. For the first time in months, I felt a small loosening in the tightness that had lived behind my breastbone. Not joy, not consummate hope. A cautious recognition that an altered method might yet be a method. I think, in the end, that what unsettled people most was not my imperfection, but the refusal of a spectacle that would hush all doubt with a triumphant gesture. People had been willing to attend to the lacuna, to let the canvas occupy the places my hearing no longer could. Whether that was collaboration or sleight of hand, I could not say. There is a moral question there. Am I asking an audience to lend me its imagination in order to smooth over my deficit? If I am I culpable in that barter, or is there a deeper ethical transaction in which representation and absence together disclose a different truth? That is the question that will sit at the edge of my thinking for some time. When I turned the key in my front door that night, and the hallway light went on, Clara's coat was on the peg, and there was the smell of the peonies, still faint, in the sitting room. Lena's paint-smeared fingers left a small, indelible point on my sleeve where she had, in the foyer, insisted on a clumsy hug. Her mother had already gone home. Anja had texted a brief, laconic message. She did good. Thank you. I went to the piano, sat for a while, and did not play. I sat instead with silence, the hush that had opened during the concert now present in my flat with no audience to cushion it. The silence was not empty. It was a place where, perhaps, something could be assembled slowly, pages of a modest score, the patient arrangement of canvases and sound. It was possible that night had been a kind of provisional rehearsal for a style of making that did not pretend to restoration. There is a hook to endings that is irresistible, that which closes will also open. For now, the opening is small and uncertain. I sleep that night with a coat of black paint under one fingernail and a sense of continuing. The city outside is patient. Leni will bring me another canvas tomorrow. Marta will call with more cautious proposals. Kurt will speak of sponsorship, and Clara will speak of the practicalities of a life that need not be dominated by concert cycles. I hold these possibilities like fragile instruments, useful if handled with care, dangerous if offered to a crowd hungry for miracle. The night was not a return. It was a beginning that keeps its eyes down. Whether that beginning will become a path or a rhetorical turn I cannot yet tell. But the fact that I left the gallery with the small, embarrassing knowledge that people can be made to hear color if color is provided to them in another register, this, I think, is enough to keep me at the bench. I walked home along the canal, the water dark and placid under the lamplight. In a shop window a child had drawn a line of chalk that might have been a staff or a horizon. I paused and watched a dog stir in its sleep behind a radiator. The world, at that hour, seemed available for small alterations. My hands were not empty. They were complicated instruments marked by failure and practice, memory and the clean, stubborn will to continue. Tomorrow Leni would come with new panels. We would adjust distances and lighting, mark the pauses in my manuscript with more care. It was conceivable, now, that my music could live in a shared architecture, sometimes sound leading, sometimes silence, sometimes pigment. There would be failures. There would be small reconciliations. There would be days of shame. And there would be nights like this one, which refused the easy salvage and instead offered an ambiguous, human present. I left the canal and the city to its ordinary noises and went home, carrying in my pocket the faint scent of turpentine and the memory of a pause that had been observed like a tiny rite. The hook, if there is one, is a small image, a child in the audience no more than 7 who, as I passed her in the foyer, looked up at me with the naked curiosity of someone who had not yet learned the professional scripts of disappointment. She drew a finger across the air between us, making a thin, invisible line, and said, very plainly, "That's the blue." I did not ask who had taught her that color. I simply held my hand half out, as if in answer, and in that moment there was a mutual, unguarded recognition that art could hinge on modest acts of translation, and that those translations, tenuous and improvised, might be enough to go on. The morning after the gallery felt less like a continuation than a new ledger opening, the same objects, the same kettle, the same spilled light on the table. But the account of what had happened the evening before had been written elsewhere in columns, in emails, in small, officious phone messages, and now it returned to me in various voices. I made tea as if the ritual could ordain order. I sat at my small table and opened the paper Felix had sent, his article already warmed by the day, elder-styled and eager to assert that he had seen the thing in full. Felix's voice was recognizable even in print, a mixture of curiosity and the appetite for an arc. He began, as he always did in long profiles, with atmosphere, the gallery's cold air, the hush, the way paint pooled like silence on the wall, and then slid into a kind of interpretive generosity that did not quite disguise the calculation underneath. His piece asked more questions than it answered. Was the performance a moral reset, aesthetic fraud, a new form? He left his reader mid-judgment, which was useful for him because it allowed every reader to supply their own prejudices. The paragraph that stayed with me most was not a verdict, but a small observation that the room, in its modest scale, had required less of me, and more of each listener, and that this redistribution of labor might be, in itself, the work's point. Reading Felix felt like holding a glass up to my face. I could see small, distorted reflections of myself, but the surface trembled with his tone. I finished my tea with the paper folded beside the plate, and the kettle cooling on the stove, and Leanie wandered into the kitchen with the easy unconcern of a person who had not yet learned that other people's words could press upon the chest with gravity. She carried with both hands a small canvas wrapped in brown paper. "We sell many?" she asked simply, looking at me with the blunt cordiality one reserves for business partners or people who supply biscuits. Her question had no ambition in it. It was direct and practical. "Not many," I said, and I thought of the few paintings that had found buyers, 2 neighbors, a woman from the conservatory who wanted a keepsake of that night, and the rest that had been carried home and leaned against my piano as if to watch me practice. She unwrapped the canvas with the same careful hands I had seen place splashes of color in the gallery. The paint smelled faintly of turpentine. It reminded me of my mother's little kitchen, where she would wash brushes in a jam jar. The painting was small and economical, a wash of gray at the bottom, a wedge of muted blue like a low chord, and, across the right edge, a quick stroke of apricot that seemed to slice the gray. She looked at me, waiting for the evaluation I had long made another people's work beer. "Some people said they felt it," she announced, as if she were reporting the weather. I smiled, not because the critics had been kind, but because she had taken the messy, complicated language of reception and reduced it to a fact. Some people felt it. There was a bracing clarity in that simplicity. Leanie did not seem to need the wide, hungry apparatus of publicity to determine meaning. She trusted sensory consequence paint that echoed tone, and I found that trust restorative. Marta arrived at noon, her presence as precise as the cut of her jacket. She did not bring condolences. She brought a ledger and a set of proposals. She sat, removed her glasses, and laid the papers between us. "Listen," she said, and began with the businesslike rhythm that had steered my career for years. "Televised interest," she said. "A charity gala with broad reach. A summer festival that would be kind on programming but heavy on cameras. The gallery did what we needed it to do," she observed without sentiment. "It repositioned you as interesting again. That is marketable." I watched her move a pen across the page as she spoke, making calculations I had once made alongside her. Days of rehearsal, potential fees, requirements. I listened to the arithmetic of opportunity in the same way a pianist listens to a metronome. The steady click marked choices. Marta's matrix offered a return to the old circuit's visibility, approval, the possibility of reclaiming a schedule that proved worth the sacrifices it demanded. It also offered a version of me that I did not recognize, a man who would be asked to perform for redemption rather than the pleasure of music. who would be scheduled into narratives other people's hands wrote. It will pay, Marta said, reading the question that had selected itself in my eye. It will put you back where publishers will call, where festivals will ask. Her voice admitted no moral argument. It offered only feasibility. Clara arrived later in the afternoon, bearing a simple tray with coffee and 2 croissants. She moved in a quieter orbit than Marta. Where Marta counted, Clara weighed. She sat opposite, watched us for a long moment, and then said, "You can't not answer them. But you can choose which ones to answer." Her sentence was not counsel so much as the tight offering of an available principle. Clara has long been the human scale voice in my life, the one that names compromise without romanticizing it. Who knows how to make music fit into an everyday that is not hostile to tenderness. She was not telling me to refuse. She was telling me to discriminate. Our conversation unrolled in small, precise terms. Marta catalogued the offers. Kurt's voice entered the room through a short, impatient call that Marta answered, his cadence clipped, eager to convert attention into boxes of audience numbers. He wanted a comeback series at a local hall, a compact festival slot that would be televised in excerpts. It would be tasteful, he said, but his taste was market-shaped. What he could not quite conceal was the profit line. He used the word brand in a sentence that made both Clara and me wince. I felt the linen between the offers and the life I hoped to live thin as tissue paper. The gallery evening had been small by design. Its modesty was its strength. It had required those present to do a small amount of work, to pay attention in a specific way, to accept that a performance might be partial, and to complete it with imagination. The larger offers demanded that I become a spectacle again, that I supply the miracle other voices craved. Felix's column, which had seemed at first like a frivolous irritation, a man filling his evening with speculation, took on a weight when it began to circulate. Emails arrived from corners of my life, colleagues offering solidarity, old acquaintances fishing for a dramatic return. A few curious strangers wanting to know whether the new Matthias could be booked. The moral commerce of art had shifted imperceptibly into the public square. Every response was a claim on my personal loss. I found myself cataloging not only offers but the kinds of audiences they would summon. There was also the matter of the reviews. Some were careful, the kind that attempted to place the gallery performance within a lineage of experimental art, a generous architecture, while others sniffed at sentimentality. One critic called the event an aesthetic band-aid, and I thought, not without shame, of the people in the audience bridging their own emptiness with my fragile phrases. Another review, written by a woman who had no stake in my old reputation, described the evening as exactly the kind of modest, moral experiment our overproduced culture needs. Which made me imagine a committee somewhere nodding with approval. That evening, after Marta had left with a little victory, an arrangement of a televised interview, penciled in provisionally Clara, and I sat with Leanie on the floor, knees bent. Canvases stacked against the wall like muted witnesses. The flat had the same low light as the gallery's antechamber. The shadows were familiar as old instruments. For a while none of us spoke. I watched Lena's hands. They bore tiny smudges from the paint she had used the previous night. She reached out and tapped my wrist as if to check I was still there. "Why do many people ask?" she said at last, in the simple matter-of-fact way children have for questions that adults complicate. Her voice contained no derivative cynicism and no hunger for approval, only curiosity. "Because they like certainty," Clara said softly. "An audience prefers a tidy story, fall, rise, redemption. It's easier to clap for a story than to listen to an unresolved piece." Leanie considered this. Then, with the small doggedness that had made me trust her, she said, "But the painting made people finish. Isn't that enough?" The smallness of the question unsettled me more than any columnist's speculation. Of course there were those for whom the painting was a prop that disguised failure, that aestheticized the absence of miracle. But there had been people in the room who closed their eyes and filled the gaps themselves. There had been a child in the back row who drew during the performance and later told her mother it had sounded like breakfast. These were not commodities for the press to package. They were private reckonings. The next morning my phone held the evidence of the world outside my flat, messages from promoters, a glossy email inviting me to a televised return, a call from her bomb, who was blunt and short and whose counsel was not sentimental. You have to be practical, but you must also not become the man who chases applause, he said. I heard in his voice the same stern affection he had always used when lecturing me on phrasing, precise, a little wary, and honest. Sophia, the conservatory student, sent a message asking whether I would give a masterclass. The request was unglamorous and immediate and made me feel like a teacher rather than a spectacle. It occurred to me then with a clarity that felt like a sudden harmonic that the life I desired now was more likely to be found in such small, concrete exchanges than on the distant pedestal Marta sketched. I made my decision after a long evening of silence with Clara, during which the telephone rang twice. Once with Kurt's impatience, and once with an intermediary from a television company, whose language bristled with promise. I told Clara that I would decline the high-profile return, and she closed her eyes for a moment, as if that choice demanded a little private ritual of mourning and celebration combined. You'll have to explain to Marta, she said, with the mild practicalness of one used to administering first aid to fragile egos. We explained to Marta the next morning. She listened, her face shifting through the calibrated stages a manager's experience renders readable, first surprise, then calculation, then a trace of annoyance. You're turning down a door that's open, she said simply. Doors don't always reopen like this. I know, I said, but it would close another door at the same time. There was a pause. Marta folded the papers back into their tidy packet. She did not smile, but she did not scold. I think in the end, she believed in the arithmetic of both choices. She had always been a realist of two currencies, reputation and revenue. Fine, she said, and the word was both concession and, curiously, relief. She would, she promised, work with the plan I outlined, modest recitals, teaching, and carefully curated collaborations that would not turn Lena's canvases into mere backdrops for a resuscitation narrative. Declining Kurt involved a different language. He called me twice that afternoon, each time with the same urgency. You can't let the moment pass, he argued. Audiences have short memories. Festivals will want to book someone else. You've been given a window. The window is only valuable if what I give through it is the thing I can still do, I said. I won't be put under lights to give people what they hope for. I can do smaller rooms, more intimate work. I can teach. I can work with Leni. My voice felt small on the receiver. Kurt's breath on the other end was the sound of commerce. You're being sentimental, he said at last, and the word was meant to cut. It did not. If anything, it confirmed the rightness of my choice, the decision to pursue work that would ask less of miracle and more of honesty. We did not part in anger. Rather, there was an odd commerce of mutual recognition. He knew what he could sell, and I knew what I could not give. The days that followed were quieter than I had expected. There were interviews short, managed encounters in which I learned how to say the things that made my absence legible, but not exploitative, and there were evenings when students came to my flat and we spoke of phrase and patience. I found, with the ease that comes from practice, that I could teach form even without the chromatic scaffolding I had once used to illustrate it. Her bomb visited and, in a short, severe lecture about humility, reminded me of the older truth, that musicianship was less about a particular faculty than about the work that daily attendance allowed. Leni, for her part, continued to paint. She thought about art school, and the thought frightened her and excited her and made her small face serious in ways that made me feel older than I had a right to be. Her mother, Anja, worried about the steady income that formal training might jeopardize. We spoke about scholarships and workshops, and I found that the practical negotiations required the same sorts of small, precise compromise that making a piece of music required, an acceptance of limitation, and a recognition that working within them could be generous rather than resentful. One afternoon I received an invitation that made the night's choices seem less like an abdication and more like a selection. A small festival in a provincial town, nothing televised, no glitter. A wooden stage and a program of contemporary and classical pieces asked whether I would perform a short set that included the fragment I had written with Linus canvases. It was the sort of engagement that demanded few lights and much attention. It did not promise headlines. It promised an audience. I accepted. There was a relief in that word, not the triumph a headline could grant, but the pragmatic pleasure of a plan that felt aligned with the work I wished to keep doing. Clara made tea. Marta, a little reluctantly, began to sketch a modest promotion strategy. Kurt, residual annoyance still audible, moved on to another potential act. Felix wrote another column that tried to imagine my decline as an arc. This time he invited a readerly generosity, and it read less like an indictment and more like the puzzled curiosity of someone watching a private grief recompose itself in public. At the end of the chapter of days that followed the gallery, I sat alone at my piano with a small stack of Linus canvases propped against the music rack. I placed my hands on the keys and did not play the arpeggios I had once used as warm-ups. Instead, I closed my eyes and began to count small beats of silence, listening not for color but for the small, human noises that make up an audience, the rustle of clothing, the subtle breath, the tiny, involuntary sound someone makes when they recognize a phrase. I began to write notes as if they were lines of speech, simple, austere, notations that could be filled by paint or by memory. The ledger of public expectation had shifted. My work now was to fill the smaller, truer accounts of attention. As night fell, Leni came in with a painting under her arm and put it beside the piano. It was mostly gray, but in a corner there was a small, resolute stroke of apricot. She did not need to tell me what it meant. I pressed the keys gently and found a line that seemed to fit with the color. It was not a comeback, and it did not need to be. It was an acceptance of limitation, of non-recovery, and of the question of how to make music in the presence of absence. There will be listeners who want spectacle. There will be promoters who prefer a headline to a conversation. There will be mornings when Felix's curiosity turns into a sharper thing. But in the small ledger of the days I had chosen, there was also teaching and the quiet work of composition and the raw, human economy of two people, an old man and a child making meaning together. I closed my hand over the keyboard and felt the keys respond. The sound was not colored as it had been, and perhaps never would be again. But in the small, deliberate pauses between phrases, in the space that Linus apricot had suggested, there was a gravity I could learn to trust. I left the lights on and walked to the window. Vienna at night had the familiar geometry of lamplight and distant traffic, a map I could not translate into color but could read in its modest, honest topography. The world outside was indifferent. Inside, the choices I had made shimmered with consequence. A promoter would call again, and Felix would file another piece, and Marta would look over the calendar with that sharp patience that has kept careers afloat. Tonight, though, there was the small fact of a scheduled festival in a provincial town, and the knowledge that I had refused to be hurried. The hook, if one could call it that, was not the return of color, but the question of endurance, whether the modest engagements I had chosen could sustain me, and whether the honest, collaborative work with Leni would keep evolving. There was danger in this path, the danger of financial precarity, of invisibility, of the slow erosion of a name born in brighter lights. There was also possibility, a practice shaped by fewer mirrors and more hands. Music that asked listeners to finish the phrases. Art that was a conversation rather than a coronation. The ledger of the public had been balanced with a private count. I turned back to the piano, and in the small room where Linus apricot gathered light, I began again. I received the first proper offer on a Tuesday. Marta arrived with a laptop and a brochure that smelled faintly of plastic and ink. She sat at the small table in my flat as if she were tidying a scene, elbows close to her sides, spine composed. The practiced economy of a woman who had spent her life negotiating other people's reputations. Outside the window a tram hissed along the rails and the city air carried, for a moment, a memory of something like normalcy. Leanie had left canvases propped against the bookcase. Her blues pooled and dried into edges that reminded me of chords I no longer heard. "They want a return," Marta said, and the phrase came out as if it hurt to pronounce. She clicked through the slides. Glossy photographs, a sponsor's logo, the pitch, a televised gala, state funding assured if certain conditions were met, an orchestra available. A conductor whose smile had been photogenic in every magazine. Kurtz attached. "We could arrange a major hall. The narrative is attractive, Matthias. They want the arc. They want the fall and the return. It's tidy." I watched her hands, which shaped the offer into a rectangle on the screen. I could have told her, then and there, that I was not interested in tidy arcs, perhaps because the truth of my loss felt too crude to be smoothed into plot. But the practical part of me listened: money, visibility, a team that would handle inquiries. I thought of the legal bills lined up like stones at the edge of a stream. I thought of the conservatory's tuition I had once imagined paying for Leanie, the possibility of a year of study that would keep her from precarious market sales. Why would I do that? I asked finally, and the question sounded smaller than the brochure. Marta was not surprised by the bluntness. She had been my manager when I was younger and braver in another register. "Because people will watch," she said. "Because they will tell a story they can place on a timeline. Because there are grants and donors who will be impressed by spectacle. Because you'll sell recording rights. Because you'll be back where you belong." "Back where I belonged is a strange proposition," I said. "It assumes I can put the past on a stage and say it has been resolved." Her expression softened. "We can shape the story to you. We can make it circumspect. We can." I looked toward the piano, at the closed lid that reflected the lamp's light in a long, thin bar. Lena's canvases behind the sofa looked from different angles like a chorus, their colors answering one another. I remembered the gallery night, the way color and sound had found a tense accommodation, and the post-concert conversations that had been more about what they could sell and copy than about anything that had happened on the floor. The idea of a televised gala felt like an attempt to press my life into a format that would be marketable rather than true. "Don't you want to know what you would be asking me to do?" I said. Marta hesitated. "It's an offer, Matthias. You can reshape it. You can insert the kind of honesty you prize." Her voice assumed the gentle, coaxing tone she used when negotiating with donors who wanted reassurance they would not be embarrassed. "You don't have to pretend there's a miracle. You can make it about fragility. Audiences are moved by that." That was the rub. Audiences indeed were moved by fragility. It had been exploited by journalists and blurred into my narrative like running ink, but I had learned, painfully, that public sorrow is a commodity. To allow the cameras back into the spaces of my failure felt dangerous in a way that was not simply professional. It would convert my private reckoning into a consumable feeling. It would make my grief a headline. "Give me a week," I said, and Marta packed the laptop as if one could place hesitation into a case. She left with the kind of optimism she reserved for deals that could be adjusted. After she left, I sat at the piano and did not play. Clara arrived some minutes later with a plate and a quiet look that had, over time, become as familiar and as hard to parse as my own reflection. She moved through the flat like someone carefully checking whether the furniture still fit the room. "You didn't tell her what you told me last month," she said, setting the plate down without offering to sit. "What did I tell you?" "You said you didn't want spectacle. You said you wanted to think about teaching, about small concerts, about work that didn't insist on miracles." "I still mean it." She watched me for a long time. "Good," she said finally. "Then tell Marta." The week that followed felt like a test of sorts. Offers arrived with the steady, insistent rhythm of a city that feeds on stories. Kurt sent messages that read like advertising copy. Felix sent questions that smelled of hunger. And an intermediary from a foundation asked whether I would at least consider a residency tied to a series of televised conversations. Each proposal asked me to compress complexities into a clear, digestible narrative. Each advised that transparency, just so long as it was framed, would make the audience feel they were witnessing authenticity. I met with Herbaum in the small back garden behind his apartment, a place where the air always seemed to hold a memory of chalk and old paper. He had a single chair, a battered thermos, and 2 pigeons that took the measure of him like old friends. He did not mention Marta or Kurt at first. "People think the world can be fixed by a good performance," he said, breaking a piece of bread and letting crumbs fall for the pigeons. "They think you will walk back on stage and everything will be settled. But music isn't a plaster, Matthias. It's a practice. It is the stubborn return to a thing, over and over, until you find the work." I thought, for a moment, that he was asking me to submit to some practical penance. His hands were rough and marked at the nails. His voice had the low, gravely quality of someone who had always been closer to instruments than to journalists. "What would you do?" I asked. He regarded me for a long breath, then reached into his coat and produced a small, worn metronome. It had the sort of chip in its casing that made it, at once, more reliable. He wound it and set it between us. The tick sounded in the small garden patient, indifferent to everything but the passing of time. "Teach," he said. "Teach poorly at first. Teach with humility. Write small pieces for your students. If you can do that, you'll have a way to go on. Public returns are not your only measure." There was a tenderness in his bluntness that felt like permission, as if he had given me the right to reconfigure my life without apology. I told Clara I would decline Kurt's proposal. She did not look surprised. She had expected as much. "It may be risky," she said, "but the risk is yours to make. If you want to teach, really teach, then set the terms. Don't let anyone tell you the lesson for you." The conversation with Kurt was short and efficient, which suited him. He proposed the existing plan with the urgent confidence of someone selling a season. I declined. I tried to be clear. I thanked him for his energy, for the work he'd put in, for the opportunities he'd arranged in the past. I said I valued the idea of reaching audiences, but that the form he proposed did not fit the work I wanted to do. "You're making a mistake," he said finally in the tone of a man who had seldom been refused. "Perhaps," I said, "but it is my mistake." When I hung up, the phone felt like something heavy in my hand. In its silence, however, there was a small, new freedom. Choosing meant relinquishing not only an income but also the instrument of spectacle. It meant facing practical considerations: rent, bills, the price of canvas for Leni, and doing so without the buffer of a grand narrative that might justify everything. It also meant accepting that my old life, measured by reviews and box office numbers, was not returning in the same form. Sophia arrived 2 days later with a movement she had prepared. She was nervous, as students are when they know how much of themselves they place at another's feet. She played with the careful, studied concentration of someone learning not only to execute notes but to place meaning between them. I listened from the back of the small practice room and felt something move in me that was not exactly music but a recognition. Here was endeavor in miniature, the thing Herbaum had named. When she finished, she looked at me for comment. I found a phrase that felt true and small. "Your phrasing here asks a question," I said. "Let it be curious." She nodded as if the instruction had weight. I felt, absurdly, a small pleasure that had nothing to do with praise. It was not the rush of applause, but a quiet that settled like an accord. Lena's choice came in the form of a leaflet folded in the back room of the art supply shop. She found it between tubes of gesso and a stack of sketchbooks, and looked at me with that intense frankness that 8-year-olds possess when they know the world is about to change. "What if I go to school?" she asked, rubbing at a fleck of ultramarine on her thumb. "Will they teach me to be slow? Will they teach me to make the small mistakes?" I hadn't expected to have an answer that would be both useful and honest. The conservatory where I had trained had taught me certain disciplines. Scales until the fingers remembered their geography. Phrasing until it aligned with ideas larger than immediate sensation. But formal education, I knew, could also arrange the world into predictable responses. It could, in other words, risk making her into the kind of artist who measures color according to expectation rather than impulse. They will teach you tools, I said. They will show you methods and give you names for things you see. That can help you to see differently. But the danger is real. You must keep your way of attending. School should not take that away. You must promise me you will not let the academy make you smaller. She made a face, a serious, determined dip of the brow that had, through the months, become her signature expression. I won't let them make me small, she said. But if I learn the words for things, I can tell people why my blues are like that. The remark struck me as both naive and exact. It acknowledged the exchange that art requires, not a surrender but a translation. I found myself thinking, with a clarity that felt almost alarming, that I wanted to be the sort of teacher who would help preserve Lena's voice, rather than smooth it into conformity. The financial worry persisted. Declining Kurt's offer had immediate consequences. Marta bit her lip and suggested smaller concerts, residencies with modest honoraria, masterclasses with paying students. It was not the same as a gala, but it was honest and manageable. We made a plan that had no grand narrative attached. A circuit of small galleries and conservatory residencies, a series of lessons for young players who might not be spectacular but were earnest. It was architecturally a way of making a life by assembling many small things rather than waiting for one big thing to restore order. There was, of course, criticism. Felix wrote a piece that cast me as a man who had refused an opportunity and therefore chosen to remain obscure. It was the sort of article that assumed cynicism, where there had been complexity. Marta emailed at midnight with a draft response, wanting to frame my declination as principled rather than frightened. Clara sent no reply to either of them. She sat with me and passed me notes that were practical, an introduction to a conservatory for a residency, a contact at a gallery that ran modest, thoughtfully curated shows. The name of a foundation that supported teaching initiatives. It was her Baum who gave me, finally, the language I needed. We met again in the little garden. He watched me as I unfolded the plan, a mosaic of small concerts, a commitment to teaching, a part-time residency, and he did not smile but his gaze was warm. You will be honest then, he said. Yes, and you will be industrious. I said, I will practice in different ways. I will compose small pieces. I will work with Leni. Good, he said. You will find that small is not the opposite of great. It simply lets you be careful. That is an art too. There is a particular quiet that follows a decision. It is not the cessation of anxiety, but the settling of motion into a new pattern. When I told Leni that she could apply to an art academy with my recommendation, she hugged me the way children hug, when the logic of the world bends in their favor, sudden, full, without calculation. Anja watched us with the pragmatic expression of a woman who measured options and the potential of both. If she goes, Anja said later, when it was just the three of us at the kitchen table, she must not lose what keeps her work true. That is what will keep her earning, perhaps, or at least keep her doing it with pleasure. I thought of the canvases drying in my flat, and of the small pieces. I had begun to write fragments that took as their score the particular shapes of Lena's washes, rather than the ghost of color in my mind. They were short and spare, intended to be accompaniments rather than pronouncements. The work felt like a domestic architecture, rooms arranged to receive the world rather than to command it. That night, after I had sent a brief note to Kurt, and after Marta had revised the small concert schedule, I sat by the piano and played a piece I'd written that week. It was hardly finished, a repeated figure in the left hand, a simple modal melody above, and pauses that allowed thought to breathe. I put Leni's small panel on the music stand in ochre wash with a thin slice of crimson, and let my fingers find the shapes it suggested. I did not expect anything miraculous. What came instead was a modest alignment. The movement I had shaped resonated with the color's confident simplicity. It was not recovery, it was company. In the minutes after I stopped playing, the quiet in the room felt inhabited rather than empty. Clara came in with the kettle and watched me fold my hands into my lap. How do you feel? She asked. Like I've made a choice, I said. Not the easiest one, perhaps, but the one I can live with. She smiled then, and her smile was not triumphant but conspiratorial, as if we had first become allies in a small, necessary rebellion against spectacle. The hook towards which the week stretched an invitation from a city gallery to present a series of dialogues between music and painting arrived as a practical confirmation that my choice might be viable. It was not the gala. It was modest, honest, and required me to do the thing I had most feared and most secretly wanted. To make work that could stand in relation to another medium without being swallowed by it. I slept that night with the feeling of a ledger closed and a new page waiting to be written. The choices I had made would, in time, produce new anxieties. The bills would still fall due, Lena's future would still require negotiation. But for the first time since the lights went out, I felt the looseness of possibility, rather than the weight of an obligation that had been purchased for me by acclaim. And as I lay there, I heard not in color, but in a renewed attentiveness the small sounds of the building, a kettle clicking, footsteps on the stair. Lenny humming to herself in the next room. It was a chorus of ordinary lives doing their work. I thought of Herr Baum's metronome in the garden, of Marta's polished brochure, of Kurt's florid certainty, of Sophia's shy courage. I thought of the choice itself, a refusal and an acceptance twinfold, each shaping the other. The morning light that came through the window did not restore the world I'd lost. It offered, instead, a clearer ledger, the account I would keep of days and practices and lessons taught. There would be failures, small humiliations and compromises and unexpected triumphs that would not fit neatly in reviews. I had not chosen an easy path. I had chosen a true one. When I went to the kitchen to make tea, I found a note on the table in Lena's hurried scrawl. If I go to school, will you come see my first show? I will paint the sounds for you. I set the kettle on, and for the first time in a long while, I let my hands move in ordinary competence. The decision had been made, the course charted, but the consequences how Leni would fare under instruction, whether my modest concerts would cover the rent, whether I would find, in the patient accumulation of small work, a new way to be whole remained unresolved. That oversight was both terrifying and necessary. It meant I had not closed the book. It meant there would be pages yet to write. I folded the note and put it in my pocket. Outside, a tram passed, and the sound of its bell fell into the morning like punctuation. I left the flat with Clara at my side, and Lena's small painting tucked under my arm. There was, between the three of us, a brittle but growing conviction that the life I was choosing would be built of discreet, careful acts lessons, paintings, restrained performances acts that might not console an audience hungry for spectacle but that could, perhaps, sustain those of us who lived inside them. It would not be a return in the old sense. It would be, instead, a reprieve and an ongoing reckoning. The world beyond the flat would carry on making demands. I had merely decided which ones I would accept. The ledger was open, and I had begun to write in a hand steadier than I'd expected. The next line, I thought as we walked down the stairwell, would have to be kept deliberately small. I had, at times in the months since the accident, imagined an ending as neat as a bow on a score, a single evening in which a miracle reclaimed what had been lost. Applause like a curtain, the world resettled in its old places. I had pictured a return that would erase the ledger of shame and replace it with the tidy arithmetic of success. Reality obliged me with something less teleological and, I now think, wiser. Not restoration but composition, the act of making a piece whose architecture is built around absence rather than denial. The piece I presented at the gallery was brief by design. It would have been faintly comic to produce something long and ambitious. That would have invited comparison in the very language I wanted to avoid. Instead, I took the modest rote, a single movement, approximately 10 minutes, spare in its ornament, marked with small, exacting breaths. The score occupied a single folio. The title was nothing theatrical, simply for Elle, which is to say for Leni, who had given me, in paint and presence, new points of reference. Preparation was less a frantic resurgence than a series of adjustments. My days had come to be measured in small mercies, a practice routine that accepted longer rests, a ritual of placing canvases beside the score, a constricted but earnest rehearsal of silence. Leni continued to paint. Her canvases multiplied like a private chorus behind me. She would stretch color in washes, and then interrupt them with a decisive mark, a slash of rusty red for a nervous accent, a thin line for the quick inversion of a motif. The paintings did not offer literal translation. They were not keys to a lost code. They offered suggestion and an emotional topology, a map of contours I was impoverished to recover from hearing alone. We spent one afternoon in the gallery before the event, arranging works and testing distances. The space was small and white-walled, the lighting indifferent in the way of spaces that do not pretend to spectacle. I sat at the piano and placed 3 of Lena's canvases behind me, a wide blue, a striated gray, and a narrow, rusty red that hummed in the corner like a small accusation. I felt, absurdly, as if I were setting place cards for invisible guests. The piano bench creaked beneath me. I placed the folio open across the fall board and laid a taped fragment of Lena's smallest painting against the score, a domestic absurdity that felt exactly right. Her bomb arrived early, leaning on a stick that had known the weight of many rehearsals. He had come with a packet of handwritten corrections tucked into his coat, not measures of music, but notes on the ethics of returning to stage, on the necessity of humility. "We have always played with what we had," he said, his voice small but fierce. Clara came after, moving through the room with the same practical tenderness she had always shown, a thermos of tea, a folded scarf, an economy of touch. Marta, of course, was there, discreetly calculating the guest list and offering anxieties as if they were commodities. Sophia and a handful of younger musicians sat at the back. Leni arrived last, her hands still stained, her braid askew. She paused before the canvases as if to say good evening to them. We had agreed on the modesty of the program. I would play my new fragment and then a handful of shorter, familiar pieces, not to parade virtuosity, but to set a conversational frame. The audience, such as it was a carefully chosen constellation: old colleagues, a few critics who had been reasonably fair, specific friends and small patrons. It felt, as planned, like an invitation rather than a spectacle. I remember the first bar with a clarity that surprises me. The moment I lifted my hands there was a small, reasonable terror, not the cabalistic fear of losing everything but the particular anxiety of failing to be honest. The fingers moved. The sound unrolled. There were places where the phrasing stuttered, small gaps where my old internal map offered no counsel. In those measures I learned to rely on something else, an attentiveness to silence, to the tactile feedback of ebony and ivory, to the way Lena's distant canvas seemed to answer a phrase. It is ridiculous, perhaps, to describe the paintings as participants. They were not. They offered echoes, a field of visual suggestion that made forms more legible to me. When a phrase lost its way, the color behind me held a suggestion of its intended arc, and I would choose the next note with that visual cue in mind. It was not a miracle. It was an act of translation. There were moments of failure. During the second section, a passage I had once played almost without thinking, my hands separated in rhythm. For an instant the room filled with the tidy, clinical sound of timestamps, metronomic correctness without the breathe of feeling. I felt the old shame rise, familiar as a cough. I stopped, looked down at the page, and did something I had never done in performance. I spoke, quietly and without theatricality. "Excuse me," I said, and then I began again, the second attempt more considered, more susceptible to the painting's insinuations. The audience shifted. A woman near the front made a small sound, neither laughter nor reproach, but something like a recognition that work was underway. When the piece ended not with a theatrical flourish, but with a quiet decrescendo into a single tremulous chord, the gallery contained a peculiar silence. It was not the same as the old exhausted silence of an absent synesthesia, the blankness that had once made music into an unsatisfying ledger. It was a listening silence, attentive and somewhat puzzled. The applause was measured, no one lipped. People stood because they had been invited to stand, and because some inner economy had been altered. Marta, always quick to find a market angle, took in the room like a financier assessing an asset. Her Baum folded his hands and did not move. Clara, who had sat with a cup that had gone cold between her knees, came forward and touched my shoulder with something that was not triumph but approval. Afterward the foyer felt compact and oddly tender. Conversations happened in low voices. People who had once known me as an exemplar of facility now spoke as if to a colleague who had returned with a different language. A man I did not recognize, he was neither a critic nor a patron. Simply an attentive listener told me he had felt colors at a certain bar and could not explain why. "That blue at the exposition," he said, using Lena's word. It held the long note. It made the gap make sense. I wanted to tell him he was inventing, that the mind had a way of retrofitting meaning. Instead I nodded and said simply, "Thank you." The days that followed were predictably ambivalent. Felix Jern wrote his piece, as I had half expected, not savage, but hungry for narrative. He framed the evening as an experiment, a fragment of redemption, and in doing so he offered the public the template it prefers: fall, then dramatic recovery. Marta called with offers that shimmered with potential. One was a televised event promising wide reach and lucrative arrangements. Another was a festival that would place me back in an older circuit, where my name still had purchase. I answered in the only way that felt coherent to me. I declined the large spectacle. Marta did not like it. "You could have one night," she said, practical and sharp. "One night where they have to see you as yourself again." She may be right. In another life, I might have succumbed to the arithmetic of one night. But the arithmetic of one night is always ruinous when it is bought at the price of truth. I am a craftsman of sound. I am also, I discovered, fragile. To risk a miracle for the sake of a headline would be to invite the ledger to reopen. I told Marta as much and signed the polite refusals with hands that trembled a little. Clara read my decision without surprise. She said simply, "We will make smaller offers. We will teach. We will make." She had, in the months since the accident, been a steady presence in ways that are more difficult to enumerate than to feel. She kept the household. She argued gently with me when I suggested plans that were unlikely. She offered the sort of small comforts that do not advertise themselves: a cup of tea left by the piano, a dish of something the indifferent Vienna winter made delicious because it was warm. Her steadiness made me nearer to life than my own will often does. Her Baum and I repaired our distance in slow, careful conversations. He spoke not of reputation but of craft. "Technique is a servant," he told me one autumn morning, as if reciting something from his own syllabus of life. "It must be held accountable to the phrase." I heard, in that bluntness, no condescension but a certain kind of permission, the permission to make work that was less about display than about necessity. Sophia visited my flat more often. I taught her lessons that were short and exacting. Teaching, I found, quieted a certain noise in my head. In giving language to what I knew form, tension, a release, I realized my teaching had become part of the life I chose. Leni faced a different decision. Her art was getting noticed in small circles. An art school offered her a place. It would have been a concession of a sort, structure in place of improvisation. "Anja," her mother, spoke to me frankly about prospects. "She needs a future," Anja said. "Paint doesn't always pay." Leni listened and then, with that bluntness children possess, told us both that she would consider it, but would not allow instruction to hollow out her directness. It was a negotiation, not a capitulation. In the end, we arranged that she could take an occasional course at the school while continuing to paint in the market. I promised to be there if she wanted to keep painting by my side during rehearsals. She promised to sign the canvases I asked her to, but only if she could paint what she liked. It is perhaps obvious to say that loss teaches us to choose. The more difficult admission is that the choices are always partly accidents of small economies, the availability of space, a friendly critic, the willingness of a teacher to grant patience. I chose, with a clarity that surprised me, to accept a new economy of art. I would play smaller halls, take on students, and collaborate with other makers, painters, writers. instrument makers rather than pursuing one exceptional night that would reassert the old hierarchy of spectacle. It was a practical decision and an ethical one. I preferred a life in which music was conversation rather than a platform for proving that I had, indeed, not been diminished. There were practical consequences. Offers arrived that I, slowly and with a renewed sense of what I might reasonably supply, negotiated. Marta found a modest series of salon concerts that fit the new scale. A small publisher suggested printing the short piece for Lel, in a limited run. Felix moved on to other narratives. Some critics applauded the honesty of the gallery night. Others wrote about novelty. The public appetite for spectacle did not flatter me when it addressed me. I had neither the appetite to feed it nor the temperament to pretend I could. When a festival offered a slot that would have required me to perform the standard repertoire in a large hall, I declined. The decision felt less like renunciation and more like fidelity to the work I had made. The final pages of my own ledger are less dramatic than earlier episodes in my life. I continue to teach. Sophia's progress is a small solace. She asks precise questions and listens in a way that demands clarity. Her balm visits, and our conversations wander from phrasing to the memory of an absent father and back again. Clara and I have found a rhythm in which affection and practicality coexist. We are not newly married to one another but renewed friends who keep a household where art and domesticity are permitted a mutual respect. Leni paints and sells pieces in the market. Sometimes she brings a canvas and we place it behind my score as an experiment. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it does not. Both outcomes are instructive. The manuscript ends, if one can speak of an ending, with a simple act. One evening, after I had written the last bar of For L, and the ink had dried, I sat at my upright in the flat. The winter rain made an even sound on the sill. I placed a blank folio on the stand, the same cheap staff paper I had used for exercises in the conservatory. I took up a pencil and hesitated. For much of my life the act of writing music was accompanied by color in my head. The synesthesia had been a private synod, a map one could trust. Now, before me there was only the white of the page and the thin graphite line. I drew the first bar a simple interval, measured and deliberate. It was an admission as much as a composition. When I set the pencil down the room seemed to breathe. From the corner of my eye Lena's small canvas rested against the radiator. It was an uncertain blue, the kind she often used for low notes. I let my gaze fall upon it and for a moment a thin, private thing I fancied I saw a tint at the edge of the blue that I had not noticed before. Whether it was fatigue, wishful perception, or the first during some slow reconfiguration I cannot say. I am careful, now, of grand pronouncements. I will not claim recovery. But there is a modestness to the music I make now that seems truer. It asks of listeners what it asked of me, patience, attention, the willingness to accompany absence rather than to deny it. I close this ledger with no certainties save one: art, when it is honest, does not pretend to be whole. It offers what it can hold and asks the world to accept the rest. I have learned that to compose is sometimes to write the architecture for a gap, and to invite others to bridge it with their own perception. There is work to be done, and I intend to do it. The next morning I will take Sophia through a set of exercises. Leni will perhaps bring another painting. Clara will make tea. The radiator will clink. The city will continue, indifferent as ever, and within its indifference we will make our quiet refusals and our fragile offers. There is a hook, because life requires them. The last time I thought I had nothing left to give, a child with paint-stained palms drew for me a map I could follow. I do not know whether there will come a day when the colors return in the way they once did. I suspect they will not, and I am learning to accept that. What is possible now is more complicated and, in ways that terrify me less, more honest. I put my name to the folio, I sign the small score, and I place the result in the drawer with the other modest things I have learned to cherish. The door clicks. The house settles. Somewhere in the building a heater hums. I rise with the feeling, thin as a veil, that the next phrase is not lost but merely waiting for a patient hand to find it.